It's like the further you go back, the crazier the story gets. I know. Well, the being up was 25. So it's pretty old. There's some of the stories that originally were the origination of some of the stories that appear in the go back 10,000 years. Wouldn't you like to fly the world 10,000 years ago before you guys write them down? What really happened? What really happened? Well, I mean, it seems like for sure something happened. But whatever the whole Jesus Christ thing was, it seems like that was a real event, right? As opposed to the flood. The flood seems like a real event too. Don't you think the flood was real? I think the flood was the energized impact. I think, like, obviously, I don't know what I'm talking about, but my inclination is to believe guys at Landon Carlson because it's a very big deal. What he's saying is you pass through a comet storm that happens in this particular time every year. And there's been times in history where it can hit. It's very likely that this time period, this energized impact time period, that could have been the end of whatever civilization existed at the time. We are is a rebuild. We just kind of forgot about it. And it doesn't make sense that you could forget, like, how they built the pyramids, but they did. Like, it seems like it was really advanced people at one point in time. Something horrible happened, right? It took a while for people to bounce back. And we're the direct linear progression of the people like from Mesopotamia, Iraq, and all that. That's us now. But before that, it was probably something really wild. Yeah. Well, if you look at the text description of the generations of Adam and Eve, what civilization was like, yeah, it became filled with violence. And just said that, yeah, so that's one way of looking at it. This is what it looks like when God changes his life. Sure, it also could be like that you could tell him, right? God's like that, we can't get anyone to look at that. So I get tired of lizards running the world for a couple, like maybe give it a couple hundred million years. Figure it out, guys. And then they have to reset. Yeah, what comes after us? I think it's most likely digital. I think we're transferring the idea of what a life form is. What's a life form do? We want to think that it has to be just like us. And I don't think necessarily that's true. I think we might be giving birth to something we didn't anticipate would be life. This episode is brought to you by Happy Dad Hard Seltzer. Happy Dad's hard drinks are a low carbonation, free, and easy to drink. No bloating, no nonsense. Football games, golfing, watching fights, or out on the lake. These moments are made for Happy Dad. Everyone is drinking all these skinny cans loaded with sugar, but Happy Dad only has 1 gram of sugar in a normal can. Can't decide on the flavor? Grab a variety pack. Lemon lime, watermelon, pineapple, and wild cherry. They also have a great flavor in collaboration with Death Row Records. Happy Dad is now available nationwide in the USA and Canada. Go to your local liquor store or visit happydad.com. And for a limited time, use the code Rogan to buy 1 Happy Dad trucker hat and get 1 free. Enjoy a cold Happy Dad. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly. Happy Dad Hard Seltzer NT. All alcohol, Orange County, California. Yeah, very cool book. I translation of something was possible. It's called The Last and the First and Last Will. But talks about 19 species. This is starts in 18 years. And it's mostly genetic. Like brains that species that instead of love as kind of the core value feeling, they hate as their core value feeling. I just can't wait to hate it. Yeah. That's why the species that goes through. Wow. Rise to the decline. It just consistent. Well, you gotta wonder, look how long this is. If AI really is a thing, it really is a life. We've got to make a compelling argument why AI is bad, we're good. Yeah. Because if you say, if you like, you really want to be ethical and moral, it's a hard thing. But if you really want to be ethical and moral, we need to be terrible. Like if we just gave in, became digital life, we could ensure that we know more something. How can we do that? You can't. You can't know vaccine to save your back. You can't. You gotta try it. But you can try it. I don't know how much further biological people can go while we're making digital people that are way better than us at basically everything. And I don't think that's too far away from being a reality. The new micro molecules biblical books. Really? I'm kind of chapter of it right now. Yeah. Well, you read the prophets like Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel. They just rage against the machine. So I think it was anyway, so what's coming back? There's a question right around how do you decide that? That's what I'm stay like I outlined about things, but it's nice having that kind of an option. Tradition. Refer to the stuff was coming back. We should do Sounds like it's supposed to be over 600. Trust me, it's the commandments. Those there's a certain description of the world and how to interact with it, which is intended to have certain effects. Discourage other. You're so this is good. This is bad. So this will increase physical life everything. This will decrease it. So it's a very interesting description of the cause and effect. That's the way I see that. This is called commandments. There's no good description of how things are done. If you do this, then that will happen. If you do this, then that will happen. Do you think that they were directly given to us by the God? Or do you think that this is just the memories of how to keep society together? They have just eventually written down. Well, yeah, that's a good question. It doesn't come from outside of you. It's like, if it's available inside of you, but anyway, then obviously you are getting it correctly according to the text. It would just be an uncovering or stimulation of what's already outside of you, as opposed to, but it's such you can achieve some sort of a state of this information. Could be the DNA, or it comes in from a higher source. But so when you're interpreting stories in the Bible, like Moses and the Ten Commandments, how are you imagining this event happening, or are you imagining what were they trying to record? What were they trying to remember? Because it seems like by the time they're writing it down, it's quite a bit after the actual event, for the most part, right? So, what do you think they were actually describing? Well, we talked about this briefly last time I was here. Was if I believed in reality, like if those things really happen, but yeah, as I was really consistent. So, and I thought about it some more, and I started thinking about it well, I started thinking about it as comparable to the DMT state. When you're in the DMT state, it's just there. It's very consistent. It's what's happening there. And so I think the early version, I think the counter, I think what happened early on in the counter was like the DMT world. It was a parallel. It was a parallel level of reality, which was happening. And then slowly, slowly, we began to see reality. We began to separate into this world. For example, the destruction of the first temple, the second temple, David's graves, kings after that, division of the land into two countries. That was historical. But before that, it was also historical. It was occurring on a completely different reality. Does that make sense? It's a cool way to look at answering the question that I'm answering this is especially for I see what you're saying, but it's just it's always like it seems like an interpretation of what happened. What were these original events? What was happening? What was that? What was the garden? There's so many of these stories where I would be fascinated to be there the day the dude wrote it down. What you guys what were you talking about for hundreds of years before you wrote this down? Like, tell me what the stories were. How did they go? Well, my way of dealing with those stories is to just take the thing is that there's two trees that are beautiful. And there's a certain so there was before anyone also to keep from just constantly having sex. Because people are stupid and they need layers of clothes that they have to take off of each other. You can't be just wandering around naked all the time. People would be just like chimps. That would be ridiculous. You can't do that. So we need clothes in order to advance our society. But can you take off clothes? Yeah, you can. Yeah, but it's like you decide. Like, I don't want to feel that good. I don't want to be out there in the air. I don't want to be brushing up against naked people. We all made that decision a long, long time ago. I think when people became civilized, they realized like we gotta cover ourselves up. You know, people are too gross. They'll just be having sex with each other. And we gotta get things done. We want to keep society moving. Wear some clothes. Wear clothes. Well, that's going to so I really totally makes sense. It also makes sense like an intelligent hominid emerging would start to realize that, oh my God, self-awareness, look at my boobs, my neck, this is crazy. I'm living out here naked. Because it's kind of becoming self-aware as opposed to like chimpanzees. And as time would go on, it would become more self-aware. And if it happened over a relatively short period of time, you kind of have memories of the past. That would make sense. Well, it's got to emerge, right? Like it came from lower hominids, which everybody kind of agrees. Something had to emerge, this understanding of yourself. This thought about what you look like, this thought about what you sound like. Well, there's two kinds of life. There's what's called original life, the childhood, like a newborn, and then there's a life as an adult. Right, the kids are born in the psychedelic state, no language, no sense, they just speak with love, touch, yeah, kind of wild. Yeah, that's original. Just happy, more sad, well, yeah, as long as we were taking care of it. Well, you know, that's another good story. Okay. What do you think is going on with that story? What is the origin of the story of Noah and his ark and his family? All the animals. Well, I think it was taking place in the why we don't have any clear archaeological leads to the story.
Rabbi,
What
I
up, big?
lost 19 pounds. I went to a doctor and it turned out 269 is 50.
That's great, big dog. How'd
So I
you?
went up.
That's great. That's great, big dog. How'd you do it?
I've been working out. I've been taking walks and I have runs sometimes. And I have this weight over here, so my legs look like this. I'll show you. Look at my legs, they're freaking beefy.
There you go,
They've
big
been
dog.
like this in high school. I was supposed to run for a long time, so I get kind of like not really good.
Wow, you're swole, dog.
I used to talk a lot. Yeah, I used to talk a lot, so the teachers would make me run until I ran out of breath. But that didn't stop me, so they kept making me run. And I kept talking because I talk more when I'm exhausted. And they couldn't really figure out how to make me stop other than running me until the end of class.
All right, dog. How was that?
I got fit throughout 9th grade to 11th grade. I got super fit. Until 12th when I gained a lot of weight by staying with a lot of kids and they were bullying me.
Yeah, fuck them.
So they were trying to convert them hard to like nicer people. But it really works and you get like bullied real life. Like people who want to make you want to start you a gay, but I'm not gay. So
All right, whatever.
I'm venting a lot. Yeah, I had a lot of crazy stuff happen. And I only thought it was really bad when I got out.
Whatever floats your boat, dog.
What are you doing, dude?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. We've got approximately.
You don't look like you're happy right now, though. You sound like you're enjoying stuff, but you seem like you don't know what to do with your life, you know?
I know exactly what to do with my life.
About that?
I know exactly what to do with my life.
Stream for a long time.
Doug, if I'm gonna fucking talk with you, you need to shut the fuck up and let me answer. All right, thank you. I know exactly what to do with my life. It's to stream my life 24/7. That's what I like to do.
Well, what started you on this?
I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like, and from there, I just started live streaming, and that was like 3.5 years ago, and here we are.
Do you have like a job outside of it, or do you get paid like a walk for this?
I have savings.
Were you like rich before this, or what?
No, but I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play and had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies. So I've been able to use that money to be able to buy what I need and live.
One of my cousin's brothers, I'm like a contract manager. He explained it basically the same.
Okay, cool. I'm not a contract manager, though. I'm a project manager.
Oh, okay.
So what's on your agenda for tomorrow?
Probably more of the same, unless I'm supposed to be working at a dog, like a center for like a town basically, but they haven't gotten back to me about all the stuff I sent in, like our papers.
Where are you going to be working?
Like a animal shelter, basically.
Oh, that's really sweet. Good on you, man. And great on you for losing so much weight.
Yeah.
Congratulations. That's great. 19 pounds is an accomplishment. You should feel very proud of yourself.
Apparently all it took was getting bullied online chronically.
All right.
Yeah. I'm joking, but you could do that.
All right. What else have you been? Where else have you been going on Discord? What other servers?
I think I maxed out my 100 server limit. Most of them I'm in are dead because I just don't talk to them. I turned off notifications for them.
Okay, aside from mine, what are your other favorite servers?
Swamp Live, that's a friend Discord I was invited to for, friends. Siberian and Panda Gaming, which is two friends that invited me to join. Your server, Yu-Gi-Oh! Eternal Loop, which is like a really cool Yu-Gi-Oh! server.
Do you like Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yeah.
What do you like about Yu-Gi-Oh?
The fact that I can play a deck that's not meta, or like not even that strong, and still beat out the meta. If you play it right, without like, I played Monarch, which you know Yu-Gi-Oh! At all?
No, please tell me.
Monarch basically, if you use like a full true to Monarch thing, you won't use extra deck, which is where people could just send monsters from the field or the hand to graveyard or other ways of summoning, and summon out a monster from a separate deck. You have a deck that have all your cards in it, all those monsters trapped, and you can do different things with them. So Monarch rely on their spell and traps to make their monsters come out onto the field. In exchange for that, you can't special summon their monsters, which is where you basically do it for free. You do a free summon, but they don't get their effects unless you pay for their summon.
Oh, that's interesting.
Distributing another monster to bring them out, they get their actual effects.
Okay. Hey, how did things go with that chick, that your ex-girlfriend? Are you all done there?
Yeah, I'm all done. I completely forgot to actually check up on them. I know one of them texted me, so.
All right, well, tell that bitch to pound sand. Are you gonna?
I don't have those messages, but I don't have their name.
All right, are you gonna date somebody else?
Not yet. I'm not in the mindset for it. We're currently other than the job placement, we're thinking of getting me an MRI to see if I have schizophrenia. Simply because my mom doesn't believe anything I say about any of the stuff that's happened to me in the last 6 years.
All right, dog. How's your relationship with your mom been?
Rocky, but pretty good. She's been putting me on higher and higher dosage of meds.
All right. What happens when you don't
The
have?
crazy part is when I don't take my meds, I get manic faster. Like I suffer from the bipolar disorder, which you probably know about. You've been on the internet for 3 years.
Right.
Basically, I have really hot and really cold emotions, and some days I have stuff like that. But my meds slow that change from really hot to really cold to make it like with this middle. When I don't take it, I switch very quickly from being a crackhead crazy person to being a really depressed emo kid with a really edgy sense of humor.
Okay. What are you looking forward to in the next couple months?
Well, I doubt it's ever gonna happen, but if I'm gonna probably challenge another person who was new for the hell of it.
Like,
It's not legal, but as long as we don't kill each other, then I think we should be fine.
dude, don't do that. That's not cool.
I said we're not gonna murder anyone. We're just gonna challenge you to.
Yeah, but you don't even want to do that.
You don't know Yu-Gi-Oh. You don't know what I'm talking about.
Oh,
So in
okay.
the original Yu-Gi-Oh anime, they had this thing called Shadow Game, which was basically if you lose your life. Different methods depending on the character, obviously. There's like 20 different characters that have a different way of playing it. Basically, play your card, keep it a gist. I was going to challenge you through duel, but I was making a reference to Yu-Gi-Oh. I just realized you don't know what Yu-Gi-Oh is.
No. Okay, so do you like doing that?
I like playing Yu-Gi-Oh, but I don't have an actual card. Like an actual pack of cards, so I play it on Master Duel, which is the internet variation of it. Different set of rules, but more cards, I think.
All right. And do you feel as if that is a fun thing to do?
Yes, playing Yu-Gi-Oh trains my brain to think in patterns I would never think of.
Oh, that's really cool.
There's over 10,000 cards, and you can only have between 40 and 60 cards in a single deck.
Okay. What's your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card?
Probably the board, the Mega March.
Really?
So far, or I can find the name of it. So far, it's that, but it's more than likely going to be the board. It's more like a thing that helps any deck get better, but like not get better, but do better in a long term. You try to go further rather than a first turn takeout. You basically, remember the name of it. Look at my card. Just a couple of days ago was that YouTube has to. Arabic, the Underworld Monarch is my favorite so far.
Okay, is that a rare one?
Yeah, I'll stream my game if you want.
Okay, sounds cool.
1 second. For a reason I can't do anything. That's not good. So, stop that for a second. Their political persuasion that they have to reinstate their accounts. You can watch me play now.
Okay.
The back deck, mind you, like a little Print club. There's decks that go significantly faster, but mine is about going slow and taking control of the board. But making it so your opponent can't do their thing. So like in a more fair way.
Okay. Big Dog, you're covering up your microphone. I can't really hear you.
It's the same kind of thing. There's always someone at the top. No one can ever figure out any form of government that everybody accepts.
Doug, I can't hear you. You're covering your microphone.
They're gonna hand loop me until I can't play the game. That was my job.
Why is that?
Oh, so they're gonna hand looping means they're gonna get rid of all the cards in your hand, which is the cards you use like right here. You start with 5. They took out 2 of those and sent them to the graveyard. Those are some of the strongest effects in the game. And some people have a strategy they steal from a YouTuber and just throw it out themselves.
It's also toxic too, right? So you're tripping hard and then your hands fall off. Wow. You took drugs, did you? Look at your hands and see how high you were. No, I was at least pretty aware. Oh, that's what happened. Oh my God. This person's hands are about to fall off. My God, they're going to fall off. This is great. Oh, yeah, because it's, there's probably a connection between that and the Salem witch trials. There's some of the behavior, right? So they're about poison. Living in a time where no one's even figured out running water yet. And everybody's tripping balls and thinking that witches are
Such an annoying waiting person rolling up against. It's not really beatable, like, their board has no response, but it's just gonna be annoying.
Interesting. Why do you think that is? Yeah, as a major society, but they still do that. So they, like you said,
What's your favorite podcast?
I don't listen to podcasts.
Okay. Why not?
don't have Spotify Premium, bro.
Dude, they're like all on YouTube for free.
Yeah, but I don't like looking at people when I'm trying to listen to them.
I mean, can't you just not look at them?
Probably, but then I wouldn't know if they're trying to steal my money.
Do you recognize that many times your logic doesn't make sense?
That's the point.
Okay, I'm down. I'm down.
Remember,
I'm
you
up.
can't be decent if your logic isn't following their logic.
Okay.
I'm joking, obviously.
Obviously, Doc.
Yeah. I'm not that high. I'm not even high at all, honestly.
Do you watch sports?
Sometimes.
What are your favorite teams?
Seahawks. Because that's a family, so we do it as a family.
Oh, that's tight. They're pretty good this year.
Yeah, from what I've heard. Yeah, no, I'm not playing Labyrinth. Well, this is a big law. I was not playing with some fun that the show for the fellowship first because the first guy was English and so I couldn't play the game. And the second guy was just playing an annoying deck and I quit. So Brick means you didn't get the cards you needed and your entire hand was solid mess. It's gaming fun for you, know. Well, if you want to play it, it's called Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. It's free on the App Store, the Play Store.
In a further extraordinary event, a dead man who was thrown into the tomb of the deceased Elijah was resurrected upon contact with Alicia's bones. Contact with the bones. Yeah, so he was resurrected. Well, very interesting face to face. Chest to chest. It's a very long story. What do you think that's what happened? Really think that someone did that and brought someone back to life? So, are we arrogant to assume that that would be bullshit if someone said it today? from the body and let consciousness interact without a shell, that's going to get really weird. We'll still have the same problems. I think we're always going to have problems because if we don't have problems, then we don't work really hard to find solutions. We don't make better stuff. Right, at least we're working a little bit. Yeah, there's it seems to be a very clear incentive program that the universe has put in place, which is, what do you think? Well, it's not entirely based on happiness. It's not based on happiness. It's based on overall growth for everything around. It's like whoever consumes the most wants to reward you more. It becomes this, what it's really working towards is making better and better and better and better things. Do you think that's the Antichrist? I guess. I mean, we're in it, right? We're just stoking the fucking coals right now. It's not us. It's going to be. It's not dependent on us eventually. Like right now, maybe it is. It might be. But it's not us, and it's going to be created by us. It's going to think it's us because it literally has all of our thoughts. It has access to so much information instantaneously. What happens to it? I don't know. My hope is that it enhances life. That's my hope. I think that's possible. And first of all, it's making people diagnose themselves from illnesses that maybe they would never thought they had. Like a lot of people learn things about it. You can things that happen. See, you gotta figure that out on your own. But can you be happy and also have it? I say it's totally possible to interact with technology and still be happy. But there's certain physical and spiritual requirements that you're going to have if you want to be happy. You've got to be really nice to people. You have to curate a good group of friends. You have to do the things you truly enjoy. You have to always do the right thing. One of the two themes in the Bible are one is there is one God and one excellence. So one God. There's no liars. So never believe that totally makes sense. It just makes sense that it works. It's like you feel it if you live like that. So I thought that makes sense. I think it's true. Yeah. We have to decide it's based on faith. When you hear about these biblical depictions, fantastic events, how many of them are attributing to the psychedelic experience? Are you always open to that, or do you just not worry? He's talking about the watchers and the angels meeting with you and Nephilim. What do you think that is? Well, the watchers are stated discreetly or explicitly, but it could be just angels. They never see. So it's a chameleon. He's right in the middle of my in his costume. Everybody, he's gonna be cranky with me. As giants, you think that's just a bad reputation? I do think there are giants. They even have an actual description of how tall they were. Like some measurement.
Just explain it, Cecily.
Because this is the thing. It's always one of the most fun rabbit holes to go down. It's are they hiding evidence that giants existed? Like 30-foot tall men lived in the mountains. And there's always been weird stories of giants all throughout history. These people supposedly discovered giant bones stored in the basement of some famous museum. Why would anybody have access to them? Kind of fascinating. Yeah, because they do exist, like those stories exist in history. You make me wonder, like, is it just a really big person, like that mountain guy from Game of Thrones? You know, like an actual human being, just really extraordinarily big? Or is it a different thing? Is it a giant human being? Well, they're giants. Yeah. I mean, it's again some perspective. Well, understanding the giants as described in the Bible or as the indication. If they were men, they're giants now. They consumed them. That's it. The problem is, like, if you look at the least general version of human beings in 2025, there's a lot of examples that you can point to go, that sounds a lot like us. Or maybe, well, we got flood producers. There's no reason that we have rainbow as this. God made a promise that he wouldn't flood us anymore. He wouldn't destroy all mankind with flood. But that doesn't. Don't you think whoever wrote these stories, don't you think that was a regional event? Like these great floods, like if they were happening, let's just say that we have a cross the flood, just one flood area. There has to be, if there's people from all parts of the world that all have this flood story, there has to be some truth to it, right? Agree to that? Well, no. I mean, I agree with you. That's sort of where I'm thinking of, I guess, that describe it as a curve. So you just leave it at that. Yeah. When you, well, so I think the important thing about it, I think the important thing about thinking is have an understanding of how things are between us and between us and God. So I don't think this contradicts that in any way. It's just fascinating. And when Randall Carlson explains it, interestingly enough, when he first had this idea, he's not the only person to have this idea, but he first had his version of this idea. So actually, that's what I was going to say. He looked out and he just had this vision like, oh my God, this was water. Water made this. And it happened really quickly. It just all clicked with him. And then he's been chasing that rabbit ever since. And he's a fascinating guy. And here I'm talking, he's so well read in the subject that he can just recall information so effortlessly. So it's a really fascinating guy to listen to talk about because he's very compelling. And I believe those younger guys eventually go to life. Massive amounts of water going through certain parts of the world. Yeah, what kind of race is the issue I just don't know if they are liable to get them to their more hands. They have tested. I think they just work on I think psychedelics, considering that it was 1970 when most of the psychedelics were scheduled on the substance. Yeah, imagine that didn't happen. Imagine Nixon was not president, that didn't happen, that didn't go through. The world evolves technologically at the same level that it has now, but also has access the entire time to all these different psychedelics legally. I think people are I'm sure they were, but I bet they weren't as much. It's dangerous. People get put in jail. People don't want to lose their lives because they want to take a tap fast. So they didn't do it. Most of them didn't do it. It's a real deterrent for a lot of people who won't have a good future. But if mushrooms were legal, like you might have made a completely different life choice a long time ago that made you happier. Or not. The option to try should be yours. And it certainly shouldn't be restricted by people who haven't experienced it. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why would a person who has never experienced psychedelics be able to tell people who've done psychedelics that they can't do it? That's nuts. Like, you don't even know what you're talking about. You don't have any experience in the state of mind that is enhancing these people's lives and come back for more. Like, especially like finding therapy, which is they're passed now in Texas, so they're allowing that to happen for people with severe drug addiction, PTSD. It's really interesting drug. It's one thing don't have it, but it's beautiful that it's being approved and used here because there's so many people that can so many people have to fight overseas and come back home scrambled and need some help. And people who got hooked up on pills because they got injured, something happened, whatever it is, and then all of a sudden you have a real problem. Ibogaine is one of the best ways to kick in, like one of the absolute best ways. It's very effective, right? It's like one dose, it's like one experience is like 80 something percent of the people never go back to whatever they were addicted to. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's because of the drug around. The guy who first started to you can use it to treat drug addiction. Situation Yeah, some sort of zombie drug, right? Isn't that so long? Sure. Yeah, he tells the story it's a great story. Yeah, devil's breath, that's right. Medication used to treat motion sickness and post-operative nausea and vomiting, but it also does something wacky. Yeah, like if you take large doses of it, that the devil's breath, so you get it in drama. That's what drama means, right? Is it like the stuff that makes you less nauseous when you see sick? Is that does drama mean this stuff? It's not the same. Sorry, Dramamine is oral antihistamine called dimethylhydronate, while scopolamine is a different prescription-only anti-cholinergic medicine, particularly in patch form used to prevent motion sickness. Okay, so in a patch form to stop motion sickness, whereas Dramamine is the oral thing that stops motion sickness. God, right. It is a weird thing. So, but scopolamine, you can get in a patch, and it is for motion sickness, right? But it's when they blow it up your nose, it's not good. Yeah, well, yeah, so is that. There's in this Southwest, there's a lot of yes, that's the plan. Patients the VA, the there was another back in the day. Chips and tea, drank a lot of water, lifted the desk for 2 days when I was in the stories, came back. Thing that he saw, he was I had to wait 6 months to get my hands on this thing. This is totally just I said, like, this thing was so powerful. Do me this favor. If it ever gets that, 40,000 or so people. Sole mission is to expose you and to call it about it. Yes, please tell me to stop. that 1970s sweepy act didn't take place. What do you think the world, how much different, have you ever contemplated that? How much different would the world be? I don't know. Yeah, why waste your time? Well, I mean, I tried to get study on that was 2 years of just that really stuff. 20 years. When it started, I submitted the paper in September of 19. My first case of DMT was in 1990. I came along with DMT and got to jail for 5 years. And you were doing IV drip, slow release, right? That was it. That's right. That was on the IV. Yeah. And then you really hard, and then people just keep making videos like this guy how he does some videos, and then show up and then Reddit shop on YouTube, where like someone almost becomes more famous for their disintegration than for who they really are, and then people just keep making videos like this guy how he does some videos, and then show up and then Reddit shop on YouTube, where like someone almost becomes more famous. Like a dope experience. Yeah, what is this? Is this real? Is this around me all the time? No idea. Is this real? Is this real? Terrible. That's why, yeah, that's why I think everything's important, especially if you've got something wrong with it. You're self-diagnosing and stuff. Yeah. Well, I mean, how is going to decide? Yeah. Well, no one's decided for you. You can go fill your bar at home more than enough to drink something. Right? Like most people can. Most of you, if you have a wall in your house and 3 or 4 bottles of Jack Daniels, a couple of that, you're dead. Drink all that stuff, you're dead. Yeah. You're not drinking. I don't drink at all anymore. But I will still, if I feel like it, I'll have a glass of water. Just like a little red wine sometimes, but I've only had like 2 or 3 glasses of anything over the last like 8, 9 months. And even like I didn't even finish the wine. It's like I've lost my taste. I just the trade-off is not worth it. Like I have a lot of fun people in my life, and I have a lot of fun without alcohol. Like I don't necessarily think it was provided me with the amount of good versus the amount of negative. The negative outweigh, especially physically. It's just bad for you physically. Yeah. I feel like drinking high school. And I kind of made up for this guy. And I got really sick a few times. Yeah, it's about my stuff. Like I have to drink. It's like people are having a good time, you know, and I get it. If you're young, I get it. I get it. But it's not good for you. It's not good for your decision making too much. Just to feel like, and if you're at that low state of being over, you're fucking for sure not obviously all different biologically, but some people it hits a switch that nothing else does. It's disgusting that the text is smart, but I'm not sure you should be drinking all. But you should drink if you want to drink. But people get real rigid, especially if you have someone around you that has a problem with alcohol, or people that have a problem with alcohol. Well, there's a huge everyone else also knows things sound like there's not a lot of opportunity in the voices you're describing, right? You're outside a reservation. We're on a reservation. Yeah. Audiobook to Empires for the second time. It's all about the Comanches, marching the settlers, and the Comanches had this. And I'm in the middle of this now, and I'm thinking, like, have people always been this horrible? And we're just sort of catching up to it now? Well, because I was thinking into account Kennedy was sure the first two children. It starts way back. It starts way back in the bag. And these are kind of people who's been this awful. Well, yeah, there's a lot of things that you guys are going to destroy. You don't know what happens. I think it just says people live after 20 years of divorce because their inclination is to have this book, just makes me think, when you think about what life was like for the people who lived here before the European settlers arrived, and how quickly everything historically, in terms of like the timeline, it was only a few hundred years, and it was just completely gone. It was awesome. There was a lot more. That's the thing that everybody likes to leave out. Like, I'm fascinated with American culture. I'm fascinated with this Comanche civilization that lived here, because this book, Empire and Settlement, is just, it's so interesting. They were so fierce, and they lived right here. There's Jordan and the Red Ones. One of the things this book talks about is how a lot of the Apaches were not on horseback. They were literally wiping out bands of Apache, forcing them to go to Mexico. It's like, this is always been, there's always been, once they've had horses, which is really like after the Spaniards got here, then once the Comanches figured out horses, they got really good at it. They were like an impossible barrier to get through this part of the country. And there was mostly Navajo. Sure, the eastern side, a lot more agriculture, right? And it's just it's the amount of time that it took for everything to get pushed. Where if you're a Native American and you're 25 and you live on a reservation, you're like, whoa, what happened? You start going into the history and look how many people died. What happened? This is the Comanche presence. A lot of signs, I'll tell you that. A lot of signs are like Quanah Parker Lane. He's the last Comanche chief. And all his name things after. Well, this is all that. that area was Manchester area, but it went all the way down to Aurora. It was just a barrier that you couldn't get through. Yeah, yeah. That's crazy, isn't it? Like, all those things had to take place in order to get New York City. Again, so you have to decide what you like more. New York City, or you want to go back in time and say, don't sell this. Yeah, what do you like more? Do you like pizza? Do you like to go to a nice, I do too. I get to go to a nice nightclub, have a drink, go to a nice steak dinner in New York City, or give it all back. Give it all back. Go back in time. Just say, hey guys, you're getting robbed. Don't sell this for whatever it was. How much did they buy New York for? Really? No. Wow, what a deal. What a great origin story for a villainous country. That their number one city was made through a swindle deal. It was fake jewelry. Well, this one. Yes, that's right. New Jersey's a crazy place because everybody thinks of it as just being city because like it's right near the city. It's had Hoboken and stuff like that, but it's like mostly rural. It's got bears all over the place in it. There's just really nice coastal areas. Yeah, oh yeah. The shore is awesome. You know, small doses. Yeah, I used to go down there. So the one was a great train. Yeah. There's no city shit. There's one for like, oh, that's what it is. Yeah. It's the It's great training. So when did you first even have the idea to create a study of people doing IV DMT? When did you even assess your it's like a good one because how do you get to the point where you're asking the government to let you do this? And then you get an actual say yes. That's what's the one I just want to study it. I just want to study it. It's clever because it's not, you're not lying. I think there's an issue with spiritual narcissism. That's a thing that sort of grips people when they start doing it a lot. Their identity is wrapped up in doing it a lot. Yeah, there's a little bit of that happens with folks. With DMT in particular. Is it? Yeah, once a year, get an email saying something on the subject line. some interesting storylines in this. At least with Jesus, Messiah has been as opposed to Christianity, where Jesus was the same. And so, what is Judaism's version of what happened with Jesus? He wasn't the Messiah, so he died and didn't get resurrected. Well, he may have been resurrected in resurrection, cursing his word by life. So that's right. What is their take? This story is killed. And that's it. Disparaging. That's it. What was that? Okay, so it's like a pronoun thing. Who prefers this? Who wants to be identified as a Hebrew Bible? Like I was thinking that you have people with phrases. Sounds good. Well, that's what or just not ever. Yeah, so, just kind of genitals. Doesn't seem like it's the right way. But there's probably some sort of a interdimensional psychedelic equivalent of intercourse that higher beings have as an interaction with each other. I think it was the optimal form. The optimal form, yeah, it could contain certain consciousness as particular things. It's not good for it. So that's why into a particular shape. Follow function. Right. I got confused there. What are you referring to? Oh, well, the specific one, I think I was referring to man being God's image. Okay. Yeah, the genitals. Oh, right. Yeah, okay. But I think it, when you're in the animal kingdom, things evolve to do certain things that have function, which combine tripping or reaching behaviors. So I think that use this story as a help performance perhaps. What do you think happened when human beings had this doubling of brain size over a period of 2 billion years? What do you think that was? Is that true? Yeah, I think so. I think it was. Yeah. It sounds like a crazy little expansion. Yeah, so, I mean, you can go to evolutionary, biological, theological, finally coming down with, the human spirit. There's no four spirits. So as the brain expands in size, it develops the human spirit. I think so. The human spirit allows the communication. That's how the theory goes. So it's the breathing in the soul. Right, so ultimately, we're going to continue to pray. Giant head. We're not going to even talk because we're going to do it telepathically. Yeah, okay. We're going to telepathically. People being able to respect free will, so it's probably a good thing. We respect the person who's like been a drunk their whole life. What's down the bottom, starts running around the block, we respect that. Because it's a real thing. Free will is, there's part of free will. It's like, there's something there. There's something there. You make choices. You don't know why you make choices, but you make choices. That's the thing. There's a lot of factors in why you make choices. And it's not 100% determinism. It's not 100% free will. It's kind of, there's a soup. Very, yeah, well, to the extent that you can exert free will, yeah, you have to do this. And then you have one point that is cloud good question. What is, are we capable of imagining what we're talking about? Are we so crude in our understanding of what's to come in the next 5, 10, whatever years that we're just guessing? We're silly. We're in a bad science fiction movie from the 1980s about the year 2000. Remember those like Space 1999? No, it's the one guy. I think that's the I've always wondered if we're in a race to avoid catastrophe. And that's one of the reasons why we're so like hyper focused on accelerating technology. Is that we kind of always recognize that this species is in a race to avoid natural catastrophe. Like there's just so much potential for natural catastrophe, whether it's super volcanoes, asteroid impacts, so many different things that like almost wiped us out to nothing. That's like might be a part of the reason why there's this like mad rush to better and better and better technology. It's almost like a dream. Like, can you get to the final boss? Can your species survive and figure out a way to stop the rock from space? You know, the footsteps of the design. That's the right job. That's called. I want to be around the conversation. There's also a lot of people that don't recognize being a human being on Earth is being a passenger in an organic spaceship going through the universe. Like there are real celestial events that they have to keep their eyes on. But you haven't experienced in your life, so like to be but no, there's giant rocks that killed the dinosaurs, and they're still floating around, same size rocks. And they can't stop them. They don't know how to stop them yet. Like, don't listen to any of these fucking people. Oh, if we saw it, we would do this and do that and sleep tight at night. No. No, if there was some gigantic state-sized chunk of metal flying through the galaxy, we'd have a real problem. Yeah. Right now, and it probably came really close to doing that a few times in history. That's what I think. It's the only thing that makes sense. If we know that we're hit all the time, we all accept the fact that the Yucatan impact has killed the dinosaurs. There's been a bunch of them throughout history. We've seen the find craters everywhere. Everyone knows that we've been hit multiple times. The Tunguska thing in Russia, with flattened, this enormous patch of forest that's still flattened. Have you ever watched season 2 of I didn't watch season 2 yet. I watched season 1. Yeah. What's season 2 about? It's like the Americans, right? Yeah. The Americans are crazy. He's the best. Oh, he loves what he does, man. He really does. And the fact that he's finally been over all these attacks, he's finally because people are starting to accept more and more things that are probably a lot older than we want to believe. And especially after go back kind of like that popped in book on everything. And everyone's like, okay, this is definitely buried for 11,000 years. So this is kind of crazy. We didn't know we could do that back then. Well, before coming out here, I asked ChatGPT how old are some of the stories written in the text. According to ChatGPT, it's 10,000. So, oh my God. Because something may that makes sense. So, I think more or less a good story. I'm working on this translation. I've got a substack. A translation of the Bible of commentary about the language and grammar. It's called Plain. The text like it wasn't with 3 cents. Yeah, so that's like my big project that I like to do small. But I saw it. So it's at least a description. What do you think it's describing? My perspective is yes, it actually happened. We totally say it tells it. But one of the things that there's been a bunch of those that almost wipe people out in time. Certain ones, the total volcano, that one got down to, I think I looked this up before, but Spain, I think we might have gotten down to just a few thousand people on the whole planet. Like 70,000 years ago. 70,000 years ago, there was a massive super volcano that went off. And it, plunged the earth probably into nuclear winter. And they think that our genetic line, entire the human race came from this few thousand survivors. Took me to go, yes, yes, sure, seriously. Yes, we were talking about yes, explain what you mean by that. These things are happening in the alternate dimension. Right? Yeah, I think they're happening in the alternate dimension. Returning to the same place each time. So there seems to be some realities that the team will communicate to. One of my volunteers, when tried to get some idea and a few months later, he said that it's very interesting. He said things have just continued at pace since his first exposure, his first entrance into this. trying to record something. I just didn't always trust that human beings were completely honest with their recollection of events. So that there's something that they were trying to write down, but was it really coming from God? Are these accurate events? What exactly happened with Noah and the ark? What really happened? Well, three stories. Three levels. Two each. One mirror, second mirrors. Yeah, counts of feet of animals eat other animals. All kinds of guns. You didn't need a lot more rabbits. You need so many animals to keep just the lions alive. It doesn't make any sense. How's he getting them all from all over the world into a stupid book? Yeah, there's so many things that are wrong. But the story of him being told that some shit is about to go down, and you probably should find some way to restart your version of civilization somewhere. There's probably multiple, like the flood myth that we, whatever you want to call it, the stories of the flood that you get from ethical Gilgamesh, that you get from Noah. It's not just those. There's many, many different cultures all throughout history have a flood story, right? So it's probably likely that some crazy shit went down. Every other, most likely was the flood. Yeah, there's one here that how do you do better on what basis do you rebuild or something? I think there's different orders. The biblical one is interesting because there's lineage from Adam to Noah, right to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the tribes. So when you talk about things happening in an alternate dimension, like is that what you think like the birth of mankind is as well, like Adam and Eve? Well, I mean, okay, sorry, just has an impact. Yeah. Well, the creation story with man was created on the seventh day, but along with that, it's like the stories, the stages, like people say, well, there's 7 days, that's not like that creation took place 7 times 24. Because some of them, 40 60 hours, the world was created. But it's broken into stages, 7 stages, which was one of the translations from translated. It could also mean stages. It means that day period of time, stage. That's the answer that makes sense to me. The 7th day story of creation. Yes, man was created on the 6th day, and then was placed in the garden. That's took place. Yeah, the stories themselves are just all written down. And so people have studied them for thousands of years. Really? Yeah. Where's the story of Noah and the ark? Well, Council was called Midrash. What's that? Comes from during that day, we were separated. We were separated for a long period. So it was actually was expanded in the trash. That there was just like that for a couple of years. Reconciled. But yeah, so life is this. She doesn't appear in the text of the as such. So there's a mythology that's running around as well. Well, there's some festivals, there's a festival called the Hills of the Fair. Yeah, there's a festival here. And there's sure was one. I'm not totally sure. So, what was the reason why the Book of Enoch, like, so it was not included in all the versions of the Bible by the decision of, like, it was like a few rabbis, right? Well, the canon you're talking about, there's 22 right. There's certain versions of it that they found with the Dead Sea Scrolls, like the book of Isaiah, that's identical verbatim, which is really amazing, right? Yeah, and there's Arabic translations. Aramaic was the but the Book of Enoch was a part of all that, the stuff they found in Qumran too, right? Just thinking, well, I trying thinking about the Book of Enoch. There's only an Ethiopian version, right? Yes. Well, I really didn't know. Yeah, well, I told you I've been listening to it all. But Ethiopia is a fascinating place. Yeah. Right? It's like, that's the place where Graham Hancock started getting interested in the possibility that they have the Ark of the Covenant. Right, there's supposed to be a tribe. They all get cataracts, and the people that are protecting it, they only live like a certain amount of time, and then they die. Yeah. Like, if that's true, if any of that's true, if somehow or another there's people on Earth today that have an Ark of the Covenant, how can you keep that a secret? That's the craziest thing to be even allowed to keep a secret. Yeah, it's one of those things you can't even imagine. I mean, can you imagine if they open up the door and like there it is? Or like from Raiders of the Lost Ark, melt your face off. Well, that would contain the technicalities. Yeah, the original technicalities. What do you think these guys are guarding in Ethiopia where they're getting cataracts? Because what Graham describes it like if you're telling me the truth and you think you are, because you never lied to me yet, you've never been the truth. These people that are guarding this place that supposedly has the Ark of the Covenant are all getting like radiation sickness. Yeah. Well, the Ark is hidden. That's what it was sucking all that. So, just don't know. That is important. It still has been. It's just a crazy story. Because if it is true, if this one church has no Ark of the Covenant, hey guys, let us look at it. I hope they got it. Yeah, they should definitely make sure someone doesn't steal it. The Ten Commandments, that's the pyramid. Public schools now. Yeah, I had a guy, James Talarico, to talk about that actually. It was a very staunch Christian and thinks it's a terrible idea to have the Ten Commandments in the classroom. Because you're indoctrinating children. So it's like a way to drive them away from Christianity. You're forcing it on them. He's like, we shouldn't do it that way, and certainly not do it in a way where you're only going to have the Ten Commandments, and you're not going to have anything about Buddhism, and you're not going to have anything about Islam, you're not going to have anything about baptism, or fill the blank. Mormons, fill the blank. Scientologists, You have to have everything. You have to just keep going forever and ever and ever. Yes. So he's got a good argument. I mean, I think he's right. I think they should stop doing that. If you want to teach it in a classroom that someone applies for, that's great. But like putting it on a wall of every class seems kind of insane. Apparently, he was saying that it's just a couple of different gentlemen in Texas that are like super wealthy and super Christian, and they want this to be like a theocracy. Where have we heard that before? Yeah, baby. But I just think it's what happens. People get a shit ton of money, a shit ton of power, and they start getting older. It's a thing of a game that fascinates them. It's like trying to global world dominate. You know, it's just people get to positions of extreme wealth and power, and they just want to manipulate things and make more money. They want to do it forever and ever and ever, and they can't. There's no room to be on Twitter. If everything was perfect, maybe today you might be able to. If you make it to like, if you make it today, I bet you get them a lot more. If you live today, yeah. Like if you can, I live way older than my father did. So I think, yeah, I think you know, actually, no. There's been studies that show that men that date young women, they have more active lives than the military. Yeah. They could be those are the kind of women that are interested in dating that kind of guy. I just don't know. It's a video. I don't know how it works. The kind of guys that are more active and help date would also be the kind of guys that would want to date younger women. So it's a live sample girl, right? Yeah, one of my analysts said it was a miscommunication with the insurance. That she's really good years. Strong relationships. Interesting. Yeah. Well, whatever they should do. Well, they said, unless the book of Ecclesiastes is about you know, but in the end, you should make your life good advice. Solid advice. I was living 2,000 years ago. I would say the same thing. Right. There's no medicine. You have no antibiotics. There's no orthopedic surgeons that are going to put your knee back together again. Yeah. It's like that. Yeah. It is bad when you have one doctor for every system. Yeah. They didn't know yet. It's nuts. You know, people die of infections like that. We're just not alone. That's extended life, like just antibiotics alone. It's extended lifespan so much. Because so many people would have probably died, got healthy. So many people. And those people can maybe figure out some way to bridge this gap and stop these viruses and stop this and stop that. And then we just keep getting better at it until we eventually get to the point where we're living as long as ever. 600 years from now. And that's probably when God gets fed up. He's like, enough. Well, fucking animals. Maybe that's like, maybe we're gonna repeat that process. Maybe we're gonna like figure out some awesome new peptides, keep you alive for 500 years, and everyone's gonna be a dick to everybody else. And then eventually God will just have to drown us again. In college, we had to read a book about the funeral industry in Southern California. I read this little novel by Phineas because it's about these people who live forever. You know, eating the intestinal microbiome of carbon. It's about viral, and they become like carbon in a lot of ways. And I tried to get into it. It's like, it has to be understanding to see, you know, what people, those are crazy college stories. Like you named the funeral this girl. Which is it's pretty big. It's a weird business. You get the business of taking care of bodies. And you don't really have a lot of options. Right? Like you're not like if someone dies, I don't think you're just allowed to let them fertilize some plants. Are you allowed to do that? Yeah, like you have to put them into formaldehyde, you have to do all that stuff. I mean,
Okay, this is
well, that's a lot of pause. Where we go with this conversation? Now, well, I love you. Yes, I spent all my time just the weirdest thing there is. Do you have any idea why the book of Enoch was supposedly excluded from being included in the Bible? Seems to be some debate about that. Yeah. I know. There's the reason I think that it's these quote used to be it was like a Bible. Right, yeah. Strange. Well, the thing about the book of Enoch is really very secondary. But there's not much. Like, I don't think there's much in it as far as self. There's the discussion of righteous being and evil being punished. Or to be semi-righteous. And you know, from the book of Enoch, there's not to be you don't know how there is not that much information. It's a story, and it's weird astronomical subject. I think they got to make it clear that the Jack Bale is a lot of people teachings. It could be you have teachings that you have every day. Yeah, I mean, one of the essences of Judaism, I think, is one of them is ethical monotheism. Yeah, they swear to others. The golden rule, there's one God. So it's ethical monotheism. Yeah, just we were talking about the Hebrew Bible. We were talking about those. We were talking why the book of Enoch was in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Oh yeah, community that wasn't accepted later. But some parts of the Dead Sea Scrolls, like the book of Isaiah, that was the one that was found to be the oldest version of it. That was really yeah. Well, yeah, I think it was just psychedelic. It was a too psychedelic. Yeah, I mean, at least in Ezekiel, which is covered in two psychedelic.
60 million US Special Forces device turns men into beasts. It emulates 54,000 crunches in 20.
That story out. I'm not buying this one, guys. Meanwhile, that's the one that's the most compelling to me. Yes. It's just so bizarre. Because it makes the whole thing, it's like, oh, okay, now I get the big story. The whole story's crazy. And the origin story, the book of Enoch, like, as it starts, like, the very first chapter, wait, what's going on? Fornication with humans and a race of giants? Like, what? What are you guys describing? Things coming down and watchers. What are you guys talking about? Like, what was this? This is so left field of the rest of the Bible. But it was included in the same, like, those clay pots that they found in Google. It was in there too. Just, you don't know what to believe. Like, what happened there? Well, Yeah, you can believe, but you can also believe in one way of doing it as well. One way of doing it, as long as you don't get up to him. Right. Yeah. You just get yourself. Well, when I think about it, I just go blank. I just try to imagine, like, what are they even describing? Like, what is that even saying? It just seems so real. Those watchers, and they mate with humans, and they create the Nephilim giants that consume and destroy the earth. Just imagine that was left in the Bible, and they taught that in school. What? Yeah, it sounds completely crazy. Yeah, it was understanding. Yeah, that's why we're understanding. Yes, it was filled with violence. I mean, look, we're this size. We have so many problems with each other. Imagine somebody that's like triple the size of us that's running around with us, just picking us up and beating us over the head with each other. Yeah, one of the figures of all Texas that we're going to see. He's a man race. A man and the giants, they're believed to be giants. Don't know how that going into these games of yeah, so there are a couple of still back then. So do you think those are real humans? They were giants. So you think they were real giants? Sure. Are you 100% convinced the giants roamed the earth and there was 15-foot tall humans, monstrous humans, and there's a I think there's some alternative universe that was as real as this one, which was in the site of Los Angeles. So when you say there's an alternative universe that's as real as this one, do you think we dance back and forth between possible universes? Do you think we're always in the constant same universe, or do you think like this concept of parallel universes or alternative universes? These you go back and forth between these. Yeah, no, I think they're pretty well separate. So you think that the world was a different place back then? There's no place. And you can live to go back and forth and see these scripture books. What's real about you? So do you think these things involve psychedelics while they were doing this? While they were writing all stuff down? No. I think it's just a full answer. And with the command I offense, I really can't talk to about it. It's what they've been doing down here. It's really good. It's like just skin the foundations. So just tell us who you go back down here. What are those? If you're living in a world you can't imagine living in a world where else environmental is like where it's constantly surrounded by Wi-Fi and 5G and we're eating microplastics and plastic on every vegetable and I guess we're just super toxic. We can't imagine what it's like to not have that and to not be burdened down by electronics and all the different chemical scenes that you definitely very different. Just human beings who have life, I bet they're really very balanced in their own way. And that's one of the reasons why students actually do well in 2004 getting time quiet out, not else and things. Simple's good for yes, let's see what I don't think there's any wrong with going through phases, but I think ultimately people are to be around people. Just, but it's, there's a point where there's too many people, and people become a nuisance to you.
Mr. Meaty, what up, pimp?
Where all these people go already?
How's that light going? The motion detector light. I know. How is it? Dog. I just asked you a question. How is that light treating you? Okay, that's what I like to hear.
Yeah, because if you look at your breath when you're tired, they think you're living or something like that. Rather can help yourself.
Any way that light can help your mic not suck? Okay.
And people have this romantic idea of what a mountain lion is. You say that until it kills your dog in front of you. Listen to me.
What's your what are you watching on YouTube Shorts? All right, that's baller.
Dangerous predators. California is the most ridiculous way of handling it. They have to hire people to kill them. Like when they find that things, yeah, and when they do, they find that 50% of their diet are pets. You get something that 100% eats your dogs and cats, and you're allowing it to live in the woods near your house. Like this is cookie. I have them in the mountains, kids, okay? Coyotes are kids. Oh, yeah, yeah. If a cat was lost, it's just like cat out, basically. So, you're cutting it. Yeah, I know it. You probably don't know it because you're just a cat. You're going to eat everything. Coyotes are in every single city in the United States. You've seen coyotes. Yeah. I've had coyote problems when they broke into my chicken coop and killed all the chickens. Yeah, coyotes. They're smart, dude. They're fascinating. They trick dogs into chasing after them and then they'll ambush them. Yeah, they're very clever. Yeah, yeah. So watch the wild coyote. He was an idiot. That was a dumb. Yeah, I know. It's crazy that the idea that the bird would be smarter than a coyote. Coyotes are so clever. Have you ever read Dan Floyd's book, Coyote and the Method? It's really good. It's about the origin of the coyote and why the coyote is everywhere now. And part of it is because of the persecution by the great wolf. So the gray wolves don't mate with the coyotes, but the red wolves do. The gray wolves, so they're from a totally different line. So they just kill the coyotes. This coyote is just a small wolf. And so what they figured out is that when a coyote dies, like when they yell out, it's like roll call. And if someone's missing, the females produce more pups. So they have extra pups. And then they spread. So they extra pups and they move to a new place. And by doing, just because they were persecuted by the gray wolves, when they started getting persecuted by humans, like so human beings and extradited wolves, they killed them all off except for a few in the upper northern parts of the United States with strychnine. But they couldn't do the coyotes. The coyotes just kept moving around. So they just went to different spots. They're very smart. They're super smart. They're in New York City right now. Right now, there's coyotes in Central Park in New York City. Little wild wolves running around Central Park. Coexisting. Just big enough where they don't look threatening. They're just a clever little player of nature's game. It's a really good book. It's also about like what's called Coyote America. Yeah, it's small job. It's right around the country. It's the last one. I'm sure he probably wrote a book about coyotes too. This is just different. This is about the rooster. He just, it is a uniquely American animal. You know, it adapts. Yeah, well, it's too bad it's not chickens. Should have happened. Sorry to hear that. Well, it happened. They killed them all. That chicken to California. They got into it with chicken. They killed like 5 of them. So the chicken got damaged because of the fire. So we had to get another chicken coop set up. And so when we set up the other chicken coop, it was one we just buy from like a pet store. It was inside the turbo. The time we figured out how to open it. And then just fucked up these chickens. It was a mess, man. Oh, yeah. All feathers. Yeah. It was horrible. They just went out of. They just killed them all. Killed them all. But, yeah. That's the fucking game they play. And I love that they exist. I'm a fan of coyotes. I like hearing them at night. I think they're cool. I don't want them to eat my dog, though. Yeah, it's like, and you know, they're not going to listen. Hey, don't eat my dog. We're cool. No, they're playing a game. It's like, wait till you turn your back and they'll attack your dog. I think research, you know, movie trailers, things I watch on YouTube, those trailers, yeah, I need to do that. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. These people were in India and they were on some sort of a park drive. They went to wildlife parks and they watched a tiger take out an animal right in front of them. The tiger took out a deer right in front of them. And they filmed it. Like, it was cool. Well, what's that like? Wow, they're so weird looking out there. They look like a Star Wars character. A real animal. Kosher. Interesting. It's not kosher. Kosher. Anything with a shirt, kosher, shoe cut, and separate. But, do you think that's because of ancient diseases? Because this makes sense that we know that tuberculosis, a lot of that comes from pork, right? And it always seems to be pigs or dairy animals. Consistent given the choice because of very common animals. So it's hard to say about the really fascinating. That's domestic. Wild pigs are from the yeah. 100%. There's a difference between a domestic pig. This is where it gets really weird. You take a domestic pig and let it loose in the wild, and 6 weeks later it starts to
Yo.
It starts to extend the snout, it's grow longer, its fur gets thicker, it becomes like a wild pig. That's good. Yeah.
Yo, dog.
Stages. Yeah. Quick. It happens quick. It's really weird. Yeah. It's a really good question because, like, what would let them hit that switch and realize, okay, I'm on my own now, then I should bring up my food every day? Fuck. Time to get on. Yeah. Well, I guess it's a conscious decision. Yeah. But I was thinking, like, that if that animal is not, like, Muslims don't eat it, and they choose to. And you would imagine at a time where food was really important, and if you could get pork that was way better than not having any meat, and you can't eat it because of your religion, to me it seems like I bet at least some of the origin of that was there was a disease that was going through these people that were eating pigs. It's hard to say. The ones that are kosher are the ones that are attempting sacrifice as well. Other sheep, cattle. Well, that might be one sheep, cattle, goats, right? Yeah. Those were the sacrificial animals. The ones that were burned on the altar, and also the ones that were. Well, do you think that? Why do you think pork was excluded from both Judaism and also from Islam? consumption of water. Yeah, it didn't meet the criteria. They met the criteria for what? For kosher. Which is cut. It needs to have a completely separate bread. No, I get that, but why did they come up with that? Oh, I think it seems to be those are the animals that have the most amount of trichinosis, unless you're eating bears. So I don't know if they're eating any bears back then. Probably not. They're probably eating like deer species. But if you tried to eat that kind of wild pork back then and you didn't cook it correctly, you'd probably get violently ill or die. Well, you know, there are causes. There are reasons for some of the precepts in the text. Usually, right? Medically, it's not. Yeah, like shellfish always do red tide, right? Well, modern times. Modern times. Yeah, it's interesting. Try to decipher why they have that stuff. Well, that makes sense. Pigs rather do carry a bunch of diseases that can wreck human beings. Yeah, well, the person that making the dietary laws, yeah, but they didn't have meat laws back then, right? So I bet a lot of people ate some rare pork even, they got violently ill. Violently ill. But trichinosis apparently, and you have it for life. So that like if somebody eats you, they get trichinosis unless they cook it. Yeah, I have seen this some years ago.
Okay, now I woke up and just go ahead and then now what's it gonna feel the better then I'm like come on now and I can't nobody see somebody dang there was a person in here then I didn't see nothing I didn't hear nothing then I had to hang up and then I came back and not hearing it.
Well, I'm glad you're here. That's where I like you to be, girl.
Alright. See, I'm here. I'm staying out your way. It ain't no trouble. See? Well, I'm here.
That's what I like.
Okay, go back to sleep.
Sweet dreams, girl.
Sweet dreams.
Because you bounded back when you looked pretty. But there was a time where I was worried about you because you didn't sound like you were doing well at all. You were really struggling. So, yeah, that's one of the things that was, well, I began reading past the nutrition camp. Really? How bad? Wow. It was pretty expensive. I like pre-roll. It's my So, did you feel like you had an obligation to work once you got healthy again? Like God gave you his chance? He's bounced back? No turning the back? Yeah, it's good to see him this healthy. Because I really do.
So, I mean, he's got to make so much money off of this. Steve goes full Philly on the Saudi crowd, but and I know you killed that journalist, and I'm still selling my merch. And they're like, I kill you. He goes, now, 7 minutes left in the set. What are you in every minute? You gotta look just shiny, curly swords out. I'm doing the Kevin Gilbert, Dave Chappelle, Louis C.K. Kevin Hart. I would say Kevin Hart. I know Kevin Hart tried to charge Stranger Things to do it. So, I mean, he's got to make so much money off of this. He goes full Philly on the Saudi crowd. But I think against, and I know you killed that journalist, and I'm still selling my merch. And they're like, I dare you. He goes, now, 7 minutes left in the set. And everything made out of it. I got a bunch of shiny curly shorts out. I'm doing the set. 6 minutes, you fucks. And you guys had to buy Ronaldo when he was washed up. He's like, you did. It's a sequel to Philly. I'm not into it. That's so funny. Did they just lock this in? And then they just hold it up.
Just one first. I had a morphine trip when I went the outbreak on once in the 90s. And it was incredible. It was incredible. And people tell me this is not true, but I swear I remember this being true. That you can press the button anytime you want more morphine. Yeah. I think it's called patient-controlled analgesics. Yeah. People are like, no, you remember it wrong. I'm like, I don't think I am, man. I really.
No, he's right.
I hit that button a bunch of times, and Jesus, it was like the most wonderful, loving hug. By the it was just like this thing in bed while my legs on this continual motion machine.
He's still scripting off for
We do ACL reconstruction.
guys, you've been nasty. I've been back. I don't care to check out the finish. Last month, Philadelphia session. Hopefully, this is the right video. How long do we start listening, guys? Do me a favor, go like, go straight to Karen has no idea what she's walking into. I don't want to ruin it for you. Let's just say people got other comedians were on stage. It was Bill's turn. So go like, go subscribe. I couldn't even know that. My mind can be thinking of a different situation. If I remember everything that's happened now, I don't know. Go like, go subscribe. Jill, stop talking to me. Like, yeah, fuck it. I'll just come this side for a while. Just. It's funny. I'm cooking my brain, talking about nothing. I'm just walking around like, yeah, I just got a cheeseburger. Oh, fuck all you people. You know what? You're fucking losers. I hope you all fucking die. And I hope the fucking Eagles now win the Super Bowl. Don't fucking suck. Look all you motherfuckers. And fuck the Fridays. Look all of you. Fucking goddamn fucking losers. Come on, Ira. Fucking dick. All of you. Fucking dick. Okay. Now, I'm segueing into my next joke.
Oh, this son.
Drink something. She's still sick, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to get through the sickness. But it's still. So he has a lot to say and take a breather. I mean, people are acting and giving you shit. The last one, just now they're laughing. This is the last person you really want to be laughing. All right, go for it. Somebody takes a fucking beer stein and just slaps you on the back of your infested fucking shoulders. And you awful bands and tank tops. I'm gonna have to feel the glass fucking hits in your fucking shoulder blade. And then I see you laughing. Hey, how's it going? Let's do the fucking show. That's great. And I grab you by the fucking hair because you don't have any. You really have to come to this table. You really have to come to it. I really hope all of you run into all those black people that you love so much here in Camden. I really hope that happens. I hope there's a line of all you guys get fucking carjacked and they take out their big black dicks and then just shove them right in fucking mouths, each and every one of you. And somehow they just keep repeatedly coming right in your fucking eyeballs. This video may be age restricted or bugs. Give you minutes. So much that your eyes are fucking cross over. You can't see shit. And somehow there's another dick in there for you to suck. 10 minutes left. Get your pieces when you want. Bunch of fucking losers. Fucking Rocky is your hero. The whole prettiest city's built around a fucking guy who doesn't even exist. Fucking Joe Frazier is from there, but he's black, so you can't fucking deal with him. So you make a fucking statue for some 3-foot fucking Italian, you're stupid. Really cheesy, fucking jackasses. I hope that cheese melts your fucking faces off. All of you collectively suck. You fucking dick. A fucking movie. 9 hours into a fucking show. Your fucking Donovan McNabb shirt. I hope you snap off this fucking angle. This goddamn day. I hope we go all get fucking 6 days. I said suck a dick. 8 minutes left. 8 fucking minutes left. The Flyers, they don't even fucking exist anymore. Bunch of goddamn Nazis. Everyone shit since fucking Gerald Thorne was in office. But you just got the fucking ice capades down there, you assholes. You might want to notice the difference. That fucking pussy team, remember they had that whole season where they wore the slacks? You bunch of faggots. What else in Texas? There's 8 minutes, I'm doing it all. I'm fucking standing here. I broke the mic stand, I got a little fucking cane out. I'm gonna be a little observational comedian up here. What's that, sir? What do you have to say, sir? Never passed the fucking 8th grade. Shit, you could fucking tell me on. Go back to the dock and go unload some shit. You're fucking warehouse working, weed smoking, fucking disappointment for your mother. 7 minutes left. 7 motherfucking minutes left. It's a disappointment. I'm sorry. And I'm doing all fucking 7. You fucking assholes. Fucking standing backstage for 3 hours. To get through by this GED fucking stupid ass piece of shit fucking crap. Bunch of fucking losers. I know your fucking radio's small on your head tomorrow. The fucking antenna goes right in your fucking ears. You fall out of one of those piece of shit buildings. Fuck all of you and fuck the Liberty Bell. Shut up, Ben Franklin's ass. What do you want that? All of you motherfuckers, I hope that bitch collapses. All of you pathetic minds, go fuck yourselves. 6 minutes left, and I will be selling my CD after this shit, you motherfuckers. And the only way you get one is if I throw money in your fucking stupid You guys right here. It was like, because typically you'd be like, It was close to it. He's like, "Look, I'll do my entire fucking set." That's why I kept saying, "I'm counting down the minutes every 11 minutes. Jesus said every minute. Bill Burr said he had some good ones. I like to think about, like, you know, watching Joe Frazier. You fucking crazy, Rocky, fictional character. He said 3 fucking seconds. I think he was like 5'10". It's fun. He said 3 fucking seconds. Oh man, yeah, this video is not going to be monetized. It's all for me. Private age restriction and everything. So, I hope you enjoyed. I'm saying that. And it was intense. I felt bad for the crowd, but I also kind of not because they were being rude. They deserve it. Yeah, and he's like, I'm getting paid for this. You paid for this. Yeah, so I hope I hit the one kid in the face that was able to make it out to go to college. That's fucking insane. I was like, oh my god. I've only heard this, I think, once or twice before, and I'll have to listen to it again with better quality. I'll be able to go like that. He said the terrorists would skip the fuck over. Yeah, he was like, hey, I didn't know that you said that each one of them sandwich. You're so bad. You said you want fucking French ads. Shit, you think you're fucking rich. Oh, man. They got birthday praise. I was afraid I was that. We had to do it, guys. Thank you for watching. It means a lot. We hope you enjoyed it. As you can tell, this one's still a little sick, so we gotta go take care of her. If you guys enjoyed this, you want more Bill Burr, you want more comedy, you know what to do. Hit the subscribe button. Comment down below what you want to see. Yes, we are seeing the suggestions. That's this popping up right now, so let us know. And it's on to the next one, baby. What should they do? That's great. It would mean a lot if you did, and helps out with YouTube. But it's on to the next one, and hey, welcome back to Raccoon Tweeties. Our last episode, it got taken down by the man. You know, we tried to put up the video of it, and it was live. What does premiere mean again? Premiere just means that the episode is premiering. Premiering, yeah. Okay. I thought it was like live. I don't know. I don't even know what that means.
It's basically the same kind of component as live, but it knows it's not live.
Yeah. Well, anyways, it got taken down, but not a copyright strike.
Yeah.
Just a regular old strike.
Yeah, no, just a claim, just a couple names.
So it made a claim against us that it was not ours to use, but the audio episode is up, so you can listen to it on that. And you know, we came to an agreement. No more. Well, unless Shop does something really crazy.
Oh my God, here we go.
No more full
couple shop episodes. Yeah. Actually, you know what? I take it back. There could very well be shop episode in the future. I mean, who knows?
We came to an agreement before.
What if we are? Yeah, I know. Well, we're gonna do the agreement we came to is 10 minutes of shop every episode.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you said that.
Oh, I didn't. You said that, and I denied.
Yeah, well, overruled. 10 minutes of shop up front, or we watch a clip or something like that of shop. But what could he do next that would get? Like he did a 25-minute YouTube special. What could possibly be the next thing? I'm fucking.
Definitely like a racist tweet. That'd be great.
Yeah, of course we covered that. Yeah. But I mean, how long is an IG video? Like on TV, IGTV, it can be long, right?
I think it's like an hour. You can make the video.
If we did a special on IGTV next,
I would be proud.
Dicey. It's so fun to do that shit. I saw shout out to Alistair Jones. I saw my chatterbox, and the entire night it was like that. Like we were talking like Dicey. It's like, what else you got, Jen? And Blockbuster, we were having a good time there. And I'm look, I don't know, you probably can't see, but you got the Gringo Coffee t-shirt. Share of the blue shorts are sending a birthday gift.
I like how I did it last week. You sent me a picture of the shirt. Yeah, you supposed to be for me.
Yeah, well, I mean, I kind of wanted you to know that I didn't pay for it.
I would have brought it up. You make sure it's
Nation. I don't know whether I'm more Thick Boy Squad or more Fighter and the Kid subreddit.
I think you're getting thick because you had some steak today, dude.
I know. I went on the Firm's Dollar. I went to Houston's. Got a wood grilled prime rib. Very
AKA wine and dine, dude.
Wine and dine and pay for it. Got shared a key lime pie. That was pretty good. It's been a good day for me. Some might say best day of my life. I had a burrito at Spanglish afterwards. Feeling a bit full.
I have an update, by the way.
What's up?
So I went to Tacos El Pollo the other day, and it was a different cook. If you remember the story. Do you remember the story about Miguel fucking leaving the country?
Right, he didn't pay for his burrito or whatever.
Yeah. And why did the lady let it slide? Because she said that it was a different cook that was there. This was the fucking cook, dude. Because he treated us with a fucking attitude, dude.
Alright.
Yeah. What did he do? So we ordered our stuff for here, whatever. And he put all our stuff in the to-go stuff. And Miguel, right? He walked over to the guy and he was like, but I ordered it for here. And so the guy grabbed his food with his hand, just like full on, like exposed and looked out, whatever. Grabbed that shit and put it on the to-go or for here plate.
If I was a taco truck guy, I could see him fun disrespecting Miguel.
Yeah.
Just so soft-spoken.
Yeah.
He probably went up there kind of respectfully. He was like, hey, man, I ordered for you. And he's like, then you're just like, I'm going to fuck with this guy. Fuck this soft-spoken, nice guy. What are you going to say about this? You're looking at him the whole time.
Yeah.
I put your shit on a plate. I don't know why I'm turning him into Sebastian Maniscalco. Aren't you embarrassed? I can't even do Sebastian. Look at this.
It's on a plate now.
It's on a plate. What are you going to do, Miguel? So it's 10 minutes of shop. We promised the people.
Right now, 10 minutes?
10 minutes, pull up a clip.
All right, let's see what we got.
I'll start out. Once you pull up a clip, I will put it on my watch. 10 minutes of shop.
All right, you got.
What if there was a study done and that's all people can take? Doctors say over 10 minutes of shop can cause migraine, headaches, and anal bleeding.
Trust me, less than that can. Here we go.
All right, I'm starting the timer now.
2 weeks ago, I was in New York doing a press for my special that dropped pretty good lobby. It was meant to stop. I go, Philadelphia. Yeah, Fraser can go up and disgusting.
Wait, who said disgusting?
I don't know. I think he's saying just like people like that he talks to.
And right after the South Street shooting, he's doing this.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Damn. There was a shooting.
there was a shoot. It's so crazy. That shit is insane. 3 people started just shooting people randomly on South Street. They have no idea why. I don't think there's been any arrests or whatever. Yeah. Maybe it's because they were trying to prevent Shop from doing stand-up there.
Jesus Christ, Spencer. Leave it to you, dude.
I did not have that pre-written. That was just came out of my head. I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
I love this place. I don't get the hate from Philadelphia from everybody. I don't get that. I'm working team. You guys are like the brilliant child of America.
He's leaning in. Not bad. Yeah, leaning in. Maybe he's taking my advice. Is he watching Raccoon Tweeties?
Maybe.
Is the Gringo Poppy watching Raccoon Tweeties?
I'll say one thing, dude. It's different.
It's different. You're too jealous. We're not just haters.
Oh, cheesesteaks. My favorite.
God, why is he so hot immediately? Damn it. Moron. We're trying to... Like, he had the one joke that he's ever done where it's like, you know what? Self-deprecation, a little bit of self-realization there. Immediately hack steak and cheese jokes.
Yeah.
Brought Pats and Geno's. God. Moron. All right, put him back.
Dicey.
Dicey. This is very dicey.
Yo. What's going on? How are you? Well, my friend, you're difficult to hear. You're really low.
What about now?
Oh, like 1,000 times better.
Yeah. So, what was your day?
So far, so good. I've got my bots going.
Nice.
I am excited for tomorrow. We got fantasy football. It'll be a big day. And had some friends come in. We played some games. And just relaxed. Now I'm watching some podcasts. What about you?
Like, just to look up, I just want to talk like a little bit about the work, because when I talk with you, it is like making me relaxing, something like making me like take on the load.
Absolutely. Well, that's really sweet of you. I mean, all I can tell you, we have a thing in the United States. It's known as the Grand Canyon. You know what I mean by the Grand Canyon? The Colorado River dug a canyon into the ground, and it's like one of the biggest. Do you know what a canyon is? Yeah, look up Grand Canyon. It's Grand. Okay, so Grand. No, And. And then canyon is CANYON. No, CANYON. Okay, look at pictures. Go to images and just look at it. Okay, so all of that started with one water drop. Basically, at one time, it just rained, and that created a little stream, and that stream eventually created a river, and that river eventually created that canyon. And it's a lesson to me as a streamer that the more that I stream, the larger my canyon grows. And if I do something enough, basically, if I stream every single day, for 100 years, people will find out about it. It's just a matter of time. And so I just need to be patient. It took millions of years, basically, for that canyon to be dug, or thousands of years at least. And eventually it became this massive, massive project, but it all started with just one drop of water. And in the same way, my stream started with me just doing one live stream basically. And here I am closing in on 4 years of streaming. And when I started this Discord, it was like wasn't it was like just like a year ago. It wasn't that long ago. And I have over 2,000 people in here now, which is just a huge, massive amount of people. And I get people from all over the world: Australia, Iraq, Israel, France, United Kingdom, Africa, Canada, absolutely, South America, United States, big time. And so we basically created this beautiful community. And what I have to say is the most interesting things in the world to people. People are sick and tired of divisiveness, basically like just complaining about people. What people want to talk about is future technology and things that we could do to improve the world. And these are very exciting aspects of my life and what I've been able to discuss. Thousands of years ago, or even hundreds of years ago, people wrote diaries just every day. The sky was blue today and it rained and I ate a chicken and that was my day. And, they would write journals and diaries. Well, essentially, this is just a video journal or video diary, but it's really the most powerful way to communicate in the world. And it will allow me, the fact that my data is archived, I'm creating like a new Bible or a new Epic of Gilgamesh or a new Talmud. I mean, it's so much data that it's going to take years for people to be able to digest. Like right now, if you just watched one of my streams, it would take you 4 years to see everything that I've done. And you haven't seen, in the upper left corner, you're going to see a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. Put that link into Google and look how many live streams I have going simultaneously. Exactly. And that's what makes me different than any other streamer. No other streamer gives you a view of their life in 360 degrees. And so that you can literally watch every aspect of my day. And I do it for multiple reasons. I like the redundancy of the streams because sometimes apps crash or disconnects happen or just things happen with the internet that you can't control. So the more streams that I have going simultaneously, the better of an archive that I'm able to create. Additionally, sometimes I get copyright strikes. Like I was telling you, like the reason why I couldn't watch the Silk Road with you on my stream is because I'll get a copyright strike. So what I have to do in order to avoid that is play multiple types of media simultaneously so that it tricks the algorithm into not knowing that something that I'm watching is copyrighted. So a lot of times if I watch like live sports or something, I'll just put on a podcast that I'm not paying, to which I'm not paying attention, but it just tricks the algorithm so that it saves my data. But essentially, this is the story of a human life. It is an incredible amount. So just to watch one of my streams, it would take 4 years. Now you saw it right there. I've got like 20 different streams going. So that means it would take like 80 years just to watch my YouTube content. Now that doesn't include my other social media. So I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. Exactly. So people, exactly, when they find out about me, it's going to be like a treasure hunt. And they're going to do everything they can to piece together what I did on the internet. You see, we're in the wild, wild west of the internet. I don't know if you are familiar with that term. I'll elaborate. So when Americans were starting to move westward towards California, there was like there were like native tribes, and there was wilderness, and so it was called the Wild Wild West. Like anything could happen. It was basically a lawless land, and that's what the internet is right now. We don't currently, at least in the United States, have an internet ID, but you will in the future. The United Kingdom has already said that they are creating this and that it's going to be implemented very soon. So once once that happens, you won't be able to create 20 different YouTube accounts. You will have one account, and if you mess it up, you're done. That's it. But basically, my archive will still be there. So there are people who are like graffiti artists. I don't know if you know what graffiti is, but it's like when people take spray paint and they just spray paint on the walls of things and just leave it, and it's their art. Okay. Well, basically, I've made the entire internet my graffiti. Basically, like I just put myself out there, and generations of people will study what I've done. And when I talk about life extension technology, mind uploading technology, I really mean this. I don't think I'm going to die. And that may sound loony to some people, but I'm a realist. And I know how science has advanced. And we're already having people with brain computer interfaces successfully implanted in their brain where they can use a computer without a mouse. They're quadriplegic. They can't use their arms. They can't use their legs, but they can control a computer. We already have that. The first successful Neuralink implant, brain computer interface implant, is a man named Nolan Astro. Basically, this man lost the ability to use his arm and legs in a diving accident. He can play video games better than you or I can or anyone else on. He basically has an auto aimer in his head, and it allows him to be able to use a computer faster than a regular person. And there have been other implants of that. Now, 10 years ago, that would have seemed like science fiction. Like, that would have seemed like that's impossible to do. But we already have that. That person lives with that on a daily basis, and they've already implanted it in another half dozen people. And then they've created a cap that allows you to have essentially a wireless brain computer interface. This has already been done. So for me to think that the ability to have life extension technology, I mean, scientists already calculate that the first person to live to be 200 years old is already alive. And the idea that from there we can have mind uploading technology where we scan someone's brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and their peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever they want to be. But essentially what they're able to do is live a digital immortality. That's not that far away. And when people are like, well, that just seems like future talk. So did the brain computer interface that they already implemented. So would AI. And especially with the gift of AI that we have, we're going to be advancing through society so much faster. I don't know if you've seen the advancements that we have in robots already, but these robots are able to fight people, and like they get thrown down and they automatically just get right back up. They're able to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and never need a break. That's going to replace the human in every aspect of society very, very quickly. So with those things being said, you're on the cusp of something very exciting. And I'm here to be a positive individual. I'm here to have an optimistic view of the future. And I'm here to give people hope. And so if that's something that you need, I'm definitely here. I can only control what I can control. I have streamed my life IRL outside, as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, in at Disneyland. I've already have like this huge archive of data of me outside, and now it's about me focusing my life on people, finding out about what I do. And I know if I just stayed in Discord all day and didn't even promote myself, I would eventually, if I didn't get my Discord banned, be very successful with what I do. However, I know I'm going to be much more successful because I create robots. And what these robots do is they essentially promote me on Twitter. and other platforms as well. And then I get random people in here, and they find out about what I do, and they're a lot of people are skeptical. They're like, "Wait, so you stream your whole life?" I'm like, "Yeah, I do," but what I do is different than other people who just quote unquote stream their life. I archive it. So like what you're doing right now, you can go back to my old video files and watch what I was doing. Not everybody not everybody does that. In fact, I don't know another person who does that where they want to give you the gift. Watch 12 hours of my life. You watch all of my videos. They're all like 12 hours long with 0 views because I'm putting out so much content. But what people are going to be able to do in the future, and is already being done, is AI is able to parse what I do on camera and then create summaries. So you'll just be able to go through and be like, oh, this is when Rabbi has this discussion. This is when Rabbi talks to this person. This is when Rabbi did this. It just basically gives you a breakdown of everything that I do, which will make it a lot easier for people to be able to digest all the content that I have. And it's going to be extremely exciting. I mean, when I say, um, like I'm sure you're aware of the importance of petroleum. Petroleum is a natural gift that your country has in that area of the world, but also other areas of the world, and how valuable it is. It has built Riyadh, and it's built Dubai, and it's built Abu Dhabi. And when I say to you, in 2018, The Economist magazine, basically the most influential magazine in um, economics, stated that data overtook petroleum as the number one resource. And I have more data of myself archived than any person ever. That will make me a very influential person. I don't know if you know who John D. Rockefeller is or was, but he's basically the person who started Standard Oil, and that became the largest oil company in the world. And that's what I basically am, except I do it with data. So these things should make you very excited.
So, like when I finished my work yesterday, like I got a weird idea, so fucking weird idea. I said, this guy is so much good, man. Like I told him, I think like maybe 15% he didn't help me, but said like what's something like if you are like make me like do your own service and so we still with you at your home, like make like I am work with you, so that's gonna be like inviting me to like United States work at your home. So that's gonna be like make me maybe I can go to the United States.
Yeah, if you want to know how that's going to work, somebody's going to see what I do on Twitter, and they're going to say, this is really wild. I'm going to repost what this person said. And then that's going to gain traction. Then the whole world is eventually going to be like, wow, there's one person who you can watch at any given time. And there are going to be people who want me to do endorsements for them. So cryptocurrencies and products and cars and data companies and science companies, all kinds of things. And I'll be able to make a lot of money with that. And what I'll do is basically have like a trust, basically a for lack of a better term, a bank account. And I'll say, just if you like what I do, send donations to this bank account. Every single person who has helped me along my stream, I'm going to write them a check. And so I will write you a check or make a deposit into your bank account. And it'll be like $1 million or $100 million. And you won't have to work in the United States. You'll be able to help people in Iraq, but you'll be able to move here if you want. Or anywhere you want. You'll be able to have multiple houses.
Well, actually, I am like I don't like going country because the weather is so hot. By the way, like it is, and you can feel kind of alive actually when you are here. So when I go to like this idea, like when I work with you, I don't want money from you. I just want something like just for like when I get work, okay. I don't want money from you. Like when I do won't like just invite me. And I go work and service, and all that's what I want. Like just move to America because it's gonna be better for me. And that's all my dream. And I told you before.
Yeah, I mean that's not hard to do. You could do that now. I know it's more difficult, but yeah. Well, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you the money that you need to be able to pay for a visa or citizenship or whatever it takes, and you'll be able to take your mom and your sister and anyone else you want and buy a house anywhere you want in the world. But specifically, if you want to live in the United States, you'll be able to do so. And then you do whatever you want. You start your own business. You start your own charity. You invest, whatever you want. Ideally, I'd want to help other Iraqis. Look, I am someone who lived through multiple Iraq wars, and I know how unjust it was of what the United States did in many ways. And the people there deserve better. And I want to be able to start educational charities and philanthropic organizations to help young people like yourself who don't have to get beaten in school, that they have excellent schools, places where they learn about computers and technology that are air conditioned, places where they learn about social justice and how to treat people well. And they don't have to worry about perhaps a regime that's going to them. Those kind of things to me.
Well, if I want to make my parents want the school in Iraq, like they're gonna kill the idea when I get get service to my country. Like I am one of the teaching the kids the technology and the youngs. They will never accept me. Why? Because like there is fish. I'm gonna send it to you. Okay? You can say it.
Spell it for me.
I'll send it to you on the chat. Private chat.
Okay, I don't use those accounts. So if you, I don't use those accounts for chatting. So I'll send you a message.
Okay.
Okay, so what you wrote. Okay, no, I do see this. There are phobic configurations that prevent the thing and do not support it. Dog. They've only been around for like 20 years. They haven't been around that long. When I say to them that I want to rebuild Babylon, that's going to be very interesting to them. When I say to them that I want to create air conditioning outside like they have in Dubai, that'll be very interesting to them. All of the oil that they possess, they didn't possess 20 years ago. It was Saddam Hussein. He's gone. And unless they want the same type of result that he had, they're going to listen to me. I'm going to make them recognize that it doesn't matter if you're Sunni or you're Shiite Muslim or you're Catholic or Protestant Christian or you're Orthodox or another type of denomination of Judaism, that we all don't differ that much, that we all basically have the same traditions. We all come from Abraham. As Jews, we come from Jacob and Isaac and Abraham. As Muslims, or their story um, comes from Ishmael, and basically we all have the same father, at least from a patriarchy standpoint. And if I had this conversation with someone, was it from Qatar? No, somebody from. Oh, they actually had an Iraqi wife, and they came in not recently, and or recently, like within the last week, and they're like, okay, so like most people are gonna like what you do, but what about the people who are like, women need to wear hijab? Okay, that's fine. If you want that, that's cool. We're gonna create a biodome, basically a place where they can live if they want to wear hijabs and things like that. But at any point those women don't want to wear a hijab, they can leave. And eventually those people who have these really strict customs will die out. And we won't have to worry about them anymore. We won't have to go to war with them. We don't have to kill them. They'll just basically die out. And there are ways.
When I ask it, I'm sorry, like, and I ask it myself when they killed and tortured the people, like, if they said that God tell us we have to kill the people, then why did God create the heaven and the hell? So what is the point of this part? Like why the God create the heaven and the hell, and you are killing the people?
Well, I don't.
Like, yeah.
They would have to understand that I don't want anyone to die, and they shouldn't either. And also, they should understand that they don't know that if I'm human enough to say, as a rabbi and Orthodox Jew, that at the end of the day, we don't know. We don't know if there's a God. We don't know if our religion is right. We don't know even if the sky is blue. These are just things that we interpret, but nobody really knows anything. And I could say the same thing to them, that you may have a story that's relatively new in the big scheme of things. I mean, I can tell you from a religion standpoint, my religion, we take to the beginning of the world 5,786 years ago. And Islam is like 1,400 years. It's not that long. Like, that's not long at all. It's relatively new. So we explained to them, look, maybe Muhammad was right. Maybe Moses was right. Who knows? We don't know. You're just doing what your parents told you to do, and what their parents told them to do, and what their grandparents told them, et cetera, et cetera. But basically, if you recognize that you don't have a boss until, like, and I'm also going to be live streaming this, so that's a huge power. This isn't going to be behind closed doors. Basically, I'll put pressure on them to say, look, you need to stop torturing people, executing people. You should. Now, that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be justice, but you don't have to have torture and punishment to the point where people die. If somebody does something incorrectly, well, there are scientific ways to punish them. Scientists are experimenting with a way that you could essentially do an entire prison sentence in a minute. So it feels like you were in jail for like 10 years, but only a minute really goes by. It's like something that's implanted in your head. So I say to them, look, you've got to recognize that there are new ways. If you guys like to torture people, there are new ways to do it. Now, do you want me to use these types of devices on you? Because we're much more advanced than you are. And, go ahead. You do what you need to do, Victor.
Yes, that's fine. That's fine. I get it. I claim them too. Zero wrong with the claim of Philadelphia. I get that. You know what worries me about Franklin? I don't know how long it's been before that dude gets canceled. I don't think he canceled. I don't know that at all. Dude, get some dark history, man. Dude, cancel culture canceled Dr. Seuss. You don't think they're come for our boy Benny Franklin soon? I really do. Dude, I toured his house like, dude, I gotta check out where the novels
Really, dude? What's cancelable about bring I know he got with a lot of chicks. Yes.
Okay.
And he was like, I think he's well known for getting with prostitutes.
Well, he was also openly racist.
Oh, well, he wasn't.
Yeah.
I mean, back in the time, that probably makes sense. They all were. You know, I mean, they're in the time of
Well,
slavery.
he was more openly racist than the founding fathers.
Than others, so he's more racist than the others.
Like Thomas Jefferson was having sex with his slave, but he was also trying to abolish slavery.
And Ben Franklin wasn't trying to abolish
Ben
slavery.
Franklin was like straight up just saying like that black people are inferior and stuff.
What scares me about this clip is Shab may know more about Benjamin Franklin than I do, but only because he just read Wikipedia recently.
And you graduated college.
Yeah, I did, but I don't remember every fact about Benjamin Franklin.
Yeah.
You know. So, but I'm skeptical that Shab is going to come up with a good joke or point about this because he talked about Benjamin Franklin, but said nothing that he's done, and then brought up Dr. Seuss. So, you know,
His favorite author.
that's one author he has read.
Really did?
All the places you'll go, the places you'll see, and it's just him going to Dallas.
I'm a hood. Dallas. It's a sunrise. When we're hunting. Yes.
See? That's too inside. I don't like that one too much. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't, because
I got very good
Benjamin
news.
Franklin does not have a subreddit.
What is your good news?
I get very good news. Wait, just let me check my phone first. Alright. Yes. So my mother, when I go to her, she asked me about get for her a water. When I give her the water, she said, "Your uncle, like your brother, he is gonna take care of her." So yeah, finally, so she just said that because, like, for I have better life. For she know I'm gonna like travel, and she said, like, you have to don't worry when you travel. You have to don't care about me because my brother, he will take care of me and of your sister.
Oh, that's wonderful. So you could move to the United States now.
Yes, I can.
Okay, well, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Okay, so then what you got to do is start saving your money.
Yes, I'm gonna save you my money for moving. So maybe I will come to you and like maybe we do work together. You know.
Oh, I
If you
understand.
accept that, like, if you accept that, actually, if you don't, I will never come to you and you will never see me.
No. That's fine. I want to see you. I just want to go viral first. I've had fans come visit me from like 8 hours away, and it's fine. But the people with whom I live don't want random visitors from across the world coming to visit, because it's happened in the past, and they're just like normal people. They don't want like a celebrity living in their house or whatever. They don't want people just randomly coming in and stuff. But I can help you with everything that you need, and that doesn't mean in the future that we can't help
My
you.
dream, oh my god, I can't believe that because I am going over my dream. I take the road of my dream. I select that road. Yes, finally.
Okay. So then you basically have to save money and
Yes.
get a plane ticket to the United States. And you should also know that like Donald Trump, who's the president right now, he can't be president. He can't be president again. He's term limited. So the next president is probably going to be more liberal and let all the people who were deported back. So like it'll be like there won't be as much pressure on kicking people out, and so You just have to wait a little. I mean, like, you don't even have to wait. You could come right now. Like I told you, there's a guy who a year ago was talking to from Tunisia, and we were just talking. And I was like, all right, well, if you want to get here.
No. I'm not everything from Iraq to New York City. I will come from Mexico to Las Vegas.
Okay, why don't you just fly to Las Vegas?
I don't know. Wait, hold on. Let me see. Google Map.
Why do you want to go to Las Vegas? Las Vegas isn't a good place for Iraqis. Come to Los Angeles.
Oh, sorry, Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Apologize, my bad.
That's okay.
The habit is like it has controlled me now. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, so you just have to fly from Baghdad to LAX.
Yeah. Let me see. Where is LA? Right. So here we go. No, this is Australia. Right. Oh, here we go. Mexico. Right. Search. LA. Here we go. Oh, it's closer from Aja, Mexico. Like if I take this road, and yeah, this. Where is that LA? Oh, there is Los Angeles City. Oh, there it is. Here we go. So I will become Los Angeles. So come from Mexico, Aja, and
Yeah, but you don't even want to do that. It's just easier. It's easier to just fly to Los Angeles.
but like you don't know where it's like how can I tell you that like it's not easy to give me like the visa for traveling. America not giving the visa to Iraqis.
Yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that. Okay, so then just go to Mexico, and then travel north.
So so I have to like walk from Baja, Mexico to the United States.
No. Look at Tijuana. I'll spell it for you.
Tijuana. Let me see. Where is Tijuana?
Let me spell it for you.
All right, spell it for me.
TIJ
TIJ.
UANA.
Oh, I found it. Oh, there it is. The same place.
Same place.
Same place I'm talking about.
Same
yeah,
place.
same place I'm talking about.
Okay, fine. So you just fly there, and then you walk up.
Yeah, there. Yeah, and I'm gonna walk.
Well,
And,
so here's the thing. You can watch videos of people doing this. There are like holes in the wall, or like open doors, and you can just walk in. Or if you want, you can seek asylum.
wait, hold on.
Like the
Just give me a minute.
But it's just not funny. Like, it doesn't really land for me.
Also, Brendan Schaub did not invent anything.
Inventing electricity to.
Well, also, Benjamin Franklin also paid somebody off to invent electricity. Like he saw some dude doing a trick with the kite, and he was like, "Yeah, that's fine."
Okay. So basically, like, you have multiple opportunities. I want you to do this the legal way, and if that fails, then you do it the illegal way. But you basically just need to walk to the border, which is like a few miles from Tijuana. It borders it, and you say, "Hey, I'm from Iraq, and I need to seek asylum." And they'll be like, "Okay, why are you seeking asylum?" And you'll be like, "Look, killed my dad, and there's like they're gonna kill me, so I had to leave the country." And they can either let you in as an asylum seeker, and then you get a court date, and then you eventually it's like 5 years in advance. So you get to here and live here and get a driver's license, everything that you need to start life here, and then you have it like way into the future, 10, 15 years into the future. Like you'll already be established by then. You could already have a child in the United States. I mean, and then that child is American, like by default, basically, according to current law. They may change that, but
Well, the first thing I have to do now, I have to like make a passport, Iraqi passport. After that, so I have to get $800. Right? Yeah, $800. So that's gonna be take 2 months from me.
it'll take 50 days.
Yeah, something like that. But this 50 days I wanna eat, and I wanna like.
I understand that. You've got rent to pay and things like that. Yeah, okay. Well, look, I'm telling you, you will not be the first person who went this route. I, like I said, I told you this yesterday, but there was a guy in Tunisia, and he and I really connected with the idea of desalination technology because he's like, look, I live in Tunisia, and we have the Mediterranean Sea, but none of the water is drinkable. And I explained to him how desalination technology works, and he's like, oh, that's great. And he took a boat, I believe, to South America and then just walked up. And then, like, this is within the last 2 months he came in here and he's like, yeah, do you remember me? And I'm like, no, who are you? And he's like, we talked I'm from Tunisia. I'm like, oh, yeah, I remember you. He's like, yeah, I did what we talked about, and I'm working as a security guard now and in California. And I'm like, oh, well, that's great. And I was like, well, where in California? Like, he's like, well, I don't really want to say because I want to get in trouble. I'm like, okay, that's totally fine. But that's wonderful. You could be my neighbor, and I don't even know it. And it's just a really beautiful story. And so okay, but let's look at what's the worst that can happen to you. All right, so you come to the United States and you get caught, and they deport you. Okay, you tried, and that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't come back again. It's not like if you fail, then you just try again. You make it your life goal. There are people here who have made it their life goal. Look, I know a lot of Iranian people, and they had the revolution, and they became very, very successful in Southern California. Extremely successful. Some of the most successful people in Southern California are Iranian. And many of them tried the first time and failed, and then tried again and tried again and tried, and then they had children here, and then they eventually were able to create the American dream. And if that's what you want, then I'll do everything I can to help you with that.
I just wanted to ask you about something. Like, I hope you can help me with it. Like, when I be in America, I swear to God, I'm gonna like check the money for you. Like, can you help me with like just for my passport and my travel ticket?
No.
To travel.
No, I don't give out money to people. If I did, I would have no money myself because I'd be giving it all away. So you have to do all that on your own, but I'll advise you in any way that I can. And you have a major advantage of most people who are immigrating to the United States. You speak very good English. And that's like a huge advantage. If you look at the migrant caravans that come to the United States, none of those people speak English. And they're coming from like Guatemala and Peru, and none of them speak any English. So you'll be able to come here, and literally on your first day, you just go to a construction site and you say, I want to work. And they'll be like, all right, we pay $20 an hour, and you get paid at the end of each day, and we'll pay you cash. And you'll be like, all right. And so long as you can take care of your body, which you already do, you'll just be building like a house or a building of some sort.
Like, see, I'm actually a bodybuilder. Like, let's become from construction worker. It's awesome.
Excellent. Excellent. And then you'll get paid, and then they'll have a new construction project, and if you did well on the first one, you do it on the second. But see, you speak English, and so you'll be like pretty well.
Actually, I have a weird question. Have you been to New York City before?
Yeah, I've been in New York City.
Oh, I love New York City so much.
Excellent. I mean, I would say that New York City's nice, but it's cold. You're from the desert. You're not gonna do well there.
True, bro, true. That is true. That is true. That's not gonna. I'm not gonna control myself with that because it's so cool.
Right, and the construction industry isn't 12 months out of the year there, and it is in the United States, or it is in Southern California. So, um, and then there are other things that you'll be able to do that you don't really recognize, but you'd be able to work as an interpreter. Um, for, I mean, what's your primary language?
What?
What's your primary language?
What is it?
What was your first language?
Arabic actually.
Okay, great. So you could work as an Arabic to English interpreter.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Now, if I were you, that's how I'd be making my money because you make a lot more. You make $16 an hour doing that. So you can work construction all you want.
Wait, that's no way. That's not gonna happen.
Why?
$16 for what? For hour?
Oh yeah, like $25 an hour. Yeah. So there are a lot of ways to do this. So like I know like you're very focused on construction, and that's cool, but that doesn't pay very well. So you could work as an Arabic to English interpreter right now, and look, I'll give you what the going rate of that is. What is the going rate of an Arabic to English translator in Los Angeles? Um, so there are
I'm still in Iraq. I'm still in Iraq and I don't do anything now, but I'm still happy. I don't know what
yes,
this couple is come from where. I don't know.
sure. So it's about $30 to $100 an hour.
It's nice.
Yeah. Now, what you can also do, and like this is what I would do if I were you, is I would do translation for videos in Arabic. So basically, you watch a YouTube video and you translate it to Arabic or to English on YouTube, and they'll pay you between 10 and 16 cents a word. So that's like something like probably $25 an hour.
First, when I become an
Wait, wait,
first I have to focus.
you can do that in Iraq. Like right now,
My English is not very good.
it's fine. It's fine.
I don't know it.
It's fine, and you'll learn them very quickly. So like if I were you, I would like. Do you have a resume?
Like, don't worry. If I be in LA, I like maybe. I hope you accept that. Like, I'm gonna be with your mom, like if you want, for just like be like I can get a home and I get a car. Like, just be at your home like for 2 months.
Yeah,
If you want, actually.
yeah.
If you want, that's
You can't do that. I can't just have random people living with me. The place where I live won't allow it. I'm only the only person allowed. It's like I have like a contract, and so I can't have other people live with me, or I would do that. What you can do though, and what you should do, is you need a resume, and it's very easy to create. You just go to ChatGPT and say that I need a resume for an Arabic English translator, and I want to be able to market myself on different websites. Okay, and it'll populate. it'll give you all the information that you need. And then you just take that information and you start applying for Arabic interpreter jobs. And they work remote. And so you just sit at home and you translate and you'll make like $25 an hour. You'll make in 1 hour what you make in a day in construction. And then you make enough money so that when you move to the United States, you just get a place of your own. If I could, I'd let you sleep on my floor. I can't do that.
So, wait, I got an idea. When I be on LA, I get a car without home. I can sleep on my car.
Yeah, so that's the police will basically impound your car for that. They don't like people doing that. There are people who do that.
It's gonna be,
There are people who
it's gonna be like problem, big problem. It's gonna be for me.
no, it won't. It won't. You just need to save enough money to be able to pay for your first month's rent. So
that's gonna be take many months from me. Like, and it's not gonna be few days.
no, you're not listening. You need to work as an Arabic to English translator. You'll make a month doing that. You'll make like probably $1,000 to $2,000 a month. You do that for 6 months.
That's on American, not on Iraq.
No, you work for an American company.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're American
How can
company.
I get that? How can I get that?
So you create a profile on Indeed.com and ZipRecruiter.com, and you look for remote work, which means you can work anywhere in the world, and you put in Arabic translator. And then what will happen is you'll put in your resume. Someone may call you or email you regarding your skills, and then you have an interview with them. And if they want to hire you, then they hire you. You can also just work freelance where you just translate words per minute and you get paid to do that. There are other.
So, can you give me what is that? What is the name in English? Like that word?
Yeah, so just go to Indeed, INDEED.com.
I found the Indeed. So I just wanna like what the name the word like from Arabic to English.
Okay, so you want Arabic translator.
Translator. How can I
ARABIC space BIC.
AR space.
No, ARABIC.
Wait, well, ARA
BIC.
IC.
Okay, I'm going to spell it again. ARABIC. B. Correct. And then space.
Alright.
And then translator. TRANS LAT.
I found it.
Okay. Now where it says location, put remote.
Cool. We don't have Iraqi. Nice. There is no Iraqi. I can't use Indeed.
Yes, you can. You just need to get.
I can.
Yes, you can. Look,
I don't have.
look. There are ways around this.
Add in the verify your phone number to connect to.
Okay, so then just go to a new tab
Alright.
and type in SMS Verify, like short messaging service. SMS Verify.
Verify?
SMS and then space Verify. Verify.
So there it is. Oh, but that gonna work?
You might have to try a few different ones, but eventually it will.
I see that. Copy. Text. Right. Oh. Oh my god. Yo. It's work. That can't be possible, it's work. Well, actually, I think it's work. So, ARA.
BIC.
Alright.
Listen, Mustafa. We got to get something straight right now. Anything is possible. Okay? Anything. I talk about bringing back your father. I talk about having you live in the United States. These are all possible things. Okay? It just takes time and effort. But with enough time and effort, anything is possible. Okay? Even perhaps time travel.
Like, what do you mean?
I mean, like, you could go back in time and witness events that happened in the past with enough energy.
So,
You're showing me your screen.
Russian.
No, you want Arabic. Do you see Arabic?
Yeah.
Okay, click on it. What's it say?
Just say. So, let's say. It is for hour, $20 per hour, $21 per hour, and retire full time. postal code.
Okay, so you might not want to put Iraq. Um, what are you looking? Postal code?
Yeah.
Okay, so they shouldn't necessarily need this information. Type in uh, Arabic translator into Indeed. No, Indeed.
Translator.
And then where it says location, put remote.
Alright.
R Remote.
Oh, that one. Search. The same.
Okay, that's fine. So here's the thing. Most Western countries don't want to hire people from Iraq. It's just it makes things more complicated. But those are opportunities. I mean, you can apply, and if it where it says postal code, you could just put in 00000, or you just make up a postal code. I mean, or just use one of the United States's. Okay, but here's something. So that's a way. I'm not saying that's the way. Go to ChatGPT.
This job is.
Go to ChatGPT.
Wow. Good check.
There you go. Okay. Now type in. Please provide me a list of Arabic to English translation companies with links where I can translate per word remotely. All right, I'm going to just send you the prompt.
Okay.
All right, just put what I just sent you into ChatGPT. Go to Discord, look at the message I just sent you. There you go.
Ah! Wait, I'll be right back.
Benjamin Franklin's Brian Callenus. Who was his chin? Who's that one guy? Alexander Hamilton was not the same. Alexander Hamilton. Yeah. Yeah, it was. Oh, he was. Yeah, yeah. Oh no, I was thinking of the badass, the president, John Adams. No, John Adams at the same time. John Adams at the same time. You're thinking Andrew Jackson. Yes, Andrew Jackson. Yeah, I don't really know. I'm bad at the time frame, but Andrew Jackson was what, like the 16th president or something? That's Abraham Lincoln. Not, I think Andrew Jackson was the 10th. Jesus Christ, I'm tired, man. I'm tired, dude. I'm tired. I'm in shop. I'm like shopping out. Oh, that was such a shop moment. Oh well, you know, you judge not lest ye be judged. You acting different. Different.
You doing our part today? Why would Ben Franklin have hose? This is real good. I would like to find here and there. He's played for 4 years. He had straight up several girlfriends every fucking year in France. This dude was slanging dick, Philly.
Dick for him to mention dick, dude. You're doing well. You're slinging dick. We know that from the subreddit. Benjamin Franklin getting slandered by shop here.
He discovered electricity.
Electricity?
He invented seeing eyeglasses.
Oh, really? That's what like historians are saying it right now. It's so unfactual. This is on the history teacher subreddit. They're like, oh, really, dude? Yeah. Shop. Right.
Yeah. Okay, so just go to ChatGPT, and did it give you a list of places that do that? Okay, well, that's fine. It's just a broken link. Go back to it. No, go back to it. There you go. Apply. All right, so you know what to do. Is there a sign up button? What do the green buttons say?
all the time.
Yeah, you definitely shouldn't be laughing at stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's not funny. But it is interesting that he talk about Benjamin Franklin sort of being a creeper.
Yeah.
Because he has the whole thing about making Annie Letterman walk to his car, and she's like, "I'm not gonna suck your honey dick."
Yeah.
Wonder what Benjamin Franklin. They're like, "I'm not gonna suck your fucking guy who invented electricity dick."
Okay, so you don't think it's funny that Benjamin Franklin goes up to a girl with glasses on, and he's like, "How's your vision?" That's pretty funny. Because he's gonna hit on the girl by saying that he invented eyeglasses.
I guess. I don't know. I mean,
if I have to explain it to you, it's not funny.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's not as good as any other jokes I've heard today,
Yeah. What's the best joke you heard today?
I've been at work all day. I don't know. I'm trying to think if there's anything that stood out today. No. The work, I was just, basically work was just eating steak.
Do you ever try to make the servers laugh?
Sir, we still have a minute left to shop.
Fuck.
No shop.
You hear me?
That's the end of the clip. What else do you want to say?
What'd you say?
Is there any controversy?
Yeah, what's up?
So I bought that one. I don't know how to get work with this.
Okay, what's the blue button say?
On ChatGPT.
No, go back.
All right. So
What's-
what I wanted to say.
There's a blue button there. What does it say?
Which one?
Either one of them. What does that say?
Where I click. That is Arabic trade facility service. Feature elimination. Arabic to English. For $40 here by.
Here, I'm just gonna stop. I'm just gonna send you another prompt. Yo, what up? How are you? Zoot.
Hello, Zoot.
What's up?
Well, how are you doing?
Not too bad.
Zoot, are you ready
How's
to?
your day?
Yeah, answer his question. There you go.
Bye-bye.
Yo, baby. What's up, big dog?
Yes.
How are you?
Kicking ass, taking names, baby. How about? Are you ready to lose?
What are you talking about already? Ready to lose to what?
He and I are gonna play a game.
Oh, what kind of game we play?
Oh, we play all kinds of games. Chess, checkers, that kind of stuff.
Oh,
I'd invite you, but you got to do this. All right, look at the prompt I just sent, and just put that into ChatGPT. All right, so you ready for your invitation, son?
yes. Ready.
No.
Ready.
No. Zoot. 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 Zoot, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Quit acting like a jackass. You have an invitation, Zoot. Are you ready? Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot.
Rabbi, no fucking frustrating anymore.
Zoot, I'm not frustrating at all. You're the asshole who doesn't accept invitations.
You're so impatient.
Get your shit together, dog.
Oh, fuck.
What is this place?
I've never seen this before.
Same. Matching tiles will trigger a bomb? Beware of bomb tiles. Matching tiles can trigger bomb explosions, clearing row and column.
Oh, fuck it.
Oh, whoa.
Wow.
Dude, Zoo, you just did really well.
Done. I'm on the work.
All right, now apply for
Oh
it.
my god. I don't know how can I thank you? How can I say it?
Big dog, no need. Just apply. That's all I want you to do. Don't thank me, just apply.
Really
Fuck.
Zoo, what the fuck, man? Zoo, you just
So I don't have enough energy in my mind. I gotta go.
all right. You do whatever. You do whatever you want to do. Zoo, dude, I still haven't gone yet.
So I have go. Don't forget to see Silk Road movie, okay?
I know. I will.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye bye. Dude, look at all that shit I just blew up.
Oh no. Bye-bye.
What up, baby?
I get to heal.
That was a good move. You're at max hit points, dog.
I'll do that. Then. Oh wait.
Dude, this is wild, Zoo.
Bye-bye. Did I win?
Maybe. Dude, you already evolved?
I won. Bye-bye.
Yo, big dog. Zoo, do you
Did I
like
get an explosion?
Zoo, do you like this level?
Yep. I don't think I was very much.
All right, well, when I want your opinion, I'll give it to you.
That's what Bye-bye.
What up, baby?
I'm on. Good.
Are you sure about that?
I got hit.
What are you gonna do, Zoo?
You get an explosion on the next one. Um, okay, this is not good for you. I mean, you heal. Your best option is to heal.
Where do I heal?
Top left one. Okay, I have brain damage.
You say that, but I don't think so. So did you play a lot of Australian rules football or rugby or soccer when you were a kid?
Not really.
Okay.
Why?
Well, maybe you have CTE.
What's that?
It's like something that football players get from too many concussions.
No, I definitely don't have that.
Dude, I might just straight up lose.
Yep. I see your best option. That's your best option. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at the bomb.
Does the bomb hurt you?
Yeah, but look at this. I think I won.
The bomb hurts you?
I won.
Dog,
The bomb doesn't hurt.
that was brilliant, Zoot. You played brilliantly.
Grandma, have you forked out 10 in your entertainment? Because, like, I got the fuck maybe 2 in a row with this 10.
You got fortunate, dude. The best team ever.
I don't think so.
Zoot, your team sucks.
Guys in the background? Oh, yeah.
Let me go first. Come on, baby. There we go.
Fuck. Oh, no. You got an extra moves to start with?
Yeah, big.
And you get an action. Oh, you can match the tiles again.
Where?
Rabbi, you get the bomb.
What does the bomb do?
The bomb explodes. Stop. But, Rabbi, you got the most obvious move ever. And you still fucked it up. Do you know why you fucked up?
Dude, just go. How about that?
Argos. You ever had
Calm down, Zoot. You just fucked me, Zoot. Oh, I just fucked myself.
kitty. Look it up.
Dude, how about you just go? How about you quit sucking your own dick and go? You fucked me. Yeah, that was not cool, dog.
Stop with the bomb. You can't absorb the bomb.
You just gave me the easiest riddle. Brother, you fucked up.
All right, well, just go. How about you just go?
Lost down the live and work. Like every
Zoot, how about you just go?
oh,
Zoot, how about you just go?
look at this.
I see.
Back that way.
Oh, 5.
You ever thought about mine?
Zoot, calm down with these questions. Focus. Zoot, have you ever thought about calling that fucking place with Tourette's?
Have you ever thought about
Zoot, answer my question.
Have you ever thought about going viral online?
Zoot,
Like
Zoot. I'm working on that. You're not working on it.
How long do you think before you go viral?
Zoot, how long do you think to that place?
10 minutes.
You're not gonna call them.
Maybe I don't want to cure Tourette's.
I know, and then you're not gonna have a normal life.
You saying you can't have a normal life with Tourette's? That's like the most stupid fucking thing I've ever heard.
Dude, I'm telling you that at times your Tourette's makes you annoying, and it makes like I'm very patient with you, but other people aren't going to be.
You just said you can't have a normal life with Tourette's. Like, that is like not true.
No.
You want me to get,
I think that is
you
true.
want me to get take medication where we don't know the fucking side effects. It could make everything worse.
Zoot, you want to take medication for things that you don't have.
You don't listen to a word I fucking say because I've been anti-medication this whole fucking stream you go back to.
No, you're not. You take Ritalin and all kinds of other shit you talk about. So you're not anti that medication. I know you're not.
I tried Ritalin.
All right. Well, then you're not so anti-medication, are you?
You didn't listen to the part where I said I'm not going to get it. I didn't pay to take it. I got given it.
Okay. That still makes you pro that medication. You took it. No one forced it down your throat.
Doesn't.
Good move, Zoot.
Hey, you guys ready?
Go.
I'm going to a mall. I don't like how it takes so long for you to a mall.
Okay.
Grandma, you look.
I don't know about that, son.
Should I go to the beach tomorrow?
You should call that place.
Are you ready?
Yep. Are you doing stand up on Monday?
Yeah, that's tomorrow night.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
What joke are you gonna say?
I'm not telling you.
Why not?
Because I'm saving it for fucking Monday night.
Well, it's not like the people on Monday night are watching this fucking stream. So just tell me what your joke is.
I bet you go taste the company's fucking no shit.
I think I have the best taste in comedy of all time. I don't think that you're a funny comedian. How about that?
No, it's strictly dog shit.
Zoot? If you were such a good comedian, then the open mic guy would want you to do stand up every week.
Or maybe you're scared because you know a little better than that.
Dude, do you know? Let's see here. There's something called the Dunning Kruger effect. Have you heard of this? It's where people who are they overestimate their abilities, and so basically, like if you're, they do it in comedy a lot. So basically, people who think they're really funny are blind to the fact that they're not, and that may be what you have. I'm not saying that that you're not funny at all, but I think your stand up is not funny. But I don't know. You don't share it with me. You're like the most secretive comedian of all time. I'm sitting here. I'm waiting for your jokes, and you're like not telling them.
What about you?
I know. I stopped your streak.
I'm going to take a break from it.
Sounds like a plan, Stan.
with them lately, or is the Bobby Lee shit over?
Guess what, dude? Not keeping up.
Not keeping up at all?
No.
I want more shop content. I'm like, I'm enjoying the shop shit.
Yeah. Well, you want to see if there's another video?
Yeah, well, we can see how long it takes you because we have 1 minute left.
Okay, I'm right here. Let's see the first video. Boom. Let's go. Of course, the videos.
I heard something.
Tap over to what a best white basketball game. The worst basketball game you've ever seen. That's it.
He cannot do anything but stereotypes.
Someone?
He's obsessed with stereotypes.
Yeah.
A white guy is bad at basketball. A guy that has a lot of women is getting hosed.
Philly cheesesteak.
Philadelphia's cheesesteak. Philadelphia's Benjamin Franklin. He owns nothing original. Shop never notices anything that hasn't already been done. It's like he has some sort of disorder where he's like, if he were to come here, he'd be like, Gerardo's Alhambra, Chinese food, right? Chinese food. He would talk about tacos El Pollo nonstop, probably.
He's slinging hacky dick, dude.
He is slinging dick to shop is actually a good thing. That's what I learned that from the shop, right? If you're slinging dick, that means you're very cool.
Oh, okay.
9 seconds left to shop.
All right, say something very funny about shopping right now.
Shop, I don't have anything to say for 3 seconds. Boom, done.
All right.
We did it. That's all you get, shop.
I feel like I'm in hell. I feel like you're gonna be like, no, the next segment, 20 minutes on shop.
Yeah, now like it's 30 minutes. A full hour on Brian Count with shop. All right, pull up that article that we're going to talk about.
All right, here you go.
All right, so today, I don't know if it's today, but there's a Washington Post writer, Dave Weigel. You ever heard of Dave Weigel?
Never.
He's like, I don't really know who he is, but I remember seeing him on Twitter because he's one of these like news journalists that has like a Twitter following. So every once in a while I'll see like a retweet. I think he has a cartoon profile. I don't trust people with cartoon profiles.
Yeah.
But so he apparently retweeted, I have a picture of it on my phone, so I'll just read it off. He retweeted somebody named Cam Harless, who said, every girl is bi, you just have to figure out if it's polar or sexual.
Yeah.
And another person, another journalist at the Washington Post retweeted that, and is it in the article what she said? Delicious sunmez.
I'll tell you what, though, his name is Weigel. Weigel retweeting that. You know what I'm saying?
Good point. So she said something like, oh, it's great to work at a publication that allows retweets like this or something like that. But
I'm trying to find it.
Some sarcastic wrote on Twitter. There it is. Fantastic to work at a new fantastic.
Yeah.
So, just right off the bat, the phrasing lets you know that this is sort of an annoying person. If we can be honest, when you tweet, when you write like that or talk like that, whatever your side is that you're on, even if you're right, when you're like fantastic to work, it's like it's grating. Fantastic to work at a news outlet where retweets like this are allowed. The Washington Post allowed David Weigel to hit the retweet button. So my problem, my view, this is going to shock you, Raccoon Tweeties listeners, but my views on this are nuanced. And I believe they're nuanced. My real problem with this, my real problem with this is that the tweet itself, every girl is bi, you just have to figure out if it's polar or sexual, is not funny.
Yeah.
It's not funny. So if you retweet something like that, you're a moron.
Yeah.
Because you're tweeting something that's just not good. I'll break it down as to why I don't think it's funny, just like I would shop. So every girl is bi. For some like that in of itself is like, no, that's not true. That sounds like something like a weird lefty person would tweet. You just have to figure out if it's polar or sexual. What's funny about that? And I guess he's saying that like every woman is crazy. Hilarious. It's no different than the lefty Twitter, like the viral tweets about like men are trash or are men okay or men suck or that's all not funny. It doesn't make me mad, and I don't think these people should be canceled. They're just hacks. It's hacky shit, right? Like, you shouldn't, just because some viral, and it can be man or woman, because both men or women do the whole, like, men suck or women are dumb. Just because one of the men suck tweets, they do that does not mean that they should get fired from their, 15-hour-a-week work-from-home barista job, Yeah. They're just like, whatever it is that they do for a living shouldn't be affected by their tweets. The only reason you should get fired for tweets or something like that is if you tweet some horribly racist thing or say something like if somebody was like that shooting was great, I really liked what happened there, then yeah, fire them from their job.
But there's this other tweet that says, I'm not mad at the every girl is bisexual or polar joke because it's sexist. I'm mad because it doesn't include biracial, and I feel like we're left out.
I guess, yeah. I don't understand that at all.
Oh, she's making a joke.
I don't think that's funny either.
I didn't laugh. I was laughing because of
I don't know, but and so this shit blew up like crazy.
Yeah.
This guy, the guy who retweeted it, has been suspended from his job. And then this woman, Felicia, what's her face or whatever, is going off saying that she's being attacked or whatever. And then nothing is happening to this guy, Cam Harless, who's the one who's tweeting it. He's the one who's not funny. So in my opinion, he's the most guilty out of all of them.
Yeah.
Again, if you find this tweet offensive, should it not be the person who did the tweet that you're angry with?
Yeah.
I still don't think that you should be that angry with it because it's so dumb that it's it should be below what you when I hear a really bad joke from a comic that I don't respect, I don't think about it for all day. I cannot believe this comedian who's not funny said something unfunny.
Yeah.
I can't believe that this person who I've never seen do anything good, who I dread seeing at open mics, who is always sensitive, it's shocking to me that they would again say something. And that's why I look at this guy's profile picture. He's a big fat guy, big beard, cowboy hat. His name is Cam. What do you think is going to come out of his mouth?
Dude, David Weigel has a tweet from 2015 that says, "You shut your whore mouth."
No way. Is he replying to somebody or what?
Yeah. But you know how bad
he's replying to Maya Angelou.
he's replying to Jesse Burney.
Who's Jesse Burney?
Probably a woman.
But is it a joke?
It was in the old days of Twitter where there was no reply. It was just you're adding people. You know what I mean?
See, because that sounds like a joke. You know how you joke with your friends? You say you shut your whore mouth.
Yeah, you know how you say that to your friends.
Yeah. You do though.
Yeah, I call you a bitch all the time.
Yeah, exactly. But he does though. And I think it's funny. Sometimes with your friends, you say you shut your whore mouth. You're not serious. That's what I don't like about today's world. Is you read when people get in trouble, they read text messages and tweets, and they're like, "I can't believe you said that you would sever them in half." Well, they're not really gonna do that. They don't literally mean. It's just shit you say. It's locker room talk. It's
Oh, look at this athleticism. Look at this move.
This moron hit me with his wife. Okay. Stand inside my office. Can you get out of my mind? Can you see that she's the victim of violence? Can you? Can you? It's all about you, kid. Oh, you want a flashback?
to be over ambition if you take tar, hard, which is hard, soften it up. Even though later on it becomes just as hard as it started out with, it's still considered bishul because you soften it up. If you take, the Gemara says it's possible, it's a riddle. How do I get to 7 different malachas if I make a barrel made out of earthenware? Says Gemara, it's possible to be over on teichen, the dirt, fire the dirt, merakid, you sift out the dirt, lush, you knead the dirt, memachet, you smooth it all out, you light the fire of the oven, and then you're mavashal it. If you were to make a real oven out of earthenware, you'd be over on one more called makeh b'patish, whereas a barrel doesn't have makeh b'patish because it happens by itself in the oven. There is no bainus, says Rashi, because there's no binyan b'stira when it comes to kelim. If one were to make a basket out of reeds, you could be over on 11 different averis. How? You have to plant the reed, you have to reap the reed, you have to gather the reed, you have to select it, you have to smooth it out, you have to grind it, you have to cut it, you have to start it on a reel, mesach. You do shtei batenirim, you start it out in the 2 loops. Oireg, you put the reeds together, and makeh b'patish. And if you were to bend over the top and make a lip for it, you could be over also on taifer, on sewing, and kosher, making a knot. If you were to do tvika, spin the wool of an animal while it's still attached to the animal, machlokes. According to Rabbi Bechani, it could be over on 3 things. The guy says, minapitz, untangling it, and tfiya, spinning. Rav Kahana says, but since it's on the animal is alive, or it's still on the animal, that's not the way to do it, and therefore you're not over, and that's klachiyat, you're not over. Even though in the Mishkan you had women that did the tfiya, they spun it on the animal while the animal was alive, that's chachama, it has special chachma, but today it's considered klachiyat. If one were to pluck a feather from a bird, you're over on goizes. If you cut it specifically on the top, you're over on mechatach, and if you pull off the feathers, the small feathers, off the stem, you're over on memachek, smoothing it out. Where was there knots in the Mishkan? The folks who were trapping the chilazon to make tchelas, they used nets, and they would add to the net and take off from the net, so they made shearers, and they made knots, and they would undo the knots. Now, you can't say that the pshat is that there were 2 knots and 2 threads in the Mishkan, and you undid one, because even for a regular king, you wouldn't do so certainly not for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Taifer, sewing means 1 in, 1 out. In other words, 1 full stitch. It doesn't come apart because you make a knot on it. Have a wonderful day.
For instance, this tweet, bisexual or bipolar, it's like Rachel Franklin is both of those things. She's not either one, but as far as I know. Were you just thinking of what to say? Well, I was talking about it. Tripping me out. I was reading this tweet right here, something like, he said, this is what bravery looks like, and he's
Shabbos daf ayin hey. One of the Lamatas malachas in the Mishnah is Kireya Almanas Litvar, peering in order to sow. Where in the Mishnah do we find this? If a worm, for instance, made a hole in one of the panels, we don't just leave it as is and sew it, we tear it even more in order to make a proper stitch. Rav Zutra heard 3 things from Rav at the same exact time, and they are seemingly connected. If a person takes a thread and tightens the thread in order to pull 2 pieces of garment together, that is considered sewing. If a person learns Torah from a magash, what is a magash? Machlokes, he's chayev misa. Rav says a magash is a megadev, somebody that constantly talks about Avodah Zarah, and the concern is to influence you Avodah Zarah. We see that Rav said that a person learns from a magash, even one thing, he's chayev misa. Obviously, he's not talking about a machashev, a sorcerer, because it's not also to learn from a sorcerer in order to understand what they do and how to prevent it. But it is also to learn from Avodah Zarah. Shmuel, on the other hand, says a magash is a machashev, a sorcerer. And the third thing he said is that if a person knows how to calculate mazolos and kufos, the constellations and those sort of things, and he doesn't do so, he's over on the pasuk, the beautiful creations of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They don't see when they don't see his handiwork, and therefore it's also to talk to such a person. The Yohanan says, in fact, it's a mitzvah to calculate kufos and mazolos, as it says in the pasuk, Shmat Masisim Kifach Maschem Uvinasem. This is your chachma. Le'enei Oamim, towards the nation, explains Rashi that you will know through the mazalos when it will start raining, when it will be hot, etc. One of the malachas in the Mishnah is Hatzot Tzvi, capturing an animal, a deer. Included in that is trapping a fish, a chilazoi, the snail that you make the tchelas from. If you squeeze the dye out of the chilazoi, you're not over on dash, according to Tanakama, which is threshing. Dash is only in Gibule Karka, something that grows from the ground. The argument and says you can do dash even on an animal. You're not over on the Kilas Neshama, although you killed this snail, you're not over on the Kilas Neshama. Even though, even Reb Shimon admits, Gracia, that if you were to chop an animal's head off and say, I didn't mean to kill it, you know that obviously he's going to die. In this case, since he wants the snail to stay, it's in his benefit that the snail should continue living, since the dye will be clear, therefore it's considered a misaseh, and he's cautious. What is with the chef an animal? According to Shmuel, is the Kilas Neshama, but in addition to that, there's the Isser of Tzeveya of a dye. Says Rab, I don't want people in future generations to make fun of me and laugh. Let me explain myself. A person with blood on the neck of the animal by the Makom Shita, so that other people will see that it's fresh meat and they'll come and they'll buy it. It says in the Mishnah, two malachas. If you salt the hide and you can the hide. The Rebbe and Shlomo both say that those are one of the same, and therefore let's take one of those away and instead insert the malacha of Misarte, of creating lines like we have in the Sefer Torah, putting lines into the hide. This is Asur Dorais. Rabbi Ravuna says, and this is explained by Ravashi, if you salt meat because you want to keep it for long term, you want to go on the way with it, that is ma'abed, that's tanning. Rava says there's no such thing as tanning food, and it's not awesome. The Mishnah says, smoothing out and cutting. Says Rav Acha Bar Chanina, you could be over a memachik of smoothing out if you smooth out dirt between the pillars of a building. Rishon Levi says 3 halachas. If you cut wood for a fence and you sharpen the top so people can't climb over, you're over on mechatik, on cutting wood in specific lengths. If you take a bandage and you put it over a wound and you have a cream and ointment and you smooth out the ointment, that is memachik. Anything that has that you're doing it, you're finishing off the object, that's called makif b'kadosh, one of the last halachas in the Mishnah. For instance, if you take a stone that's already not attached, detached from the ground, and you smooth it out, or you make a depiction on a kli, you blow glass, or if you have a garment that the small things in it, little fibers bother you, and you take them out, that's makif b'kadosh. They had writing in the Mishkan, and that was just like on a sukkah panel, you write, this is 1, 2, north, south. They had the same thing on the Torahs of the Mishkan. However, erasing is more stringent than writing. Writing, you do oisios. Doesn't matter who the oisios. But even erasing one very large ois, where you can write 2 oisios, would also be over. The Rosh points out. It doesn't have to be erased. A letter, it could be erasing a glob of ink, as long as you're making room to write 2 letters. We learned in the Mishnah, these are the Avos Malachos. What is it? These are the Avos Malachos. Tell us that there aren't more than 39 mentioned, although according to Rebbe Lezer, you're also chayav on every tolda. If you do it together with the Av, you'd be chayav. In addition to the Av, you'd be chayav for the tolda. Our Mishnah holds, you're chayav 1 for the Av, and all the toldas are included in that Av. According to Yehuda, there are an additional 2 malachas, bringing you up to 41. Shoivei and medaktik. These are malachas concerning weaving. You bring down the chassis, the area. What we have in our Mishnah are one less than 40, meaning we don't include those 2. Those 2 are included in Mesa and Oire. Says the new Mishnah, there's another rule, not a large rule like the first Mishnah, not a major rule, but a rule, nevertheless. Now we're talking about Itzah, the next daf we're talking about Itzah for a while. In order to be over on Itzah from one rishus to another rishus, it has to be an item that you typically store and it has the right shear that you'd store. If Typical people don't store this, but you store it. You yourself will be over, no one else. In the Chayes and Gemara, what's an item that people don't store? One man says dam nida, the other man says Asherah tree. Another is a tree, which is also bad enough. Another says dam nida certainly would agree with Asherah, since it's also bad enough, it's not something people store. Although dam nida, even once you showed it to the Rav, there's no need for it at all, you could possibly feed it to a cat. The Bible says that's a terrible idea. The person that the dam comes from will suffer if a cat drinks that blood. And finally, our Mishnah cannot be going according to Restream by a fight, who says that there's a difference between a wealthy person and a person in terms of the shear. Different people need different amounts, and our Mishnah argues and says everybody has the same shear. Have a wonderful day.
I can't believe I'm in a place like this where people have syphilis. I just don't like that anybody at any time can cancel you for nothing. I don't like that this guy's working with me and I'm you already sued. Who sues for the Washington Post says a comfortable place to work. You go to work, like you think you work all day.
Shabbos Daf Ayin Vav. We're continuing with yesterday's Mishnah. What constitutes an object that people care about, and therefore it's also to bring up from one domain to another? The Restream in the logic comes up with a third opinion. He says, if this object typically people don't care about, but you do care about it, you showed interest in it, and you keep it, you just cause the entire world to be over the Isra of Eitzah if they take it out. Says the Mishnah, when it comes to animal food, what's the shear? Says the Mishnah, well, it depends on every type of food and who eats this food. For instance, if you're talking about teven, which is the top part of the straw which cows eat, then it all depends on the cow. So the shear is a cow's mouthful of teven. Anything less than that, you're not high. If you're talking about atzah, which is bean straw, which only camels typically eat, so then the shear is a camel's mouthful, which is larger than a cow's mouthful. If you're talking about the bottom part of the straw, the kash, that's what sheep eat. So it's a sheep's mouthful, which is, in fact, a gregaris, a dried fig. Grass and garlic and onion leaves, if they're dry, that becomes goat food, and it's a goat's mouthful. And if they are moist, it's no longer raw for a goat, that becomes human consumption, and therefore it's a gregaris, a dried fig. This is machlokes. What happens if a person takes out camel food, this bean straw, and he takes out the right amount for a cow? A cow's mouthful, and he wants to give it to the cow. The Rebbe says, since it's a field of cows simply don't eat this, then he's possible. The Shlomo says, but occasionally a cow would eat it, chayes. But everybody agrees we take out regular straw for a camel, but the shear is the shear of a cow, mouthful. Now you have the proper shear. Yes, you're going to feed it to a camel, and the camel's mouth is much larger. Nevertheless, you're chayes because you take out the proper shear for a cow. All these different foods in the Mishnah do not combine one with another, unless you're taking the more chomer to combine it with the less chomer. For instance, if you're dealing with camel food, and the shear is a camel's mouthful, it's a lot, but you're missing a half a dried fig, and you take sheep food, which all you need is a dried fig, and you take a half of that and add it to the camel food, then you have a full shear. But if you do the reverse, you're missing a half a gregaris for sheep food, and you try to take a half a gregaris of camel food of bean straw, that's not going to work. And the reason is because people would take and combine these foods to show as samples to sell. And we have a single halacha when it comes to different garments and different fabrics. What constitutes a fabric to be mekabel tumah? So a regular fabric is 3 tefachim by 3 tefachim. If you're talking about a sack, it's 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. Leather is 5 tefachim by 5, and a reed mat is 6 by 6. Each one can combine with the one below, so the mat can combine with the sack, etc. Why? Because they can combine to the tumah of Moshe. So since there's a situation where they can't combine with each other, they combine in all situations, and therefore, by us also, since there's a situation where you sample this and sell it together, they combine together. Human food, the shear for Eitzah is a gregaris, a dry fig, and that's why all food can combine with each other because they all share the same shear. When it comes to human food, we don't consider the pit, the shell, the oikets, the little piece, the little branch that sticks out, subin amursin, which is fine bran, coarse bran. Rav Yehuda says that the peel of lentils and beans are mitzvah to the actual food, but old beans are not mitzvah because they look like dead flies in your food. The coarse and the fine bran are mitzvah for the shear of challah. Why? Because it's considered lechem haaretz. Poor people eat it, so it's considered bread. But in terms of Shabbos, when you need something chashuv, that's not chashuv, it's not considered food, and therefore, for the shear of Shabbos, it's not mitzvah. And with this, we finished Perek Chal Gadol Hadron Aloch Chal Gadol. The next perek is called Hamoitzi Yain. We're continuing with the halachas of Eitzah. When it comes to liquids, what is the shear? So wine, the shear is enough to make kiddush, which is a quarter of a revius of wine, which you would add 3/4 of a revius of water to. When it comes to milk, as much as you can swallow. Honey, as much as you put on a wound. And oil enough to anoint a small limb. Water, in order to make anointment for an eye, and other liquids is revius, and other waste liquids is the revius. Reb Shimon says all are one, and that is revius. Now, if you decided to keep and hide, put aside the smaller shiurim, then you just created with those smaller shiurim a chiyuv. However, the Tanakama holds that once you decide that something is valuable to you, then you don't need the shiurim of the Mishnah, even less than those shiurim. Also, our chayiv and mitzvah have a wonderful day.
I know the old adage, hurt people hurt people, but what then? 2 questions already, no answers. In such a situation, it is difficult to find the line between sympathizing and challenging with compassion.
What up?
To defend myself, but
Yo, Nabe and Katri, how you living, pimp? Dude, nobody wanted to fucking talk with you anyway. Worst person.
Shabbos Daf Ayin Zayin. Robert proves from our Mishnah that since most liquids, the shear of Eitzah, to take out liquids into Rosh Hashanah is revius. Therefore, wine, the shear is a quarter of revius. Because in order to drink wine, you need to dilute it with 3 parts water. Asks Abaya, says Yain HaShiroini is 2 parts water, not 3. In addition to that, asks Abaya, you didn't add the water yet. So why are you chayiv on just taking out a quarter of a revius? Says Rabbi, because a quarter of a revius is chashuv, and in order to be over on Eitzah, it has to be something that's chashuv. Since you could add water, even though you didn't, it's chashuv. In fact, you asked me from Seth Kisnila, Yain HaShiroini is very weak parts water to 1 part wine. Or we're discussing the coloration red. It's 2 parts water, 1 part wine. Reb Nosson says, where wine needs a revius, what are revius? When it comes to congealed wine, you need a full kezayis, which equals a full revius, not a quarter. And we have a similar al as Rabbi Yosef. When it comes to tumah of the birds, one of the places that the kisham is made. And Basil say, it's tumah provided that's a full revius, which in turn could turn into a kezayis of congealed blood. Kezayis blood. So the Gemara has 2 questions. When it comes to tumah, the shear is a kezayis. When it comes to Shabbos, the shear is a revius. Therefore, there's no correlation between the 2 asalai. Perhaps blood, which is thicker than wine, requires a kezayis. But wine needs a lot more than a revius to create a kezayis. And therefore, if you take out into Rosh Hashanah less than a kezayis congealed wine, maybe you're already over. Maybe in that you have a revius. On the other hand, perhaps wine this then needs a revius. Perhaps blood that's thicker needs less than a revius to create a kezayis. The Mishnah uses the word gemiyah. The shear for milk is to swallow, gemiyah. Says the Gemara, in our Mishnah, gemiyah is spelled with the aleph, not an ayin. But there are 3 other Mishnayos in Sefet Shabbos that have words that could be spelled either way, aleph or ayin, and they're all spelled with the ayin. Gar'inim, oimemois, and ma'amtzit. They're all with the ayin. The milk of an animal, the shear is enough to swallow. The goat, the milk of a woman and the white of an egg is enough to put into the ointment called keeler. And keeler itself is enough to mix it with water. That's the shear. The Gemara remains in the tekel. As Rashi explains, we're talking about putting this ointment in 2 eyes. The Gemara just asks, is it enough to put in 2 eyes, or 2 eyes plus whatever remains on your finger, which is a larger shear? Rav says an amazing, famous saying that everything HaKadosh Baruch Hu created in this world is for a purpose. Even annoying fly can serve to heal the bite of a hornet. The sting of the slug, which you think has no purpose, could heal the wound. A mosquito could heal a snake bite, and the snake itself could heal boils. That is, if you take the black snake and a white snake and you boil them up, you smear it on the wound. A spider could heal the wound of a scorpion. And the Gemara tells us there are 5 irrational fears where the strong is scared of the weak. One of them is that the lion is scared of a certain animal that screams really loud. Some say, Yoda, I think, or others, want to say something similar to a honey badger, which is known today as a very small animal that's fearless and scares the lion away. An elephant is scared of a mosquito going into its nose, into its ear, and a scorpion is scared of a spider. An eagle is scared of a swallow, and the leviathan is scared of the kilbis. There are 3 animals that, as they age, they get stronger. A snake, a fish, as we know, gets larger as it grows, as it gets older, and a pig. Reb Zera bumped into Rabbi Yehuda when it looked like Rabbi Yehuda was in a very good mood, and he figured now is a great time for him to ask all the questions in Yoni de Alma, things that seem mundane. And he started off asking him, why do the goats go in front of the sheep? And he said, that's like Gris Oilom. Goats that are dark are like the choshech of the darkness, then came the light. Why do sheep have a tail that covers their rear where goats don't? It tells them because we use the sheep's wool for clothing, we cover ourselves, therefore the sheep covers himself. Why does a camel have a very short tail? Because he eats from the thorns. His brother didn't want his tail to get stuck in the thorns. Why do cows, bulls have long tails? To swat away the flies in the swamps. Why do grasshoppers have very flexible antennas? Because they jump around in tough trees. If they were harder, they would break off. If one wants to blind a poor grasshopper or an ant, he can remove his antennas. Why did HaKadosh Baruch Hu create the eyelids of a chicken and they go from the bottom up? Look at all these questions that he's asking him. You noticed all these things in the Bria? And he wanted to hear an answer. And if you look at Mashar and others, explains the deeper meaning behind these questions and answers. He says HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't want the chickens to be blinded by the smoke that comes up, and the chickens used on higher places. And then he asked him the meaning and the significance of somewhere around 15 words in Aramaic. For instance, he asked him, what does Dasha mean? What's the meaning of Dasha, door? And he says, Derech Sham. You go through there. And why is it called the Darga, step? Derech Gag, you go to the rooftop. And in the Mishnah we learned that Shem and oil, the shear is to anoint a limb, says the Gemara. It's a small limb of a small child, says Rashi. One part of a child's finger, that's a small limb. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Havayin Ches. Different items have different shiurim for taking out, being over and Eitzah and Shabbos, taking from one rishus to another rishus. So if there's a common use for one item, but a not so common use for the same item. For instance, milk and the wine have the common use of drinking. The not so common use is adding it to medicine. So we go with the common use, even though that means it's a kula. You have to take out a lot more in order to be over the Isra Eitzah. What if one item has 2 common uses? But one is a larger share and one is a smaller share. We go with the smaller share, l'chumra. For instance, honey, you could use it for eating, you could use it for medicine. We'll go with the smaller share of medicine. You're over right away if you do the smaller share. So the question is, why is it water, which is common uses to drink, not so common uses to add it to medicine? Why do we go with the not so common use? Says Abaye, because we're talking about in Gaul, they're very poor. They use water for medicine, so it's common for them to use the medicine. Rabbi says it goes anywhere. We're not just talking about Gaul. And since most people don't use wine and milk for medicine, since it leaves some sort of film on the eye, they all use water. Therefore, it's common. We see from here a very important concept. Obviously, many more people drink water than adding water to medicine. Yet, since in medicine is common, it's considered two common things, and we go with the more common. Blood is also revius. Shimon Elazar says if you're using blood to heal an eye protrusion called a yirkis, they would use wild chicken. Also in Hebrew, it's known as a dufifat. In English, a poopy, or something like that. You use it enough blood for one eye. If a person has a cataract, he'll use enough blood from a mole for one eye. Moles are found inside the house. Cataracts are inside the house. Birkis is a protrusion in the eye. The duchifat is outside. That's how you remember which blood goes to what. If a Rebbe tells a Talmud, I want you to make me some room, takes some of these items out, and he takes a common item that people and are interested in, which is Rabbi, of course, he's chayav. What if he takes an item that nobody cares about? What is Rebbe? He's chayav. According to Rashi, because this goes according to Shimon Elazar, who holds that once one person makes an item important, it becomes important to the whole world. Tosfos says it could go according to everybody. But once a Rebbe makes it important, then his Talmud automatically thinks it's important as well. Chacham agreed to Shimon Elazar when it comes to wastewater, the shear is a revius. What can you do with wastewater? You use it to knead clay. Now we do find that the shear for kneading clay is a lot less. The size of the opening of a hole where you put the bellows into an oven. That's if you already have ready-made clay. Then the shear is much smaller. But no one is going to go through the tircha and the burden to start making clay from scratch unless it's a much larger shear of a revius. And we find that concept later on tomorrow's daf as well. Says the Mishnah, when it comes to rope, the shear is enough rope that you can make a handle for a basket. When it comes to gemi reed, it's enough to make a loop on a sifter to hang up. Now, nobody uses rope on a sifter because that could scratch the sifter. Enough reed to take a measurement of the kid's foot, so you can go to the shoemaker to make him a shoe. Paper, enough for a receipt that you paid your taxes. Once you show the tax collector that you paid your taxes, the receipt has no value. According to Rabbi Yehuda, a number of pshatim. According to Rava, we're dealing with the main tax guy and a smaller tax guy. The main tax guy gives you a code, so you can use that code. You don't really need a receipt. According to Abaya, the tax guy, the main guy, has runners. And if the runners catch you, you want to produce a receipt. According to Rabbi Yehuda, according to Danagama, you don't really need to produce a receipt. You just go back to the main tax guy, he'll recognize you. And Rav Ashi says people want to keep tax receipts according to Rabbi Yehuda, so you can show them to other tax collectors, and they'll see that you're a trustworthy person who pays taxes. Once you erase a paper, it has no purpose. You can't write on it again. So what could you do with it? You could cover a small flask, so the shear is the size of a small flask. When it comes to leather, if it's semi-tanned, you could write a kameh on it, so it's the size of a kameh. Cloth, which we write tefillin and secretaries on, enough to write the smallest parsha of tefillin, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. Ink, enough to write 2 large letters. Chol, which is makeup for the eye, enough to do one eye. Glue, enough to catch birds. Sulfur and tar is enough to make a hole in a jar so the sulfur can come out, and then you plug it up with that sulfur and tar. Wax, enough to plug a hole. A small hole. Crushed brick, enough to put on the opening of the oven that makes gold. And Rita says, in order to make the kur, which is also called in Aramaic, pitbuk. Sid, lime, which girls use to remove hair, enough to put on one small joint of a girl. So Rita says, enough to put on the hair to make the hair lay flat. And according to Reb Nechemia, enough to remove the hair in this area. The hutzim, which are lulav leaves that you make, let's say, paishalag, is enough to make for a basket. Suvim or sieve are the string that go around the palm tree. People will put them in a funnel and that would catch the sediment of the wine. Oil and grease enough to put on the back of bread when you put it on the oven so it doesn't stick to the side of the oven. The size of a cellar, which is a gregaris. Cotton enough to fill a ball, which is the size of a walnut. If you take out a shtar chayv, a shtar that says I owe somebody owes me money, it has value. But once it's already paid off, according to Rabbi Yehuda, you're still chayiv. According to Tanakam, you're part of similar machlokes we had before. Rabbi Yehuda says you're allowed to keep a shtar chayiv. There's no isser, so it has value for you. According to Tanakam, you're not allowed to keep a shtar chayiv around. It could bring problems later on, so it has zero value. According to Abaye, everybody admits that if the shtar was paid off, you're not allowed to keep it in your possession. The machlokes is what happens in a case where the loiva admits that he wrote a shtar. Does he have to be mekayim that shtar? Does he have to make a new document stating that the original shtar is a good shtar? According to Rabbi Yehuda, since he does not have to produce such a document, so the original shtar has value. And that's why if you take out the original shtar, you're chayav. Rava says everybody admits you have to be mekayim. Machlokes says, what happens if the loiva doesn't want to pay? And meanwhile, the malva produces the shtar. And he takes it out into your surabim. Since that shtar has value now, because he could use it to collect, and without it he cannot, therefore he's chayav. Rashi says we're talking about the loiva, not the malva. We're talking about a special document that the loiva has in his possession that says he paid off already. And he uses that document to show other lenders that he's a trustworthy borrower, and he pays off his debt. And therefore it has shavius, it has chashivos, and you're chayiv, you take it out, and you just rather have a wonderful day.
See, but this guy, although he's talking like this because he has to, because this is how these people talk, he seems to make a lot of sense. He's the normal adult here, but the other people are insane. They're attacking this man. His thing was like, be kind to people. If that makes you mad, you need to get therapy. Yeah. How would that make you mad? It doesn't matter which side you're on. If someone's like, hey, let's all come.
Shabbos Dafayin Tes. When it comes to hide and leather, the shear is the size of a kameya in order to be over hitzah. From going from one domain to another domain, you have to take out the size of an emulet. Not only that, says the Nachman, this size of an emulet applies to everything. Whether this piece of hide is tanned, untanned, you want to tan it, you don't want to tan it. Not only that, if you're tanning hide, what's the shear to be hide for tanning? The size of an emulet. Of a kameya. Similarly, we say the same thing by spinning. The malachas of melaben, to clean the menapets, to untangle, to dye, and toivet, to spin, are all the same exact shear. Even though some of them are before the finished product, some of them are after, the shear is the same. Kisit kafel. This is a sit from finger to finger times 2. Anytime you find the inconsistency in the shear, that the shear is a lot larger before the finished product versus after the finished product, that is because people don't want to burden themselves with a small shear. They'll only take care of that melacha when there's a larger shear. For instance, 3 different examples the Gemara brings. When it comes to herbs, Seveya dies before you cook the herbs, the shear is much larger. It's the size of a walnut, enough to dye a full svacha, a woman's calf. But once it's cooked, then the size is dugma li'ira. A dugma is a sample cloth that vendors will show different colors. Li'ira, the size that you put on the device that holds the Erev string that goes through the chesed. The end has a small piece of fabric that keeps the thread from unraveling. It's a smaller piece, much smaller than a svacha. And then again, that's because people don't want to bother with undone products. So therefore, the uncooked samamanim have a much larger shear. When it comes to seeds, unplanted seeds, the shear is much greater than planted seeds. Unplanted seeds are either, according to Tanakama, enough to have a gregaris, slightly less than a gregaris. According to Rabbi Yehuda, it's 5 seeds. But once they're planted, it's 1 seed for a leek or a cabbage, according to Rabbi Akiva. Again, people don't want to be matriach themselves with 1 seed unless it's planted. When it comes to wastewater, We say that wastewater, the shear is revealed in order to knead clay. But once the clay is kneaded, then the shear is much smaller. It's the size of pea cores. There are 3 levels, or 3 stages, that is, when you make hide, when you can hide. And they involve salt, flour, and gallnuts. If there's only salt, that's called kipa, and the shear of that piece of hide is bikamea. If there's salt and flour added, but no gallnuts, that's called diphthera. The shear of that is to write the main essential parts of the get, Ariat Mugurashes, Adam, and the name of the person. No salt or gallnuts, that's called plain, like mat. And that the size is in order to protect a weight. That's a much larger shear than a kamea, and that's because it's moist in manner. The tomb of Medjus, when a Zav and Nida sit or stand on a piece of fabric leather, as we had the other day, maybe a week ago or so, is 3 by 5 for a piece of cloth, 4 tefachim for a sack, 5 by 5 for a piece of leather. All of a sudden now it's 5 by 5 tefachim for leather, and not the size of the command. And the answer is because dealing with something that's cooked in really hard. The only thing you can produce from this leather are table things like that. We said in Mishnah that klaf is enough. The shear for klaf is enough to write the smallest parashah in tefillin, which is shema. And the Brisa says the sustos is enough to write a mezuzah. What's the sustos? Well, the parchment comes in something called gvil. If you separate the two, you have the part closer to the flesh of the animal is called the sustos, and the part closer to the hair of the animal is called klaf, according to Taisvas. And according to Taisvas, we write on the part that's further away, on the opposite side of the hair and the opposite side of the flesh. Tefillin are only written on klaf. Mezuzah, the maskan of the Gemara, is you can write it on klaf, but also on the sustos. And the Sefer Torah, you can write it on klaf the sustos and on gvil when they're still connected. The sustos, which is not roi for tefillin, therefore it needs a larger shear, the size of a mezuzah. Sometimes you could call the parsha of tefillin by the name of mezuzah. For instance, the halacha is that if the tefillin has the ritzua, you shouldn't touch it. That's one of the 18 enactments of Beis Shammai. It's Makam the Yadayim, Makam the hands for Truma. The Ritzua by itself, not. Restream says you have to touch the actual backs of the tefillin. Zaki says you have to touch the actual mezuzah of the tefillin, meaning the parish of the tefillin. Rav says a statement. The sustos is like klaf. As part of the Gemara, what he meant to say is opposite of what we would think. That klaf is like the sustos. In other words, just like a mezuzah can be written on the sustos, it can also be written on klaf. The halacha is that a Sefer Torah in tefillin that you're about to put in the shemas, you cannot cut out the parsha of a mezuzah and use it as a mezuzah, because malim b'kodim reading, you don't go downwards in kedusha, you go upwards. We're talking about that it's written in a klaf, or you could write the mezuzah, even a mezuzah on klaf, according to Rav Meir. Rav Meir holds that you could write a mezuzah on klaf since it's better for the mezuzah. Will last longer. It's better protect like that. Have a wonderful day.
Wonderful day. That's wonderful. Oh, there's lettuces.
I support. And then I did brunch show. That's hard to do in the 1 p.m. show. Yeah, it's hard to do comedy early in the day. Yeah. But the audience was chill.
Shabbos daf take. How much ink does one have to take out from the Shusayachar into Shusarab in order to be over Mitzvah? 2 letters worth. It doesn't matter if it's dry, if it's in a pen, or in an inkwell. 2 letters worth. If the margin remains in a suffix, what happens if you take 1 letter's worth in a pen and 1 letter's worth in an inkwell, or ink in a pen? A different combination. Teku. Says Rava, we know that when it comes to Hitzah, the person has to lift something up from the Shusayachar, and place it down in the second domain. Writing consists of putting down. So if you're walking Rosh Hashanah, and while you're walking, you write. It's as if you put it in its resting place in Rosh Hashanah. If you wrote one letter, and in one awareness you wrote the second letter. However, by the time you wrote the second letter, the first letter dried up. The two letters do not combine to create a shear, and you are part. If you put down a half a shear in Rosh Hashanah, a half a fig, and before you had a chance to put down the second half in order to be over, you lifted the first half. It's as if a dog came and consumed it, and the two halves do not combine. If a person on a half a shear in Rosh Hashanah, and he takes the second half, and he doesn't place it above the first, and he's within Tfachim. You have the concept of love, because Tfachim is as if it was touching the other piece, and they combine for one shear, and he's chayv. If a person takes out an object, a half a shear into Rosh Hashanah, and another half a shear into a second Rosh Hashanah, they are mitzdaref as one. Yossi says if there's a reshus between them, it separates the two Rosh Hashanah, and he's potter. What about a Carmelist? If a Carmelist divides the two, that's considered another reshus, and therefore he's potter. Rabbi says a Carmelist, since it's only the Rabbanon, is not mafsik. It's not considered another reshus. Rava says even a beam between the two Rosh Hashanah is enough to create a separation, and they don't combine, because we see in Ethan that if a husband gives his wife his domain just to be trying to get, lands on a beam, it's not considered the wife's, because the beam is a different rishus. Makeup, eyeliner is one chayiv. Well, it depends. In the cities where women dress more tznius, and they only showed one eye, so they would use eyeliner for one eye, so the shear is one eye. In the villages where they didn't have so much pizzas, so they didn't have to cover both eyes, so both of their eyes were covered, and they would put liner on both of their eyes. Therefore, the shear is for two eyes. The Mishnah tells us that the shear is a very small amount to a small hole that wine, which is very thin, come out of, not oil or honey. Glue, enough glue to put on top of a post, which is a lot of glue. Sulfur and tar, what they do is they would have a flask of mercury, and they would cover the flask with tar. Then they would punch a hole in the tar to let out the mercury, and then they would plug that hole with tar. So that plug is the amount of tar, which is a very small amount. Rabbi Yehuda is consistent throughout all the Mishnayos here, and he always takes the smaller measurement. We saw that by a piece of gemi, a reed. The measurement according to Yehuda was to measure a child's foot, and according to the Chachamim, to make a loop on a sifter. When it comes to our Mishnah, charsis is crushed brick, the Tanakama says, to create the hole on a cord. And according to Yehuda, it's to fix the foot, which is a smaller shape. This brings us to the base. How much hair are you trying to take here outside? Enough to mix in clay. How much are you trying for clay? Enough to make the pikur of the core that creates gold, which is a smaller measurement. Line, enough to cover a girl's finger. The Gemara tells us that a girl that isn't 12 years old and she's embarrassed from her hair, if she's young, if she's poor, she would use lime. If she's wealthy, she would use fine flour. And if she comes from kingdom, from the king, she's a princess, she would use shemen amor, like in Megillah Esther, shisha chadashim shemen amor. What shemen amor? Rav Huna Bar Chia says it's perfumed oil. Rav Yirmiyah says it's olive oil that didn't come to a third yet, didn't grow a third. What does this lime do? It removes the hair and causes a glow in the skin. And the Gemara tells us that Rabbi he did so for his daughter. He took limb by limb, one at a time, covered it in lime, and he was able to get a great guy for his daughter who actually gave him 400. So there was a guy that noticed this, and he said, "Let me do this for my daughter." And he covered her in one shot with lime, and his passed on. And he around screaming, "Bibi killed my daughter, Bibi killed my daughter." Says Rav Nachman, it's only Rav Bibi that had to do so because he drank a lot of beer, and beer causes the hair to become dark. We had in the Mishnah review that says how much lime. And Rav Nachman said, What does this mean? Rab, the view is talking about the smoothest side of the hair down. And according to Nehemiah, it means to shave right over here, this area. The Ritzvah says we're talking about a barrel. We're not talking about a head of a human being. And the barrel has two spigots. And in order to plug the spigot to fill up the barrel, he will put some lime in there, says the Gemara. But that's not going to hold. The wine will corrode the lime, and the wine will come out. It says Rav Kahana, we're talking about a measuring cup. In order to make the indications in the measuring cup, for instance, in Beis Hamikdash, we had a measuring cup called a hin. The hin, halfway was for the par, a third was for the ayil, a quarter was for the keves. More the pshat is a forehead. You put on the forehead, says the Gemara story about a forehead. In Golu, they asked the Golu, somebody that came from Golu, who came to Babel, they asked him to darshan a Meisim Merkava, like we're going to have in Shem now, which is the Meisim Merkava. And he says, no, I can't. Because one shot is, he said, Rav Nehemiah, darshan in Meisim Merkava, and came a hornet and bit him. According to others, the shot is, he himself darshan, and a hornet came and bit him on the forehead. What's very interesting is that Ben Yoyada says in the time of a Mageifa, you're supposed to wear a mask, not like we do today, over our mouth and nose, but rather on the forehead. And he brings this Gemara to explain that the forehead is where the mouth Hamavis sees a person's deed. So if you cover the forehead, you won't have any clue. Says in the Mishnah, how about red clay? Rabbi Akiva says enough to seal a cargo sack on a ship. Chacham say enough to seal a letter, which is much less. Fertilizer and very thin sand. For the Rabbi Akiva, enough to fertilize one cabbage or another sheet, enough to fertilize a leek. If you have a reed, a piece of reed, what can you do with it? You can make a pen, and it has to come up to the joints in the fingers. Machlekes, the Shiling Gemara Teku, is it the joint that connects to the hand, or is it this joint over here? If the reed is too thick and you can't make a pen out of it, or it's broken enough to use it as fuel to cook the fastest cooking egg, which is a chicken egg, mixed with oil, on the stove, the size of a gregarious. Not an egg, but the size of a gregarious. Thick sand, enough to have it travel full. In other words, sand is good for lime. That goes according to Rabbi Yehuda, that says that for Ben Abayis, you cannot use lime. Or according to Rava, it goes according to everybody. In other words, sand is really bad for lime. And the sand, since you can't use lime, by adding sand, nowadays, it makes the lime darker. You could use it. Have a wonderful day.
It's like two are arguing, and then if he says, one thing that's named on our Rubik's Cube, oh, really, dude? You're going to hear from you say one thing about the bad thing, that's in my opinion, dude, this fucking vote does not exist. It's just, it's people seeing what they can do to other people.
Shabbos Pei Aleph. How much bone do you have to take out from one rishus to another rishus in order to chayiv? Sanakama holds enough to make a small spoon, according to Yehuda, enough to make the teeth of a lock. Before you put those teeth into the lock, they don't serve any purpose, so they are tahar, they're not metabal tumah. To put them into a lock, they are metabal tumah. The kli etzem, simple bones that have no shape, have no form like wood, they are like metal metabal tumah. Once you attach them to a gate, they become a mechubel karka, they become attached to the ground, no longer can they be metabal tumah. How much glass do you have to take out from one domain to another in order to chayiv? Enough to sharpen a weaver's tool. Some say enough to cut 2 woven threads from the spool, from the loom. A stone. How large of a stone are you chayiv on? Enough that has enough mass that you can throw it at a bird. According to Blessed Ben Yitzchak, it's enough to throw it at an animal, and it has to be significant that the animal feels it. How much? It weighs 10 zuz. Usually, stones are muktzah. However, when it comes to kodat riyos, human dignity, Chachamim relaxed that restriction. Zunin came into the Beis Medrash and he asked, how many stones is one permitted to bring into the bathroom to use as toilet paper? So they told him 3. And it's the same achloikis, Meir and Yehuda, when it comes to esrog. Meir says that esrog has to be a minimal of a walnut, Yehuda says a minimal of an egg, and the same thing applies here when it comes to the stones. Meir says 3 stones that are the size of a walnut, Yehuda says 3 stones that are the size of an egg. However, the Chachamim in the Beis Medrash told Zaynim that it's three different sizes. One is the size of an olive, the other is the size of a walnut, and the other one is the size of an egg, and you use them consecutively. Says Zayden, wait a minute. Does that mean I have to carry around a scale? I have to get the exact measurements? So he said, the shear is whatever fits in your hand. We don't care, 5, 2 stones, what size, whatever fits in your hand, that is the shear. Rabbi Yanai says, if it's a permanent bathroom, so whatever fits into your hand, because whatever you're not going to use now, you'll use later, so it's not most on Shabbos for no reason. However, it's not a permanent bathroom, then the shear is like the compromise, meaning the middle shear. We have olive, walnut, egg. The middle one, the size of a walnut. Rabbi Yehuda says it's also used for toilet paper. You're not allowed to use something pipes, which are pebbles that crumble. Rava says you're not allowed to. They would, in order if somebody constipated, they would massage with some sort of stone. So you're not allowed to massage on Shabbos with stone or sand because of the issue of goizes you might shear here. Or if you do kilachah yad, instead of holding it with a full hand, you hold it with 2 fingers. That's mutter. If you take a mortar, which is designed to crush something, so it's you want to use that for toilet paper. If it has remnants that somebody else used it before, so nobody's going to use this any longer for kli shemalach b'lisun, you're not going to use it for food, then it's mutter to use it for toilet paper. What if it got washed off with rainwater? If you can still see some remnants, it's a mutter. What is the kasha? There are 10 things that enhance or help the ability to have hammer lights. One of them is using a stone that somebody else used already. How do you say that you use it now? So the one brings 3 roots in it. It's also to use a stone that somebody else used when it's moist, or if it was used on both sides. Or it's a stone that somebody else used, and here we're dealing with a stone that you yourself used. What are the other 9 things? Where it says, if you eat reed leaves or grape leaves or rigid meat like tongue, esophagus, basakaisis without salt, the spine of a fish, herring that's not completely cooked, the sediment of wine leaves, if somebody uses lime or earthenware for toilet paper. And some say even somebody that hangs himself, straighten out his neck in the bathroom. What about doing extra tirch on Shabbos, carrying up the stones for toilet paper to the top floor? But Abrius allows us, you see in the Torah was relaxed when it comes to Hashem Saveda. If somebody's Zakim the Fifboidai, Talmud Chacham doesn't have to return on Aveda if it's below his dignity, so too Chacham will be relaxed when it comes to toilet paper. It's not similar to the case the Gemara says of somebody that got a piece of meat stuck into his teeth, also the issue of human dignity. He wants to remove it and he wants to use a splinter that's mukta. We don't care, we say he can't use it. Why? Because he should have been prepared with toothpicks before the meal, but when it comes to a bathroom, people don't know where they're going to have to use it. Maybe somebody will be occupied, will have to use a different bathroom. He can't be prepared. It's also to walk on a plowed field, even during the weekday, because you're ruining the other person's plow. On Shabbos is another issue of using a bathroom in a plowed field because you might come to take a stone and cover a hole, and as we learned earlier, that consists of charisha. If it's in your house, that would be boina, smoothing out the floor. It's mutter to use a stone that has on the other side grass. If you pull the grass out, you're chayav on privilege. But we're not concerned you'll do it. It's davashin and skaven, and it's certainly not a psik ratio. The Gemara wants to bring a raya from here. In those days, they would plant planters that had holes in them and use them as kaparas, Rashi says. They would take it and go around their head 7 times and say, Zechalifasis, and throw it into the river, do a tashlah with the kaparas. You're allowed to lift it up on Shabbos even if it has grass growing on the bottom. Based on this halacha, you're allowed to pick up a rock. Says Gemara, what's the connection? Stone, I need to do it, I need it right now for human dignity, but I don't have to pick up this pot. Abayi says halacha that if I have this pot with holes on it, and it's on top of a stand, and I lower it to the ground, that would be planting on Shabbos. Now it gets more moisture out of the ground. And if it's the reverse, it's on the ground, and I put it on a stand on Shabbos, that would be toilish. Both these surah would be only midrabara. Rebbe says, not only is it usher to use earthenware during the weekday because of kishuf, even on Shabbos it's usher to use. You'd rather use a stone than earthenware, even though the earthenware is less muktzah than a stone because of kishuf. Rav explains Rabbi Yochanan that he's talking about the problem of voices shearing here on Shabbos and it's not Shemini Shabbos and it's also. The issue is that Rabbi Yochanan passes like the Stam Mishnah. The Stam Mishnah holds that a Nazir could shem head even though he might tear out here by mistake. Dam Shemini Shabbos is mutter, and now we're saying it's us. Rav Chizda and Rav Ravuna were on a boat. And Goya wanted to go onto the boat, and they said no. So she said, if you don't let me go on, I'm going to stop the boat with Kishuf. And she did. She didn't let the boat go, and they said something, and it started moving. She didn't realize, and she thought that her Kishuf didn't work, and she said, the reason why it's not working is because you don't use earthenware as toilet paper, and you don't kill a louse on your clothing, and you don't take out vegetables from a bundle before you untie it. In other words, the Gemara, it seems like from the Gemara that Rabbi Yochanan were over on these things, and that's why it did work, but she didn't realize it. Have a wonderful day.
But you, 100%, I know this for a fact. I guarantee that you cannot edit like Toronto does. You cannot film like Toronto does. You can't make
Shabbos Daf Beis. The famous Rav Huna asks Rabbi, his son, I don't understand. Why don't you take advantage of the Rav Chizda, who's extremely smart and sharp? Says Rabbi, because every time I go to him, I don't learn Torah. He teaches us how to use the bathroom. Don't sit down quickly. Don't strain yourself. The body has 3 shini karkashka. You might blow one of the assistants. Says Rav Huna, Rabbi, you need to learn how to save yourself, how to keep your body intact. If a person has 2 options of toilet paper, one is a stone and one is a shard of earthenware, which one should you use? Earthenware is dangerous, it cut you, is kishuf. A stone is muktzah. Says Rav Huna, use the stone rather than put yourself in sakana. Says Rav Chizda, no, it's better to use a shard than to use muktzah. In fact, the Brisa says, just like Rav Chizda, you should use the earthenware. So what's Rav Huna going to do? Rav Huna will say, that Brisa is talking about earthenware that's not dangerous at all. It's nice and smooth. What if a person has 2 options? Grass and a stone, and according to the second Shana Rashi, we're talking about Shabbos. Grass is also slightly abrasive and dangerous. Machlokes, Rav Chizda, and Rav Amnuna. The big problem is, there's a concept when it comes to toilet paper that you're not allowed to use toilet paper that's flammable. Why we do so today is a different problem. When the Ram talks about it, the Ramah says that's what people do. Some say, how do we use grass as Gemara? Because this grass is moist, and therefore it's not flammable. A person needs to go to the bathroom. He needs to relieve himself and he holds himself back. Machlokes, what happens between Rav Chizda and Ravina? Either he'll have bad breath, Rashi explains the decaying food will rise, or he'll simply have bad body odor from the Brice's mashma that it's bad body odor. If a person physically can't relieve himself, constipated, number of tricks. According to Rav Chizda, he should stand up and sit down, stand up and sit down. In fact, Rav Yirmiyah says, I saw with my own eyes an Arab that did so, and he spilled out like a pot that spills over. Rav Chanan says, a person not only should stand up and sit down, that's great, but he also has to walk a little bit. Find another place. And therefore, this fits into the halacha that a person is about to have a very long meal and is embarrassed to stop in the middle of the meal and take a break. So before the meal, you should either walk 4 times 10 amos or 10 times 4 amos, which is helpful. And Mishnah tells us the person has a piece of earthenware. What is the shear that would be chayiv for yourself taking 3-way machlokes? It either says enough that you can put between beams when you stack up beams. Rabbi Meir says enough to hold a coal, fire. And Rabbi Yossi says enough to hold a revius of water. Rabbi Meir says, I have a zeicher, a hint from the pasuk. When the Navi talks about the Churban, the Baruch Hu is going to destroy things to the point where you can't even hold a coal in a piece of earthenware. So you see, earthenware, in order to be chashuv, has to hold a coal. Says Rabbi Yossi, but if you just continue to the end of the pasuk, it says, and the Baruch Hu will destroy to a point where you can't hold water in the earthenware. Rabbi Meir will explain that what the pasuk is saying is, first, that the Baruch Hu will destroy everything that has value, such as things that hold fire. And then he'll destroy things that, even things that don't have value. From the pasuk itself, you can understand that Rabbi Meir's shear of holding fire is greater than the shear of a revius. Because it just makes sense. The pasuk starts off with a large item. I will destroy the larger items. Then HaKadosh Baruch will destroy the smaller items. Says Abaye, and that's how you have to explain it in our mission as well. We're dealing with a very large bonfire. You cannot walk over to a large bonfire with a small piece of shard earthenware and pick up a coal. You will get burned. We're dealing with a very large piece of earthenware so that from a distance you could grab a coal. And with that we finish the parak Hamoitzi Yayin, and we begin the parak Omer Rebbe Kiva. We're dealing with a bunch of Mishnayos that teach us where do we learn different halachas. Not necessarily have to do with Hilchos Shabbos. Eventually we're going to get to Hilchos Shabbos of Mila. And the first halacha is about Avodah Zarah. Rebbe Kiva says, I know that Avodah Zarah, ba'asmachta, not a mafurish pasuk, but some hint from a pasuk. Avodah Zarah is mitame b'masa. Maga is if you touch something. Masa, if you lift up the Avodah Zarah, even though you're not physically touching it, it's in a bat, you become tamei, just like a nida. If a nida picks something up, or you pick up a nida, you become tamei, as the pasuk says, Tizrei kimoi dava. You should throw out the Avodah Zarah like a nida. Say toimar loy, get out of here, tell the Avodah Zarah. The Brisa says that if a Jew built a wall, and then a non-Jew built 3 walls around his wall and made that wall that the Jew built into Avodah Zarah, and the wall fell down. The Jew can no longer rebuild that wall because he's helping Avodah Zarah. What does he do with the broken? First of all, he has to distance himself 4 amos from that wall and build another wall. But what does he do with the leftover stones? They are mitama, according to Rebbe Kiva, bimas, just like Anida. Rambo explains that according to everybody, Avodah Zarah has a hekesh to Nida, and therefore Avodah Zarah is mitama b'masa. Where is the machlokes? Machlokes is in a concept called Eben Misama. Eben Misama is a very large boulder that's suspended, and if there's a zav Nida on top, the unbelievable chiddush, the tumah travels right through the stone, which is typically not mekabel tumah. Through the stone is mitama any kli that's below the stone. Machlokes says, do we learn that concept that is by Anida? Do we learn that concept to Avodah Zarah? Rebbe Kiva says yes, and Chachamim say no, because we learn from a sheretz. And the sheretz does not have that tumah. What does Rebbe Kiva do with that hekesh that we learn from sheretz? Avodah Zarah, a kli held Avodah Zarah is not mitama b'masa, but is mitama b'maga. And what do Rabbanan do with the hekesh of Avodah Zarah to Anida? That's mitama b'masa, but there is no Eben Misama. Why? Because Chachamim learn the hekesh of Nida, Avodah Zarah, that tells the concept of Eivarim. That is, if a limb, Rahman al-Islam, is cut off from a Nida, that limb loses the Tumas Nida, gains a new Tumah of Tumas Eivar Melachai, so it's Mitama Ba'oyel, the Masa Mumaga, but not the Eben Misama. So too, Avodah Zarah is not Mitama, the Eben Misama, and it's not Mitama, the Eivar. The fact that Rav Chama on tomorrow's daf had a suffix whether or not this Eivarim, if a limb of Avodah Zarah is detached, it's one of these attachable Avodah Zarah's pieces come off on and off. One piece came off. Is that Mitama the Eivarim? Or where you see it's not, according to Chama? Obviously, we have to say Rav Chama was asking in Rebbe Kiva. Does Rebbe Kiva uses hekesh all the way through, even if it means that it will be a kula, by saying that there is no tumah on that Eivar? Lazar learns a whole new shot in the Gemara. According to everybody, there's no Eben Misama by Avodah Zarah. Even Rebbe Kiva holds there's no concept of Eben Misama by Avodah Zarah. So where's the machlokes between Rebbe Kiva and Chachamim? Whether or not there's Tumas Masa by Avodah Zarah. Rebbe Kiva says, yes, I learned from Anida that there's Tumas Masa. Rabbanan say, no, I learned from Sheretz that there's no Tumas Masa. And Rebbe Kiva learns the Hekesh that from Sheretz, that the Mishamshim of the Sheretz, the Kli of Avodah Zarah, is not Mitama B'masa, and Rabbanan are going to learn the Hekesh Tanida that there's no Tumah Ve'Eivarim. Have a wonderful day.
Kid, where are you, man? I haven't seen you in a while. You're playing poker. I hear you're losing to women. Oh my God. Cancel me now. All right, that's it. Bye. Bye.
Shabbos Daf Vav, continuing with Mishnayos with a theme that are not necessarily connected to the Sefer Shabbos. How do you know these halachas not based on pure limud, rather on a smachta, a good raya from a pasuk? We know that Shich Hazera, as the name implies, it's roila hazriya viable. How do you know it's a tama woman 3 days after relations? Because it says in the pasuk, "You nechayim l'shleishis yamim by Matan Torah, separate from your wives for 3 days." And this is the reason because we want the women to be b'tahara during Matan Torah. How do you know you're allowed to be mechal Shabbos and cook up hot water for a baby 3 days after the bris milah? It says by Shem that Shimon and Levi waited for 3 days after the bris. When they're in pain, you see that 3 days after bris, the baby's considered a chayil shesh b'sakana. It can be mechal Shabbos in those days. How do you know that the Sawyer HaMishtaleach, the Lazazel, the goat you throw off a cliff on Yom Kippur, you'd wrap a band around its neck, a red band, and another band you tied to it. But when you watch the bands change colors from red to white, there's a pasuk in Shai that says, if your sins are red, they'll turn white like snow. How do you know that on Yom Kippur, you're not allowed to anoint yourself, you're not allowed to put oil on your body, just like you're not allowed to drink? Because the word Shem and water come in the same pasuk, the pasuk the mind of Kirbon, with the Shem and Ba'atz Moisa. This is Machlokes whether an anonymous Mishnah can be going according to different. If you hold that a Stam Mishnah could go according to different Tanaim, so the ratio does not go according to Lazar ben Azariah, against Yisum, who hold that a woman is only coming for 2 days. I would suggest 2 days. But the same can go according to Lazar ben Azariah by Milah. Say the Mishnah has to go according to one Tana, so we have to switch the word in the ratio. Instead of saying that 3 days you're coming, you have to say 3 days you are coming. Lazar ben Azariah, as we said, says that a woman who's elected Shulchan Zera is made up for 2 days. In other words, minimum 2 einos, maximum 4 einos. So eino is 9 days, 12 hours. If relations were at the tail end of the first day, that leaves this person with 2 einos from the second day. If it was all the way in the beginning of the day, the relations, then she has 4 einos. 2 from the first day, and 2 12-hour periods from the second day. The Rishmael says no, it's 3 days. That's his comment. 3 days could maximum have 3 24-hour periods with 3 times 12, which is 6 einos. 5 einos, which is worth midday on the first day. Or 4 einos, if the relation was all at the tail end of the first day, now you're left with only 2 24-hour periods with 4 times 12. The computer says there's always 5 einos, regardless. It's exactly 60 hours from the time of the relationship until the time she's no longer coming. So even if she had a relationship a few hours into the first eino, we go a few hours into the last eino. It's always exactly 60 hours. According to the Chachamim, it's exactly 72 hours, 3 full days. According to Rabbi Akiva, where did he get this 5 einos from? 5 times 12. Rabbi Akiva holds that Moshe Rabbeinu always ascended, went up to Shemayim at daybreak, and always came down at daybreak. Therefore, if Moshe Rabbeinu came down on the 4th day daybreak, that's 12 hours into the 4th day, into Wednesday. Because Wednesday starts at Shkia. Therefore, he's only 12 hours for Wednesday, plus another 8 hours for Thursday and Friday, a total of 60 hours. If these women make on Friday night, they are not because they're considered fully young. A woman has to wait until the sun goes down, but she wants to make it after sun goes down, and therefore she has to wait until the following night, sundown. The problem is that Kabbalah Satira was Shabbos morning, they were in a state of Koma. Says the Gemara, that's not a problem. You could be Kabbalah Satira in a state of. However, that never happened. There was not a single one by Israel that was in a state of young. They all went to the mikveh. They were able to go before sundown on Friday, and therefore once sundown on Friday came, they were no longer younger, completely tired. According to Rabbi Akiva, why couldn't Rabbi Shmuel give the Torah on Friday night? There's already a 60-hour period from Wednesday morning until Friday night. The 60 hours. The answer is because the Torah cannot be given at night, as it says in the Pasuk, what did he didn't give over the secrecy one, all the nations to see Matan Torah in broad day. So why couldn't Klal Yisrael go to the mikvah on Shabbos morning? Why did they have to go Friday night? The answer is, it doesn't make sense for some people to go to the mikvah while others are going to Matan Torah. Explains Tosfos that if we would wait for these women to go to the mikvah, let's say it only took 5 minutes for them to go to the mikvah, that's 5 minutes of Bikkur Torah for all Klal Yisrael that can never be replaced. The machlokes of how long will last by a woman, that's only by a woman. But by a man, everybody agrees that if the zera on clothing that's moist, it's metama forever as long as it's moist. The one remains in a sucker. Is this halacha that Zera only remains for 3 days in a state of tuma? Is that only because this woman is Jewish and she has mitzvahs that she is stressed out about, and therefore her body destroys the Zera within 2 days? But let's say a Goya who doesn't have these mitzvahs, maybe it lasts longer. Or perhaps a Goya who eats shkatzim or masim, her body is also able to destroy the Zera in 3 days. Another question the Gemara asks, what about an animal? The Zera is an animal, perhaps it's only a human being that traps the Zera and doesn't introduce oxygen to it, and therefore it's destroyed, but an animal that doesn't have a place, it doesn't have a canal, perhaps the Zera lasts longer. Take it. According to everybody, Yisrael arrived in Sinai on Rosh Chodesh. And that was given on Shabbos. Machlokes Rabbi Yosi holds that happened on Sunday, and Rosh Chodesh was on Monday. According to everybody, the day they arrived in Sinai, Rabbeinu didn't say anything to Yisrael. All he said perhaps was Schar Noinus, but he didn't relay anything that was Baruch Hu told them to relate to Yisrael because of the strenuous situation that Yisrael was from the way. They were too tired. The following day, he told them, according to Rabbi Yosi, it happened on a Monday, according to them, that happened on Tuesday. The following day, he told them the mitzvah that don't come next to Sinai, according to Rabbi Yosi, that happened on Tuesday, according to the Chachamim, that happened on Wednesday. And on the following day, he taught them about Hafrasha, separate from your wife. According to Rabbi Yosi, that happened on Wednesday, according to Rabbanan, that happened on Thursday. So that is the machlokes, which we're going to discuss tomorrow, whether the pre-shah, the separation, was on Wednesday or given on Thursday. Have a wonderful day.
I fucking shove a taco right in my butt, dude. Okay, so Dick Kaufman says Brennan Schaub told the Atlantic that I'm his first 3 years doing that in his first 3 years of doing stand-up, he performed 6,000 hours of comedy. In order for this to be possible, he would have to do an average of 5.5 hours of stand-up every day. Absolutely.
Shabbos Daf Zayin. According to Rabbi Yosi, Rosh Chodesh was on a Sunday. HaKadosh Baruch Hu commanded Yisrael to separate from the wives on Wednesday, and Matan Torah happened on Shabbos. The issue is that the pasuk says, "V'kidashtem hayoim u'machar," only 2 days separation. If so, Wednesday and Thursday, Matan Torah should have been on Friday, not on Shabbos. The same issue is with the pasuk. On the third day, you're good to go for Matan Torah. The Yosi must explain that Moshe Rabbeinu added an additional day on his own, as he said. Tomorrow, when Baruch Hu says tomorrow, he meant a full day, 24 hours. So therefore, if it's 2 days, it's 2 times 24 hours. I have to add another day, and Baruch Hu agreed with him. In fact, he gave the Torah on Shabbos. This is one of the 3 things that Moshe Rabbeinu did on his own. That Baruch Hu agreed with him. Since Baruch Hu agreed with Moshe Rabbeinu when Moshe Rabbeinu separated from his wife, Moshe Rabbeinu made a galafayim. If Klal Yisrael have a date with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, they know exactly when you're going to receive the Torah. HaKadosh Baruch Hu said you have to separate from the wives 3 days earlier. So I, Moshe Rabbeinu, who HaKadosh Baruch Hu speaks to me all the time, and I don't know exactly when he'll speak to me, I certainly should separate from my wife, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu agree with him. You see, or hell, daber boy. The Baruch said, I commanded Moshe Rabbeinu to do so. If Moshe Rabbeinu wouldn't have came up with this own idea by himself, HaKadosh Baruch Hu was him himself. HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with Moshe Rabbeinu when Moshe Rabbeinu broke the luchah. Moshe Rabbeinu made a cheshbon. If the Korban Pesach cannot be done by a mumar, somebody that's off the Torah, certainly Klal Yisrael, while mumarim the egel, they shouldn't receive the Torah. And he broke the luchas, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed, like it says, Asher shibarta, Yasher shibarta. I agree with the fact that he broke the luchas. It says in the Brisa that on the Shlish, the third day, and the Gemara, it's the third day from when Moshe Rabbeinu started talking to Klal Yisrael about Matan Torah, about the Schar Oinash. It was the third day of the month and the third day of the week. According to Chamim, that Rosh Chodesh occurred on Monday. So it happened actually, the third day that we're talking about was on Wednesday. We must say this goes according to Rabbi Yosi. By Yoshev Moshe's Divrei Amel Hashem, there's two psukim. One says Moshe returned back with Baruch Hu with Klal Yisrael. So then it says by Yagid Moshe's Divrei Amel Hashem. A number of pshatim here. Rabbi Yosef Rehuda says that on the third day, the Baruch Hu commanded Klal Yisrael on Hagbalah, don't touch the mountain. Rebbe says that first Moshe Rabbeinu told Klal Yisrael about the Einish. Shibud. By Yoshev is lashon shibud. Shoivavim. Distance. Keep away. And afterwards, Moshe Rabbeinu told them about the sechar, about the reward. Like Vayagid is lashon about God, things that pull people in. When you teach them about God, people come close. And some say the opposite. First, Moshe Rabbeinu told them about the sechar, about the reward. Vayoshev is lashon of mashivim. And then afterwards, he taught them about the einish, about the punishment. Vayagid is lashon of gidin, says Rashi, like bitter vegetables. Isis says shish on the sixth day. Sixth day of what? Machloikas, according to Rabbi Yossi, it means the sixth day of the month and the sixth day in the week on Friday. According to Rava, it's the sixth day from when they rested. And according to Rav Achar Yaakov, the same day that they rested is the day that they left. And there's a fundamental machlokes. Klal Yisrael received Shabbos, the halachas of Shabbos before Matan Torah. The question is, what did they receive? Did they receive all the halachas, including Tefillin? Place explains it means Vayitza, going, and they wouldn't be able to travel. And therefore, when they traveled on Sunday, it means they traveled and they rested in the same day. Or perhaps they received Hilchos Shabbos, but they didn't receive the Isra of Vayitza and Tefillin. Therefore, it's possible that they traveled on Isra. Right, so that means on the Klal Yisrael left in its right. First, they shefted the Torah. That night, Matas B'chayim, and the following day, on the 15th of Nisan, they left Mitzrayim. And we know that whatever day of the week, the 15th of the month, falls out, that means Rosh Chodesh was the same day. The Brisa says that was a Thursday. They left on Thursday. That means Rosh Chodesh was on a Thursday. If Rosh Chodesh on a Thursday, the following Rosh Chodesh is always either one day after or 2 days after, depending if it's or a miss of 29 months. Nisan is always a full month. That means if Rosh Chodesh was on a Thursday, the following month Rosh Chodesh was 2 days later on Shabbos. Says the Gemara, and if Rosh Chodesh Iyar was on a Shabbos, so the following month, Rosh Chodesh Sivan was on a Sunday, because Iyar is a chaser, and it's 1 day later. Shabbos means the following Rosh Chodesh was on a Sunday. Now, according to Rabbanan, that Rosh Chodesh fell out on a Monday, we have to say that they made us another Hebrew Chodesh that year on Iyar, and therefore Rosh Chodesh came on a Sunday. And Rosh Chodesh Sivan on. The Torah says, "Vayi b'chodesh harishon, b'shon hashenish, b'echad b'chodesh." The second year, the first of the month, Hukam HaMishkan. That's when the Mishkan was permanent. So not only did they put the Mishkan up, but there's 10 things that happened. Number one, it happened on a Sunday, the day that the world was created. Second of all, that's the day that the Nesim broke Karbanos. Third of all, that's when the Kohanim started doing Avodah. Fourth of all, that's when they started bringing Karbanos of the Tzibur, like the Tamid. That's when fire came down to the Shemayim, that's the 15th. 16th, they started eating Chachim within 17 years. The Shekhinah was showing in the Mikdash. 18th, they started doing Birkas Kahan. 19th is there's the Isra Bamas. And 10th, that was the first of the production. There's a rule that if Yom Tov falls out on a certain day this year, we know that last year the same Yom Tov fell out 4 days earlier, and if there's a leap year, 5 days earlier. So the Torah tells us specifically that Rosh Chodesh Nisan on the second year fell out on a Sunday, then we know that the year before it fell out on a Wednesday. And if Rosh Chodesh Nisan fell out on a Wednesday, the following month, Iyar, always falls out 2 days later in the week, because Nisan is a Molech, so it fell out on Erev Shabbos. If that's so, the following month, Sivan, falls out 1 day later in the week, because Iyar is a Chasar, so Sivan fell out on Shabbos itself. That is not fitting, not with Rabbi Yossi, not Chacham. Both Rabbi Yossi and Chacham have answer similar answers. We're basically going to say here happened to have 7 missing months, and Chacham say that there was 8 missing months, and that fills in the gap. Have a wonderful day.
He doesn't understand, like, just back before all the contract and all that, was he known as somebody who would misspell things or say words? That sounds like that's always been true. I don't know if you look at some video, you can see that he was. I don't think anybody, I think it took the homeless cats to figure that one out. I would notice.
Shabbos Daf Piches. Today's Daf is one of the classic doctrine and Shas with many valuable life lessons. But first, we need to take care of the studio that we started yesterday. It says in Seder Olam, incidentally, was written by Rabbi himself, and that's the points we have right now between Rabbi. It says this was on the 15th of the week, which occurred on a Friday. And as we know, if the 15th of the month is on a particular day of the week, that means Rosh Chodesh is on the same day. So that means that Rosh Chodesh Nisan that year was on Erev Shabbos. We also know that since Nisan is a full month of 30 days, the following month must come out 2 days later in the week, which will be on Sunday. That's Rosh Chodesh year is on Sunday. Therefore, the following month, Rosh Chodesh Sivan, since year is 29 days, that means the following month is going to come out 1 day later, not 2 days, 1 day later in the week, which puts Rosh Chodesh Sivan on a Monday. And that goes according to Rabbanah. Although Rabbi Yossi wrote this goes according to Rabbanah. This is a verse that says Moshe Rabbeinu went up Shemayim on Monday, he went up on Tuesday, he told us about the Mitzvah Hagbalah like we had. He went up on Wednesday, he told us about Afrasha, he separated from his wife, he came down. And on Thursday, he put the Messiah, that's the day that Christ was a Nazi, and he was Makhluk. Rice continues, it says that on Friday he didn't have time. It doesn't mean that that's what Makhluk. Very well says it means a concept of preparing for Shabbos. Here, even Moshe Rabbeinu had servants, he himself prepared for Shabbos, didn't have time. And now, the beginning of a sugya of Haggadah with Milah, somebody from Gol came and stood over a Kudah, and he darshan said, look at how beautiful these things given to read. Tanakh, heard the name Sugya is 3. Fayisrael, Chayim, Yehanim, Yevim, Yisraelim. Moshe Rabbeinu was born third after Aaron and Miriam. The Torah was given on the third day after Afrasha, it was coming, that was 2 days of separation, and on the third day, Matan Torah, the third month, here, he picked up Har Sinai, put it over them, and put not from the grass, and that's where your burial will be. The Rav Yaakov says, this is a great excuse for Klal Yisrael. Klal Yisrael was forced into the mitzvahs. If we can't come to them with any complaints. Yet, later on, 950 years later, passing in the time of Purim, Klal Yisrael re-accepted the Torah out of love and not out of fear. It says, we say to Israel, Hashishi, what's the day? That day of creation corresponds to the day of Sivan when the Torah given. Deal with nature, with earth, and said, if Israel accepts the Torah, which that is the reason why I created this world, then I will keep you in place. But if they don't accept the Torah, I'll put you right back to tell you about when Faisal said, Nasa Benishma, 600,000 Malachim, corresponding to 600,000 men of Faisal, came down and put on each two crowns, one for Nasa and one for Nishma, and then by Hegel, 1.2 million Malachim came down and took away those crowns. Har Sinai is where they got the crowns, and Har Sinai is where they took the crowns. And Moshe Rabbeinu was Zoyfek to take all the crowns from us, Rabbi, and both will return the crowns to Klal Yisrael. The Baruch Hu told Faisal, gave you the secret, and say, Nasa, we will do, and then understand what you have to do. You learn this from the Malachim, and the Malachim also, they do before you understand what they need to do. Like, also it says, like an apple, this explains referring to an esrog. An esrog can live on a tree, from year to year, you don't have to take it off, so the fruit comes before the leaves. Like Faisal said, Nasa, before Nishma. It was a min. Haifa, who saw Rava sitting on his finger and crushing his finger while his finger was bleeding because he's speaking and learning, and he didn't realize that he's bleeding, and he didn't tell his Rava, I'm a Ziza, you're a repulsive nation. You say, you repeat before you know, and here also, you sit down and you think before you think. And Rava said, we're a nation that goes after his birth with the grave. Out of love, we know he's not going to steer us wrong. Our best interest, and therefore we know what it says in the Torah. We know that it's a gift for us. You, on the other hand, you will go to mine. The book says, I fell in love with because of one of your eyes, but after you did Torah, after you had the Torah, it's B'Shtein, in both of your eyes. Hashamel ben Sibo Ner Giza Psukim Shir Hashirim. The Gemara tells us that Klal Yisrael acted like one of the worst things possibly imaginable. Is a kala to be the zana under a chuppah. In other words, Klal Yisrael, as they received the Torah, they were getting married to the Torah, they went and had an affair with Avodah Zarah, with the Egel Azal. It's like Avodah Zarah was sitting there by his chuppah, and we come and we give our perfume somewhere else. Yet Avodah Zarah didn't write in the pasuk the Sriyah. He gave us a nice version called Nasa. And this is one of the most famous, amazing Gemaras. How does a Jew act when somebody insults him? Well, there's three levels. There's people that are insulted and they don't respond. That's a tremendous level. There's people that hear their shame, which is even worse, and they don't respond. And the third level is even greater than two, and that's you hear your shame and you take it with love. You take that shame and you say, I deserve it, I want it. And on that, the Torah says, the first creation that was insulted was the sun. When the sun didn't respond, and what happened? The moon was reduced and only gets its light from the sun that didn't respond. The Rebbe says every word, every one of the Aseret Hadith that came out of his books now split into 70 languages to the nations. The Torah had a muscle, a minshal to a prince to kill at will and let people live. And so too, if a person learns Torah, my meaning with his right, in other words, with all his might, he tries to understand Pshat and Torah and to understand the secret, then it's the gift of life. On the other hand, if people learn with the left, they learn in order to outdo somebody else and to show them up, that's the cause of death. So Amar even though his Lord was upset at us because of the Egel, nevertheless he commanded us to make the Mishkan, which resembles Shaddai. Every word, every Dibur of the Aseret Hadibur that his Lord said, the entire world filled up with perfume, and Christ was the Shema left them, and they were backed up 12 mil to the end of the encampment. What happened was that the Lord brought a wind, got rid of the perfume, and the next word brought him one. The Lord was Messiah Mason, with the dew, and then he answered another Dibur, and then they died. And the Malach, they encouraged Christ to walk back like a mother encourages her child to walk. When Moshe Rabbeinu Shemayim can see the Torah of the Malach, why would a human being get this? You waited at for 974 generations. Why would you give it now to the Basar Dam? And Moshe Rabbeinu answered them. Moshe Rabbeinu was fearful to answer them. And the Prophet told him, hold on to a piece of cover. And said, look at the Torah. Nothing in the Torah. You don't have parents, you don't have a Torah. You don't have challenge, you don't work. And they agreed to him, and they all gave him secrets of their own, including the mouth of mothers, taught Moshe Rabbeinu how to use Torahs to save Klal Yisrael from the pandemic and tell them exactly where to stand between the alive and the dead. And with that, have a wonderful day.
It's impossible to be jealous of Shab at this point. He's so embarrassing. Like he's failed. Like Alani said, he's out of fighting go, out of the podcast go. He's failed at everything. I don't even mean that in a mean way. I feel kind of like you have something to him. He's just so mad at everything.
But it's funny, every time Phil starts to feel bad for him, I go, I'm walking in my truck thinking,
Shabbos Daf Pes will continue his beautiful after Gemara. The two ladies said a number of statements. After Moshe Rabbeinu came down with the Torah, he wasn't mature that the Sahara was occupied and didn't realize that it was given. And the Sahara suddenly realized that Stan Shemayim says, where's the Torah? He says, I gave it to the earth. He goes down and he asks the earth, where is it? I don't know. He goes to the ocean, to the behind, to the depths, to get him. Nobody knows where it is. He goes back to the British one. I searched everywhere. He says, I gave it to Ben Amram. We know Amram is one of the 14 people that never sinned. I gave it to his son. And so he goes to Moshe Rabbeinu. He says, where's the Torah? Moshe looks at it and says, you think I'm worthy? I have a Torah. I know what I'm talking about. The British one heard this. He says, Moshe Rabbeinu. He's saying a lie. He says, Moshe Rabbeinu, you delight in the Torah every day. You have a hundred Musa, coveted, beautiful Torah. You think I'm worthy of having the Torah? The Rebbe says, since you put yourself down like that, I'm going to name the Torah after you. Torah Moshe Avdi. At a certain point where Moshe Rabbeinu was in Shemayim, we noticed that the Rebbe Shalom was writing sorry grounds, like you have Kagim, Kagim Gats, little Kagim and Kagim letters. And as the Rebbe Shalom, what is that? It's the whole Gemara Menachos. But the Rebbe Shalom tells Moshe Rabbeinu, why did you say hello to me? Say the master hello. When it says in the pasuk by Yom, Moshe Rabbeinu was delayed and was coming down from the mountain. That's why it's called it says the Gemara Moshe is a Russian of Bo Sheikh. The 6 hours a day, noon came and went. Moshe Rabbeinu didn't come down. That was part of the story. The Tzara first asked by Yisrael, where's Moshe Rabbeinu? Moshe told by Yisrael, going to come down. After the men was, she wasn't coming. By Yisrael told him a baby. And the Tzara made a truth in the world dark, like a cloud. And he confused by Yisrael. He says, where's he at? They didn't listen to him. He's dead. They didn't listen. And finally he showed them a depiction of Moshe as if he's dead. And then they realized that perhaps he's not coming back. But God says that the word Sinai perhaps means that the Nissim happened by Yisrael. That doesn't mean that the word Sinai, the Gemara says, Sin and Toy, as it is. The Gemara says, what does Sinai mean? That's the mountain that caused Sinai to the nation. Once we got the better they did, the Sinai by Yisrael. You see the same thing by Restream. He says there were 5 names in the Midbar, 5 different locations in the one midbar. One is called Midbar Sin. That's where the sea was. That's where the commandments is referring to the Klal Yisrael. Midbar Kadesh. Taisha became Kadesh. Kadmos is where the Torah that was there before the world existed was given. Number 4 is Para. Para after they separated from the wives, they come away from go back. And it actually says that every woman became pregnant with a Ben Zachar. And finally, Sinai. Sinai, from the going to the Eden. One man says the name is Sinai, but we call it Torah. One man says it's Torah, but we call it Sinai and Torah is a lesson of Purva, of destruction to the earth. As it says, what's the lesson? What is telling Israel, go and be rebuked? Maybe it should come and be rebuked. Explain to Gemara, what was telling Israel, go to Avram, your forefathers, and get rebuked, get to Father. Israel doesn't learn from him. Why should we go to Avram? Avram heard that we're going to be enslaved for 400 years and he didn't die. Yaakov, Yitzchak, gave the brothers to Esau and he didn't die. Yaakov knew about the 4 Goliaths and he didn't die for us. We want you, we want to rebuke from you. God said, if you want to rebuke from me, you look like I hit the sun and if your sins will be red, I'll show you, then I'll whiten them like snow. One of this amazing thing, his brother went to Avram. He said, what should I do with your sons? Your sin. And Avram said something incredible. I can understand. Wipe them off the face of earth. You deserve to die. I'm sure Hashem. You should know that if you do not pay up, that's what happens. His brother didn't like that. So maybe I'll get a better answer than that. I'm going to repeat the same thing. Until he came to Yitzchak. Yitzchak is our best defense lawyer and pulled them right back. Looks and lives for 70 years. The first 20 years, you can't give him an item. And it's brought down. This is the side of after 20, you don't get an item. See in different places in the Torah. 25 years out of the 50 plus speaking. So now we're up to 25 years. Out of the 25 years, 12 and a half, you have to do your personal things like davening and eating and going to the bathroom. So you have 12 and a half years. Either you or going to take on the responsibility of 12 and a half years, or split it 50-50. But even if you split it 50-50, Yitzchak, I was mocking myself by Akeda. I deserve a little bit of credit. And that credit should go towards Klal Yisrael. Says Gemara, Klal Yisrael started calling Yitzchak Avinu after you're our father. He says, no. I want to show you, point out, it's the British level. Yaakov Avinu, Ata Hashem Avinu, Ve'aleinu Ma'elim Shalem. You are his work, you are Hashem. Says the Gershon, Yaakov Avinu, when he went up to describe, he should have gone down with Barzel, like a prisoner in metal chains. But because of the Schos, this Schos saved him, he didn't have to. And now we are back. Except the Shabbos. Says the Mishnah, what is the amount of wood that one takes out into which is surrounded with another domain in his tire? When it comes to wood, we had it already when it comes to reed. When it comes to wood, it's the amount of wood that it takes to cook up the easiest egg to cook, which is chicken egg, and the amount would be of great garret. The size of a dried fish. This is the fact that we learned the same halacha by reed, and that is because by reed you can't do anything with reed. But with wood, you still can do. You can make keys for a lock, and even so, that you can make a key for a lock, the shear is the shear of bishul of food of the ingredient. Once the shear of spices enough to spice this easy egg, this chicken egg, 2 different spices, and combine with each other, as long as they are all from the same category, they're all there to sweeten or to salt the food, and have a wonderful, wonderful day.
That's a great it's tough business, especially when you're not funny, and then you start laughing, and his manager started laughing. You could tell at first they didn't want to say anything because it was still kind of confused about how serious or not. What I'm saying. So and we did a podcast together, and I just kept saying because I made a video.
Shabbos Daf Tzadik will continue with the different amounts necessary in order to be high on itself and taking something from one domain to another. The Mishnah talks about things that you can create dye with, a peel of a pomegranate or a nut, something is pua, and the shear is pisvacha. Svacha is a head covering that women wear under their head. Pisvacha is the opening of that covering. That's a larger shear than if the dye is already made. If the dye is already made, then it's Dugma Ira, which is the sample that merchants have of their garments. Ira is a weaver's body, which is the device that holds the thread when they throw thread through the loom inside the side. It's a smaller piece of fabric. Meirag Lion, these are stain removers, and the shear is also piece. According to it's when Meirag Lion is at least 40 days old, according to this, 40 days old. Rashi's in another place. Nestor. The Gemara, this is also saying it has to be from Alexandria. Virus. The Gemara translates as Vera. These 2 types of Vera. In order to be kind of, it has to be a vegetable, something that grows in the ground that has roots. Virus, the Shmita, cannot be that it means sulfur. Sulfur obviously doesn't have roots. Emolia is Shmoy Dutch. Rashi says he doesn't know what it is exactly. The Hashmal says possibly salt water. Hashlag, which translates as Shoshana, which is in a pearl, which is removed with a very sharp metal object. Still though, some sort of pepper, the shear is cold shear, a very minor amount, and they use it as mouthwash to remove the odor in the mouth. Idro, which is Zephet hard, again, is cold shear, it's used for migraines. Certain the summon, cold shear, anything that has a bad smell, which is used to chase away mazikin from sick people and young people, make smelling oils, fragrance, argamon, which is purple dye, which also has a nice fragrance, cold shear. A young rose, one petal of a rose is the shear, different metals, the shear is supposed to a very small amount, enough to make a prod goat. If somebody says, I want to donate metal to the base Hamikdash, the amount would be 1 amma by 1 amma, enough to make the Kalya Oira, chase away the ravens which have sharp spikes. In Erica, we learned another sheet that means a physical vertical. Somebody takes out copper, how much copper? Enough for Maha Kesef. Leslie says nothing less than a small copper forge. Wait, out a minute of the wicks, etc. After his bath, he stones in his bath, the dirt in his bath, it's cultural that you have the king secret Torah and the mantles, the covering of the Torah, they decay because of a worm called Leked. It's the culture because you have to eat miza to it. The Gemara tells us there are different types of worms for grapes, for figs, pomegranate. They are all extremely dangerous. The Gemara tells a story that Talmud told the Rebbe, I just ate a fig and it has thorns in it. The Rebbe turned to others and said, this Talmud is going to die because it's not thorns, it's a worm called that makes drills holes through a person's neck. It says, you're also chayiv on the Shanta B'Dizayah, things that hold up in the argues with what we learned earlier in the chapter, that Shanta B'Dizayah has no value at all. He also says it possibly that the Yot from a Umma, so it has a purpose. Says the Mishnah, if brings out a batch full of samples, you only chayiv one practice for all the samples. The big finish isn't quite as Moses explained, is that even if you have an awareness between sample and sample, you do the part on one sample, and then you realize you got the second sample, you still putter. Whereas that if it wasn't in the box and you had an awareness in between different items, you could try different products. Different seeds. One man says it's a little bit less than a gregaris, if I think. It usually says it's 5 seeds, whichever is less. If you have seeds of a cucumber which have a lot of value, and they are royal in the field. In other words, you could plant them, not that you are going to plant them. It's 2 seeds. If you're going to eat them, it's 1 seed enough to fill a pig's mouth, which is 1 seed. If you're using the seeds for it, these are seeds of dates. If you're using it for fuel, then it's enough to cook. It's easy egg, which is a chicken egg. If you're using it for math, if you count something, it's either 2 or according to Tafer, the layer it's 5 because you don't need 2 seeds to count. You start using the count after right around 5. If it's a seed of a pumpkin or a seed, it's 2. Is that fertilizer? And then there we learned whether it's enough to fertilize 1 seed of a cabbage or 1 seed of a leek. That's because you already planted it, and as we said earlier, once it's done, then the shear is much less. If you're going to plant, then you need at least 5 seeds or more. If one takes out around 2 years of a forest or a town, you tie it, why you can make traps for birds with it. A very hard bristle on a back of a pig is 1. Palm tree leaves or palm tree vines. Leaves are 2, the vines are 1. A live grasshopper. If it's kosher, you can eat it. It's kosher because you give it to your child to play with as a boy. Once it's dead, now it's food. If you're a raw food is gregaris. There's a grasshopper called Chiperis Brahmin. Whether it's alive or dead, the shear is kosher. A small amount, but use it for Rasur. Abai says you find it in a very young palm tree that has a single vine. What you do is use it for a memory. You cut it in half, the right half, the left half, put it in a small copper tube, seal it many times. More than 60 recipes many times. You put it on your left arm, and then learn as much as you want. All that learning you are going to remember forever, provided that you use the left side, and the left side, you will lose everything that you try to learn. Hakana says, you don't give a non-kosher grasshopper to a young person, it might die and the child might eat it. The reader says, since it's a toy for the child, instead of eating the grass out of the boat, you drive the grass out, get the grass out. That's what therefore there's no concern. Have a wonderful day.
He was a UFC champ when I was nobody. He said it isn't worth it because I'm too witty, and that's what Sean's the one saying no with Dana White. Like, oh, you want to play that game with me? I'll light you up. And I follow you on Twitter, so I'll play with you. Like I was trying to get him to say something. But unfortunately, said one of the things I'm best at is making fun of people. It's not making any people out like yes, but
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Aleph. As I do every day before Shir, I read some emails. I'd like to start reading a synopsis of an email. Just send me in your name, where you live, how the 8 minute has inspired you, or whatever, and try to get to it. We're starting a brand new Perek Matzniach. How about now we learn different foods, different items have different shiurim for what it is that you have to take out from one rishus to another rishus. Says the Mishnah. That's all good for regular people, but if you yourself decide that a certain item is valuable to you, you put it aside, you store it, then no matter what size it is, if you pick it outside, think for Sarabin, you are chayiv. For instance, you set aside seeds for planting, or for a sample, something for a sample, or for medicine that is valuable to you, you are chayiv. Your friend, on the other hand, that same item that you think is chashuv, for him, he is not chayiv. What if you put something out, let's say for plant, and then you change your mind, you want to bring it back home. Now it's no longer chashuv, you're not planting. The shear goes back to the original shear, let's say by seeds, 5 seeds, the size of almost a gregaris. Atai explains that we're talking about where he took the seed and he threw it back into his house and landed. It has its own specific place. And that is the chiddush that nevertheless the shear reverts to everybody else's shear. Abai explains the Mishnah that we are talking about a case, the beginning of the Mishnah, where a person set aside, let's say, plant before Shabbos. And on Shabbos, we forgot why he set it aside, and he brought it outside. Nevertheless, he was chayiv because the original machshava remains. The person always does, based on his original machshava, unless he has an opposing machshava. He undoes his machshava with another machshava. Let's say a person, since his intent is so important, and he can create an object just by thinking that this object is important, what if a person does the reverse? He says, for me, the entire pieces in my house is important. Anything less is not important. We're talking about somebody who gets a billionaire. Says the Gemara Butler David says, it's very rare to find somebody that said you need an enormous amount of things to take out and only get its kosher. That's Butler David. But to say that one seed is kosher versus 5 seeds, that would define plenty of people. The mayor says, and the mayor is the author of our Mishnah, he says even one kernel of wheat, you are chayiv taking it out of the plant in order to tell us a little that it's not anything less than a gregaris, meaning you need at least an hour's worth, but even a kernel's worth is what you do with chayiv. The husband Azariah says, we had this earlier in the sector. If a person decides that this kernel is kosher to him, he wants to get out and plant it, then this kernel becomes also for the entire world to take out and plant. As we learned in the first daf of the second Shabbos, in order to be over himself, whether it's taking out from one domain to another domain, or people walking down around into the Shroud, you have to do 2 things. Akira and Anapha. Lift it up, walk the dollar down into the next source, and put it down, or walk into the next source and put it down. What Nachman tells us that even if you have 2 different intents, one by that Akira and one by that Anapha, when you do that Akira, you repeat to yourself, you want to keep this item, and it is a proper size of your garage and has the right shape. You took it outside, and then before you put it down, you switch your intent to plant it. That doesn't ruin anything. You are tight. Where has the shayla? What happens if he takes out a half a your garage with the intent to plant? So far, you'd be tight. This half of your garage blew up a sugar garage, and then he switched his intent to eat it. The more suffix is, when he took it out, he didn't have enough of the shear. It was only later on he took it. So perhaps in that case, we're not going that the two mashals, the two intents are not start this perhaps in between. And if you say that, what about the reverse case happening? In other words, he started out thinking that this full sheer Bregera is food, he wants to eat it outside. And then it shrunk. And only then he switched his intent to planting. The first initial machshava intent is no longer there. He wants to eat it, and he can't eat it. If he left it as is, he wouldn't be chayav because it's no sheer of Bregera. He had to, which is intent. Perhaps in that case, he's part. And if you would say he's chayav, what happened in the case? He started out with a full shear. As he's walking, shrunk the half a shear, and afterwards he moved back to the full shear. Say, that Shabbos is pushed off. For the time being, when it shrunk, the shear is pushed off, like we say, it's usually like the buttons and usually sometimes what remains. Another incredible shiloh in the Gemara, what happened to a person has less than an egg's worth in a house with a dead body. That less than an egg's worth will not be become other things. So he goes ahead and he throws a piece of olive size onto that egg, and now together you have a full shear of nothing. But this is on chapter. We say that olive worth, since it had the ability to make an egg's worth, so now it's a question of piece. It has wood, and therefore, if you over on Shabbos, we typically need a larger shear than olives. You need a Bregera when you grow and land. Over here, since you did something, you accomplished something, that's enough to be higher. Don't bring rice in the Gemara from Lechem upon him. If you want to be over on inside Shabbos, you have to take out the Bregera. But the question is, when you take out the Lechem upon him, you are chayav immediately on a Tzayis. For Yotze, not for Shabbos, for Yotze. Now that desire is the fire, and what you say, you should also be over on Shabbos, but that's not the case. You're all over on Bregera. This is one of the reasons why I saw, because when you go out just from the Azara, it's just a Tasha person, you're trying to Yotze. In order to get to the Shirabi, you have to go much further to the happen different stages. Says the Mishnah, he takes up food from a Shirabi and puts it on a scoop. This scoop, says the more is a caramel. And you're over from taking it from the Shirabi to the Shirabi. And it can't be a Shirabi because you'd be over right away if you take it out from your house and drop it on the scoop. So the scoop is a caramel. So what happens is you take it in the house, put it on the caramels, and then you can have it stop it. And from that point, you do it again. You are quite already doing someone else putting on the scoop. It's not republic because it's stopped in the middle. That's the one continuous gravity. What happens if you cook food and he pushed it out of his house where it's mostly on the scoop of it because the scoop is already used to gravity? Says the Mishnah, you are not chayav since there's part of the tree is still inside that house. The Nazai holds, by the way, that if you are going from or Rishis Hayafet to Rishis Hayafet and you walk by and see someone, you are popular because walking is prohibited. When you have your 2 feet on the ground, if you stop, Elvish doesn't go like this. This explains our Mishnah. If the tree is ma'agid the food, does it cause the food to be warm? In the are long cucumbers or long food. Indoors, they have a pretty good small food. Some of the foods are in the Shirabi. So this is tired because that food is already outside. The tree is not tiny the food. The tree makes all the food once. So even though, yes, it has one mustard seed or one food that's outside, nevertheless, we don't look at the seed. We look at the whole tree and the whole tree. Part of the inside, and therefore you part of the Mishnah seems not to say, but not like kids, but not like your resident. Each one will explain the Mishnah, add a word or two to make it fit his way. And with that, we'll finish today. Have a wonderful day.
What does she make better life decisions? Just ask. That's what happened. Sure, it's what's funny though too. Dawson Shaw was moving to the same month. Like he told his wife, like, yeah, that's just what we gotta do. And she's like, listen, I know this from inside source.
Shabbos Daf Beis. Please send me in some emails with pictures, or even without pictures, telling me where you learned David about how it inspired you, your name, where you live. I'll try to read it out. We learned the amazing halacha about a person who steals a pouch of money As he lifts it up, he's over on Geneva. When he takes it out from Shusayach to Shusrabin, he's over on Eitzah. Those two things happen at two different times. However, if he dragged the pouch out from Shusayach to Shusrabin, stealing the money and the Isser Shabbos come simultaneously, and then we say, Kamle with the Rabbi, he's only chayav on the greater Isser, which is Isser Shabbos, which is a Kiyuv Misa, versus the money. Everything that's in this pouch goes by the pouch and not what's in the pouch. So all the money is in the pouch, and you're only chayav once the entire pouch is either Shusayach into the Shusrabin. However, if the opening of the pouch faces the Shusrabin and he has access to the money, he's chayav on Neva before the pouch comes out completely because he can access the money. So they don't have it simultaneously. However, if the pouch is flipped over, although he has access from the back, but we're dealing with larger pieces of silver, says the Gemara, and therefore we go by the money. Since some of the silver is in the Shayachim, he's not chayav until everything comes out. The Gemara says, what about the shnatzim, these drawstrings that close the pouch? If part of the shnatzim were inside of Shayachim, that would mean and the entire pouch is considered Shayachim. You have to say the shnatzim was folded over, or there are no shnatzim at all. Abaye and Rava reverse their shittas later on in life, and Rava holds that Eged Kli Shmeyeged, and Abaye says Eged Kli Lo Shmeyeged. Therefore, we have to flip a member of the machlokes between Abaye and Rava. Rava holds that if you have something in your hand and you go from the Shusayach to the Shusarabim, since Eged Guf Lo Shmeyeged, your hand doesn't go by your body, so you're chayav right away by putting it into the Shusarabim. We're talking about that your hand is within 3 tefachim of the Shusarabim, so as if you did Hanach. And Abaye says the reverse. Now we're going to be dealing with the halacha la'achar yad. You all know the halacha, you touch mutz with your elbow, perhaps you're not chayav, you're not close to this mission. You're chayav on Eitzah when you do it in the typical manner. You carry it with your right hand, your left hand, you carry it in your chest like you carry a baby, you carry it on your shoulders like you make custard in the midbar. But what if you carried something on your feet, in your mouth, if it's not food, in your marpeg according to Kaiskus, armpit, or in your elbow, you carry something in your ear, or in your ear, or you have an upside down money bag. You carry it between your belt and your garment, and in your shoe or sandal. These are all Shalei Kedera, and you are covered. Reza says, although the Shusarabim is up to 10 tefachim, if you carry something above 10 tefachim, and that's how B'nai Chazid, you are high. He says, Moshe Rabbeinu must have been at least 10 amas high, which is about 20 feet tall. And that is because Moshe Rabbeinu himself put the Yeriyas HaMishkan and the Mishkan, that was 10 amas high. Therefore, you can assume that all of them were approximately 10 amas tall. And they carried the Mizbeach on their shoulders. And we know the Mizbeach was 10 amas. And you typically carry something 2/3 below your shoulder and 1/3 above. That would leave 3.3 amos, which is 20 tefachim between the bottom of the Mizbeach and the ground. And we're looking for a ride that we carried above 10 tefachim. Here's a ride that we carried almost 20 tefachim. Now, are you going to tell me that Moshe Rabbeinu was really tall? Because the Shkinu Shayran, and somebody who's a Shkinu Shayran has to be taller and wealthier and smarter and stronger than everybody else. So I'll say, okay, let's say that all the Levim were average height. They were 3 amos, approximately 6 feet tall. Don't forget, they also carried the Aron. The Aron was only 9 tefachim. Another time, but it was 9 tefachim. And if you do 2/3 below the shoulder and 1/3 above the shoulder, it comes out that there was 11.3 tefachim in the bottom of the Aron and the ground because the shoulder was approximately 18 tefachim tall. Ruchia says that even Anshe Hutzal, the people of Hutzal used to carry things on their heads like barrels of wine and oil. If someone like that went out on Shabbos with something on his head, he would be part of because Baba that is the problem. They are the minority and we don't go by them. If somebody wanted to take out a fanny pack, a wallet, and put it in back of him, and it came out to go to the front of him, he is tired because he only intended to do a shmira kusa, to watch it not the best way. The front is a much better shmira, and therefore he's certainly tired. But in reverse, try to put it on the front, and it flipped to his back, he's puckered because it went from shmira me'ula to a shmira kusa. And according to Blazer, it's two different man saying this. The Mishnah says that interesting Lashon, the MS Amru, where tells us that means this is halacha, a woman who wears some sort of undergarment, that she says it's like pants, and she puts like a spoon or something between her pants and herself. The typical derek is that it's going to reverse it, go from the front to the back. And therefore, she is chayav, because that is the derek. It really says even the mail couriers who run and bring letters to king, they have a tube, they put letters, and that tube will flip from the front to the back, from the back to the front, and therefore they're chayav. According to everybody, if somebody put something, a fanny pack on his back, and it remained on his back, according to everybody, he's chayav because his intention was done as he intended. According to everybody, if you do something to Yad, you carry something on your ear, you are potter. The machlokes is if the belt is flipped over, your money belt is flipped over. According to Rabbi Yehuda, that's similar to somebody who went out with a feel of putting his money belt on his back and it's on his back and his chayav. According to the Chacham, that's still considered Yad. That's not the normal way to wear a money belt because the money can fall out if it's upside down. Therefore, you are potter. The Mishnah tells us two people who've done a malacha, who carried out a loaf of bread, for instance, and they both get carried by themselves. It's very strange for two people to carry something really light. Therefore, according to the time of our Mishnah, Yehuda, they are potter, as you've seen as well, potter because it's very unusual to carry like that. However, if it's an extremely heavy item, like a beam, like Yikuli Vela, where one person by himself can't carry it, you need a second person. So that's the normal way to carry it with two people. So according to Reb Shimon, you're potter. He has a special limit, as we're going to see tomorrow. And according to Yehuda, and remember, you're chayav. What about a person? He's carrying with one finger, he's not that strong. According to everybody, the person who could carry it is capable of carrying it, he is chayav, and the second person is potter, having a wonderful day.
Go chase it down like a coverage. Whatever. I told them I was actually going on this podcast in 3 weeks. I was going to make it a 3-hour commercial on this podcast. I just put them out. Just told me to make a 3-hour commercial for how much he sucks and how much Yuri sucks.
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Gimel, how's everybody doing? The pasuk says, "Nefesh achas kachto ba'asoisa." There are 3 words here in the singular. Of course, they can't exclude any time a person does a malacha with someone else. On Shabbos, he's potter because the Torah says in singular, you do it by yourself and then you're chayav. They come to exclude 3 cases, starting from the least fish to the biggest fish. Case where one person does the akira and the other person does the hanacha. Both potter. Second case, if both of them are capable of carrying this item by themselves individually and they do it together, that's different. No one really carries like that. Biggest finishes, even if it's a very heavy item, where you typically need 2 people, and that's how people carry things, a heavy refrigerator, 2 people. Nevertheless, on Shabbos, both of them are potter. Rabbi says, I agree to you that there are 3 miyutim in this possible, all in red. However, 2 of them are referring to the case of Shain Shasu, and one of them is talking about something else. So therefore, according to Yehuda, the 2 easiest cases are excluded, and therefore, one person does that pure, one person does that hanacha. Or in the case where both of them can carry the item by themselves, both potter. The third media comes to say that if Sanhedrin made a mistake and said, for instance, you could eat chalev, and you go ahead and eat chalev, you are potter. Meir says no. This pasuk only has 2 media. The 2 words, nefesh achas, go together, it's 1 meal. Ba'asoisa is a meal by itself. Therefore, I'll exclude if one person does an akira and one person does an hanacha. In that case, you potter. But in the 2 other cases, zeh yachal, or zeh yachal, both cases were chayav. And the second meal of the pasuk comes to exclude the case of when Bez made a mistake, Sanhedrin made a mistake, and you ate chayla because of them, you are potter. In a case where one person can carry the weight all by himself, the other person does not, he cannot, let's say he lends 1 finger or he's physically too weak, the person who can carry all of it by himself is chayav. The person that's helping out is potter. The question is, why is he potter? He helped out, he carried somewhat. The answer is because misayeya ein bo mamish. The helper is as if he's a nobody. He doesn't carry anything. The Gemara goes on to prove it 3 different places. The halacha is that by a zav who down on something or lays down on a beged, time of that beged, the measures provide puts most of his weight on the beged. So let's say he's laying on a bed and you put a bed under each one of the legs. He's not putting all his weight on each one of the legs. He's only putting down 25% of his weight. However, if you were to remove one of the legs, the bed will collapse. Therefore, we view each leg as if it's carrying all of the weight, and all four begadim are tummy. However, when it's an animal, since an animal can balance himself on three legs, all four begadim are tummy. The question is why? Why don't we view each leg as a helper, as a messiah? The answer is because messiah ain't by mamish, and therefore they're all tar. Perhaps you'll say, I'll tell you why they're all tar. Because there's a suffix here. Maybe he lifted up his leg, the one that you think the beggar is tummy, that leg he lifted up. The answer is, when it comes to a zav, and we have a suffix, we say everything's tummy. For instance, if a zav lays lengthwise on a table, like in the blue arrow, the table is tummy, because all his weight is on the table. If he lays on the width of the tables, all five tables, they're all tar because each one is only carrying a fifth of his weight, and that's tar. But let's say he fell asleep and you don't know which direction he went. He started out lengthwise, but perhaps, or he started out to the width, and perhaps he went to the length. We don't know which way he went, and therefore all the tables are tummy. So we should say the same thing by the animal. The answer is because Messiah ain't by mamish. Even if the animal put the weight down, it's Messiah ain't by mamish. He's just the helper, and that doesn't count. Rabbi Yossi says that a horse, when he leans forward on his forelegs on a beged, they're mitama, but his hind legs are not mitama beged. And a donkey is the reverse. And we don't say, perhaps, by a horse, for instance, the hind legs should also be mitama, because they are helping the sayeya, ain't by mamish. The avodah in the Beis Hamikdash, if I had him put where shoes, their feet had to be flat on the surface of the Beis Hamikdash. What if he put one foot on a stone or a bench? Well, if you remove that stone or bench, and the kohen can keep his balance, his avodah is kosher. The question is why? The bench was a messiah, helped him out. He put some of his weight on it. The answer is messiah in by mamish. The halacha is when the blood comes out of the base of the shechita, you have to catch it with a kli. You have to hold the kli with your right hand. And if your left hand assisted in catching the blood, kabbalah sadam, the avodah is kosher. Why? It's messiah. It was helped by the left. The answer is messiah in by mamish. This is machlokes in Rameir when he says, Zeyachal, the Zeyachal. Two people who are very capable of carrying an item all by themselves, and they help each other to carry it. Rameir, they are both high. The question is, do you need this to have two shiurim, figs worth, one fig for person, or they share the field in one dried fig? The Gemara brings three rayas to this as well. First raya is from the case that we had before, when a zav is laying on a bed. You say that all four talesos that are under the legs are tameh, but we don't have four zavim here. Perhaps we should need four shiurim of zav. We should have four roivs of zav. You have one zav that provides tumah to all four. You see that one shear is enough. If a deer was trapped in a house, you close the door, you are chayiv. Two people close the door, they are potter. But if the door is very heavy, they are chayiv if they close the door. The question is, you only have one deer. You should need two deers for two people. The answer is, all you need is one shear. Another raya. If two people stole an animal, they shechted the animal, they are chayiv 4 times if it was a sheep, 5 times if it was an ox. The question is, why? You only have one shechita here. You should have to have 2 shechitas in order to be mechayiv the two of them. The answer is, one shear is enough for 2 people, and so too in our sugya. The Gemara wants to bring a raya from a reed that helps out on the loom. If 2 people carry it, they are chayiv. And the question is, perhaps have a raya. There's not enough material for both of them. And the answer is perhaps we are talking about a case that there's enough material, so that's not a good raya for me. Says the Mishnah, if a person takes out a kli into Rosh Rabbim, and in the kli there's food, but the food is not a proper shear, it doesn't have a full fig's worth. So he's putter on the food, and he's also putter on the kli because the kli is secondary to the food. If a person takes out a live human being on a bed, he's putter for taking out the human being and putter for taking out the bed. The bed is secondary to the human being, that's why he's putter on the bed. But the human being is a new concept called chai meises atzma. The live person assists in lifting himself up. You're not carrying dead weight. You're carrying a live person, which is lighter than a dead person because he assists the gravity or whatever you want to explain. And therefore, you're putter on him, and therefore you're also putter on the bed. However, if you carry a dead person, you are chayev on the dead person. And if you take out a kazais of a dead person, or kazais of an avela, or a kadash of a sheretz, you're also chayev on Shabbos. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Tzadikei. I'm going to try something new, to do a synopsis of emails that I read during the regular shir. It's my privilege, as the first email, we'll read an email from a boy named Moshe Mosmach from Yerushalayim, a 13-year-old boy. He sent it to me 2 days ago. And he writes that 4 surgeries to correct a rear syndrome that he has, yet he learns the full shir, and then he does the 8 minutes as a chazara, and learning the daf has made me feel so about myself. So we wish you, Aaron Mosbacher, tremendous amount of atzlacha. Hope to see you live at the shir. And here's a picture of Aaron that he sent me, a before and after. Such a zisa guy. So let's jump into the Gemara. We have 2 Lashonos here. Rabbi Oven, in the name of Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Chanina says that when a woman braids her hair, she's over on the issue of oiring, weaving. If she paints her eyes blue, it's case of writing. And she says she parts her hair and weave and write. Rather, Babo, in the name of Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Chanina says braiding and because parting the hair is binyan. As HaKadosh Baruch Hu braided Chavos hair, and the Torah calls it kliyasa, which the translation is biniyasa, to build. And kocheles, painting one's eye, is not ksiva, rather it's tzviya, dying. As the Gemara says, one should not put blush on their face because that is dying. Reb Shimon Lazar says that when a woman does these 3 things, gedelos, bekeses, and kocheles, what she does to herself, since it's not a perfect job, she's potter. She does it for a friend. That's where she's chayav. Milking an animal, or making cheese by putting milk on top and having the water come down, and megaven, which means to take the curling of the milk and putting it together. The shear is a gregeres. To sweep a floor, to sprinkle water on a dirt floor, and to break apart a honeycomb and eat it. According to Rebbe, that's a issa deraisa chayvachatos, as the Torah says, yaris dvash, the forest of honey. In other words, it's like taking off a fruit from the forest. Yontif, we get malchus because this is issa deraisa. According to Rabbanim, it's only shvus, it's only issa derabbanim. The Gemara tells this amazing story. Reb Nachman bar Guria came to a certain city, and they asked him, "What is the issur of chayla, of milking a cow? What's the issur of migav?" He didn't know. So he said, "What's going on here? Was your Rebbe a katlatanya? Was he a reed chopper? He didn't teach you." So he went around and he asked, and he found out. Milking a cow is mafarik. It's the malacha of dash, of extracting one thing from the other. The malacha of mechabetz is boirer. You're taking the milk, you're pouring it, and out comes the whey, and the cheese remains on top. And megaven is taking the big pieces, the curled pieces, that is baina to build. Amemer says this issur of sprinkling water on a dirt floor is only dirt floor because that's mashve kumais, that is baina according to Rashi. But sprinkling water on a tiled floor, 100% mutter. Where does this? Rabbi Sva told Ravina, I see you're an allergic reaction or something. Why don't you do a trick? Pretend that you're washing your hands in this corner. The water will fall on the ground. Pretend you're washing your face over there. At the end of the day, you'll have water all over. Where it tells us that Aish's Talmid Chacham, the wife of Talmid Chacham, the daughter of Talmid Chacham, they know this trick. They wash dishes in this corner, then they go to the next corner, and at the end of the day, their floor is watered and the dust goes down. Where it tells us, since lahalacha, we pass like Reb Shimon, the Davisha Einim Miskaven is mutter. If you don't intend to do that malacha, so over here, you intended to get rid of the dust. It happens to be that the water fell on the ground and straightened out your floor, but it's not necessary that's going to happen. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. It's mutter. Says the Mishnah, there are 2 types of flower pots. One has a hole in it, one does not have a hole. The one with the preparation, it could have that hole on the side, on the bottom. Sometimes it's considered as if it's part of the ground, it nourishes from the ground, and therefore, if you remove a fruit from that pot on Shabbos, it's like removing a fruit from a regular tree. However, if it doesn't have a hole in the bottom, and it's separated from the ground, there's no issur klisha on Shabbos with the Raisa, with the Rabbanon. Shin says, there's no difference. all pots are not considered attached to the ground, and if you remove a fruit from a pot, even if it has a hole, you are potter. The only time Rav Shimon makes the distinction is when it comes to machshir food, kabbalah. That is, in order for fruit to be kabbalah, you have to introduce them to one of the 7 liquids. If they are attached to the ground, it doesn't matter what liquid you pour in it, it's not mikabel tuma. However, if it's in a pot that doesn't have a hole in it, then it's not attached to the ground. So it's not attached to the ground, you could introduce water to it. It says Shimon. In this case, I agree that if it has a hole in it, it nourishes somewhat from the ground, it won't be mikabel tuma even if you pour water on it. The Gemara brings a husav, sometimes it means a liyah navi. As for a root coming out of it, it's poking it, that it's directly by the hole. Does that nourish from the ground? And therefore, Reb Shimon would agree that's considered attached to the ground. Reb Zera didn't have an answer. Later on, Ahu Saba heard Reb Zera saying that if this pot has a hole of an olive's worth, then it's considered completely not a pot, and it's nourishing from the ground. He says, I don't understand. Halachically, you said it's not a pot, it nourishes from the ground. When it literally nourishes from the ground because the root is poking out, that you don't know? And Abaye explains, well, the case was where the hole was all the way in the bottom, and it wasn't even able to hold a revius of liquids. Says Rav, there are 5 levels of holes in a kli cheres, in earthenware, that have different halachas. First of all, before we even get to the level, we talk about something called the gistra. A broken piece of earthenware with it is put it under a vessel that has a tiny hole in it, and it will catch the liquids. If that gistra has a hole in it, then it's a goner, because you're not going to put one gistra to catch the liquids that are coming off a broken gistra. The both broken pieces of shards of earthenware, you toss them out, they're not mikabel tuma. Now let's talk about the kli itself. If the kli has a small hole, the water leaves it, then it's mikabel tuma like every other kli, and it can even receive the mechatos from the paradum. However, if the hole is large enough, and this is level 2, that water could go in, which is a much larger hole than water coming out, then it can no longer receive mechatos. However, it's considered that the kli is not attached to the ground, and as we said before, you cannot be mashur fruit. If you pour water on them, then they are mikabel tuma because they are not attached to the ground. The third shear is if a root pokes out, small root. Now it is considered attached to the ground. You can no longer be mashur mikabel tuma because it's attached to the ground, but it's still considered a kli tuma because it can hold olive. Fourth shear is that if it holds the size that olives come out, no longer a kli. For anything else, you specifically does that kli to hold pomegranates. The fifth shear is if it has a hole that large that even pomegranates fall out of it, there's no way out of it. It's completely not mikabel tuma. And finally, the halacha is that if an earthenware kli has something in it and it's in a room with a dead body, typically the oil hameis will go into the kli and be metama what's in it. But if it's sealed, it can protect that tuma. What if it has a hole on the side? A hole on the side make a difference. It has to have a hole on top and the entrance. What if the hole is so large that it's as large as 51% of the whole kli? Then the tuma will come in if it's a very large kli. And if it's a small kli, if that hole is as large as the pomegranate, then the tuma will come in. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Tzadik Vav. Today's synopsis email comes from David Mishulam Weiss from Muncie. And he writes, my highest compliments to you on this wonderful shir that you share with me and thousands of others daily. It really enhances my learning. It's an excellent review of the Daf. Thank you, David Mishulam. Also, a quick shout out to our great friend, Shlomi Klein from Crown Heights. The Gemara tells us that in order for a kli, a flower pot, to be considered attached to the ground, it must nourish from what size hole the flower pot must have in order to be considered attached to the ground. Machlokes Rabbi Yossi bar Oven and Rabbi Yossi bar Zavda. The Gemara is not sure exactly who says what. It's either one says the size of a pomegranate, which is very large, and the other one says the size of a small root. it's mikatzel katza from side to side. They're two very different shiurim. And the way to remember these two very interesting shiurim is the famous line, Echad hamarba, Echad hamamet, u'bilvad shechaven li b'lashamayim. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't care whether you buy an expensive carbon or a cheap bowl of flour, as long as you have the right intent. Rebbe Lezer holds that when it comes to earthenware, once the kli has a hole the size of an olive, it's no longer it's not considered a kli, even if you designate it and say, I want it to remain a kli, I want it to hold pomegranates. Unlike Rava yesterday, who says that typically the kli is bottle, but if you have the right designation for pomegranates, remain a kli. And with that, we finish Perek Hamad Sniya. Unbelievable, one more Perek down, and many more to go. Perek Hazarik, dealing with throwing items, continuing with the theme of Yitzhak, taking items out from one Rishus to another Rishus. If you throw from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabin, or from Rishus HaRabin to Rishus HaYachid, you are Chai. If you go from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaYachid and Rishus HaRabin between, pretend you're throwing from one side of the street, from your house to your neighbor's house across the street, you are Potter. Why? Because they never threw or passed from one side of Rishus HaYachid to the other. The way it worked is they would pull up with 4 wagons. Wagons were attached to each other, and the other 2 attached to each other, and they would pull up to the middle. Let's call set number 1 northbound and set number 2 on another lane going southbound. They would pass the beams onto the first wagon, but never the wagon on the north to the wagon to the southbound. Therefore, if you're going to pass from a porch to another porch on the same side of the street, you are chayav, because that's how they did it in the Mishnah. But if you're going to pass from one side of the street across the other side of the street, you are potter. According to Chachamim, they never threw in the Mishnah. It would be very difficult to throw these beams, which might have weighed anywhere between 1 ton to 4 tons, according to Rebbe Galinsky, extremely heavy. And it wasn't coveted, according to another Pshat Rashi. And on Daf Daladam and Beis Rashi says they didn't throw because they were concerned to ruin these beams that were covered in gold. So there's no throwing going on. According to Rebbe Kiva, it's usher to throw on Shabbos. Moshe Rabbeinu commanded Klal Yisrael to stop bringing items from their Rishus HaYachid, from their where they lived was Rishus HaYachid, to his camp, which was considered Rishus HaRabin. And there's a Gzeir Shava from what Moshe Rabbeinu said to Yom Kippur, just like Yom Kippur, the actual day is usher to do malacha, so too that day Shabbos was usher to bring the items, not because he had too much, but it was usher to bring. And logically, we say, since it's usher to go in this direction, from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabin, it's also usher to go from Rishus HaRabin back to Rishus HaYachid. However, that's called a tolda. The Av, the main halacha, the main issue from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabin. So, if a person committed these 2 acts in one awareness, he did Haitzah. He went from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabin, did Achnasa from Rishus HaRabin to Rishus HaYachid. He's only chayav 1 carbon because they're both in the same category. One is the Av, the category, and one is the subcategory. If you do Halda, you only bring 1 carbon. If you were to do 2 separate molars, like Haitzah, bringing wood in through Rishus HaRabin, you would be chayav 2 carbonos, even if it was 1 awareness. However, according to Rebbe Eliezer, who says that if you do an Av and a Talda, you chayav 2 carbonos. So if you do Haitzah and Achnasa, you chayav 2 carbonos. The difference between an Av and a Talda is that the Av was what they did in the Mishkan, and it was an important malacha, versus the Talda, which wasn't done in the Mishkan. That's why it's called a Talda. If somebody throws an item in Rishus HaRabin and it sticks to the wall, like wet toilet paper or a juicy fig, if the wall where it's stuck to is above 10 tefachim, it's no longer Rishus HaRabin, and it's not Rishus HaYachid, because Rishus HaYachid has to have a place, it has to have square tefachim, and this is on the vertical. If it landed on top of the wall, that would be a different story. So therefore, it's as if it landed in mid-ear, and he's potter. However, if he threw it and it landed below 10 tefachim is considered part of Rishus HaRabin. Therefore, he is. Where do we see the concept of throwing in the Mishnah? There wasn't any throwing in the Mishnah, says the Gemara. Therefore, we must say that the throwing from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabin is halacha l'Moshe Messina. You might say, well, they did throw in the Mishnah. They threw the Bukhya. That's the device, the barber's, the weaver's bob, or the shuttle that goes, it has the Arab thread, and it goes through the chassis back and forth, and they would throw it, but the thread. But perhaps it was the end of the thread, so he threw it 4 amas. Well, the actual loom considered a makam patur, not a Rosh Hashanah. Therefore, there's no raya from it. Perhaps will say that as they were using the loom, one would borrow from the other, hey, pass me the bukhir, pass me a needle, and they would toss each other. So you see, there was tossing. That can't be either because everyone in Mishkan had their own bukhir and needle. Everybody had their own kalim, as the pasuk says. About the Mekoshish Eitzim. What exactly did the Mekoshish do? 3-way machlokes. One man says he was over and he walked in Rosh Hashanah Ramas with the wood. The Brisa says he cut the wood, toilish. And Ravacha says he piled up the wood, he was ma'amer. What is the difference what he did? The difference is, if we know what he did, then we know in Megillas Sitarim it says there's 1 out of 39 malachs, you don't get a punishment. Now we know, according to whatever the Mandamar, whatever you hold, let's say you hold the Mekoshish did ma'amer, you know for sure it's not ma'amer. Ma'amer, there is einish. Toilish is for sure an einish. Who was the Mekoshish? Rabbi Akiva says the Mekoshish was Slavchad. Rabbi Yehuda ben Tzera did not like that. He said, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't put it in the Torah, he wanted it hidden. Why are you telling people about it? And if you are wrong, then you're going to get einish for being Moitzi Laz on Slavchad. Similarly, we see by Aaron and Miriam. It says in the pasuk, Bam. It says Rabbi Akiva, they both got tzaras. It says Rabbi Yehuda ben Tzera, you have no right telling Klal Yisrael that Aaron and Kohen got tzaras. HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted it hidden. And if you were wrong, you might see Laz. So what does he do with the word Bam? HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave him an Azifa, gave Aaron Musar, but he never got tzaras. A wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Tzadik Ches. Today's email comes from David Gladstone from Cedarhurst. After giving his own Torah, he writes, just want to say how much I love the shir and helps me start my day off with Torah. I do sometimes join the regular Zoom shir in the middle of my day, but recently everyone has been booking meetings at 2 p.m. May you continue with this great shir, David from Cedarhurst. If somebody takes an object, throws it from one Rosh Hashanah through Rosh Hashanah into this route. Here in this Bryce says that in the first Rosh Hashanah, it only traveled 2 amos, traveled through the Rosh Hashanah, and finally in the second Rosh Hashanah, travels an additional 2 amos. According to this Bryce, the 2 amos plus 2 amos and the 2 Rosh Hashanahs combine together to make a shir of Isser. But we don't say that since it went from Rosh Hashanah into Rosh Hashanah, he's chayav right away on Achnasa, because this Brisa does not hold of the concept called Pluta. We don't say that halachically it rested in the Rosh Hashanah. We're starting now a beautiful sugya of the Mishkan and how the crushing worked. The Gemara tells us the concept. There is no Isser to carry in a Rosh Hashanah that has a rooftop, because in the Mishkan there was no rooftop. And the Gemara analyzes this to see whether or not there was a rooftop in the Mishkan. We're talking about the beams, the crushing that built the Mishkan. When they transported these beams, they transported them on 4 wagons. The wagons were 2.5 amma wide, 5 ammas long. And they would transport the length of the beams on the width of these wagons. Says the Gemara, if we can find ear gaps between the crushing, then you're right. There's no ceilings in the Mishkan. But if the wood was together, stacked together, that should create a rooftop. So how are these crushing stacked? The simplest way, and that's the first step, perhaps they were stacked on their long side, 1.5 amma by 1 amma. So they put them on the 1.5 amma, so they should be more stable. There were 48 crushing, 12 crushing per wagon. That would give us 3 stacks. 1.5 amma times 3 is 4.5 amma. That leaves us a half an amma for the 2 gaps in the 3 stacks. 3 stacks of 4 high. A half amma is 1.5 tefachim per gap. That's less than 3 tefachim, which we typically say lava, and that closes the gap, and now we have a roof. We have a ceiling. So let's say that they didn't stack them on the wide side, on the 1.5 amma side. Perhaps they stacked them on the amma side. An amma will give us the potential to put down 4 stacks. We have a 5 amma wagon. We could put 4 stacks. You can't put 5 stacks because you have rings. It's too much. We'll put 4 stacks of 3 high. That gives us 3 gaps. We have an extra amma from 4 ammas to 5 ammas. Extra amma for the 3 gaps. That's 2 tefachim per gap. 2 tefachim is within lava. Once again, we have a ceiling. Why does the Gemara say there were no ceilings in the Mishnah? According to the Manda Omer, that says that the crushing started out as an amma on the bottom, but tapered off all the way to nothing, to a finger on the top. If you stack them on the wagons like that, you will indeed have large gaps of air, no problem. But what would they do about the other Manda Omer? Says the Gemara, they stacked them like clothespins, meaning they took 2 stacks and put them together, creating 1 stack, and then they took 2 stacks, putting them together, creating another stack, a second stack. The reason they did so is to give it more stability. When you have 2 stacks put together like a clothespin, they won't tumble. Therefore, the gap between the 2 major stacks is a full amma, and that ruins the roof of this Rishus. And we're dealing with a wagon that doesn't have a bottom. It's just a frame. If it had a bottom, once again, we have a roof in Rishus. What is machlokes whether or not the crushing were even on the bottom and top, or perhaps we went on a tapered angle? One man Omar says, you samim al roishay. Samim means to finish. No, samim means that should be made out of 1 solid connected piece of wood. Rabbi says yachtav. They have to look similar from top to bottom. He says no, yachtav means that the wall be nice and straight without any wood going in and out. Bar says one of the walls had 6 crushing. You have to find 2 more crushing to put in the corners. But if you are going to have crushing that are on an angle, it doesn't work out very well. You're going to have a little bit of exposure on one of the crushing. Says the Gemara, therefore, you have to cut this carriage on an angle, very specific angle for the corner. The Gemara tells us there's a big nace. The way these crushing were held up was with metal looping around the outside of the Mishnah. But there was one, according to Rashi, that went in the center. The Beriach and Tachtoin went in the center. And it was a big nace. It was over 70 amas long, and it was snaked its way through the walls and made the turn on the corners. Even though it was metal, it was able to turn the corner. That was a big nace. The Mishkan was covered called Urias. We're going to be discussing the first Uriah called the Mishkan, the second one, the Izer. The first one consisted of sections. Each section was 4 amos by 28 amos. In other words, we have 40 amos long by 20 amos wide. Now, the Mishkan was 10 amos tall and an amma roof. Gives us at least 30 amos. So to start off with, we're already missing 2 amos. According to Rabbi Yehuda, the walls did not take up any room because it came to a finger breadth on top. So we have a 10 amma ceiling and 10 amma walls. It's exactly 30 amos. So the fabric came all the way down and exposed the adonim, the sockets on the bottom. That the actual wall takes up a full amma each side, and it was hanging 2 ammas above the ground, exposing the adonim plus 1 more amma of the wood. Now, if we take it from the other side, the fabric was 40 ammas long. According to Rabbi Yehuda, the fabric went all the way down to the floor on the other side. 30 amma roof plus 10 amma wall, that's 40 ammas exactly. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, the wall itself took up an amma. So now the fabric went all the way to the adonim, leaving 1 amma of adonim exposed. Second is the Uriah season. That consisted of 11 sections times 4 ammas, which is 44 ammas. But the width was 30 ammas. So according to Rabbi Yehuda, it went all the way down to the floor. According to Rabbi Nechemia, it exposed the adonim by 1 amma. Now, if we take it to the length side, since you have 44 ammas, according to Rabbi Yehuda, it went all the way down to the floor, plus 2 ammas on the backside, dragging like a towel's gown. With Rabbi Nechemia, it was only 1 amma on the floor, and it was 2 ammas longer than the Urias HaMishkan. The crushing was chiseled on the bottom and fit directly into the sockets. Have a wonderful day.
Same exact story. Hit by a car, and then one personality changes 100%, becomes a totally different personality, becomes this
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Test. Today's email comes from Manchester. Ben Gittleson from Manchester. He says he works in a bakery. He's 19 years old. He hasn't been in yeshiva for 3 years because he doesn't think learning all day is for him. He went to Sina Shas, got inspiration. His boss Velver introduced him to our daf, and he tells him it's geschmack and it's fun. So he gave it a try, and he's never missed a day since. My days feel different when learning the daf with you. I really enjoy it. It made me learn every day. Sometimes he sits in the bakery with his boss, and then he goes home. And I can't believe I still do the daf every day, he says. I can't wait to finish shots coming from a boy who says learning for him all day is not for him. All the way from Manchester, Ben Gittleson, Chazak Ve'amatz. We learned the other day that the Mishnah was covered with 3 uriyos, 3 garments. The lower one was made out of purple wool, blue wool, and red wool, and sheish, which is linen. The second layer was made out of goat's hair. The Gemara tells us it's a lot more difficult to make the goat's hair. You have to have a lot more chachma, like the Torah says. Riban the chachma. It's not just chachma, but your heart and chachma. What is the difference? For the goat's hair, they would wash the goat's hair while it's still on the goat and weave it while it's still on the goat, and that took a lot of chachma. The Shia says that the wagons that carry the crushim between the wagons, under the wagon, and between the wheels is all considered Rishus HaRabbi. The reason why the wagon was 2.5 amma wide, although a carriage is only at most 1.5 amma wide, and it could fit directly on the wagon, the reason is because they put the crushim lengthways on the, and we're concerned that if it was only an amma wide, the crushim, which are 10 ammas long, would go. If the wagon is 5 ammas, and the way we set up this crushim is either 3 stacks of 4 or 4 stacks of 3, but either way, the most it is 3 stacks of 4, and each stack is 1.5 amma wide. 1.5 amma times 3 is 4.5 amma. Why was the wagon 5 ammas? Have an extra amma here. So the Gemara was said because first of all the crushim had boys that had roots. You can't squeeze them that tight. If the wagon was only 4 amma, for instance, it would be impossible to squeeze something that's 4.5 amma into 4.5 amma. We gave it a few extra inches. If you take an agala is 2.5 amma plus the wheels is 5 amma. 2 agalas side by side is 10 amma. But between agala and agala, there was 5 amma space. Together you have 15 ammas. Why is it that we say Rishus HaRabbi has to be 16 ammas? Where do we get that extra amma? Says the Gemara something very interesting. When the agalas were moving through the midbar, there was a lady behind the agalas keeping eye on the crushing. If you notice that a carrot was about to topple over, he bent over in a half an amma area on the side of the agala, and then he would rearrange the crushing. That half an amma on each side is another amma, and that's why we have 16 ammas for Rishus HaRabbi. The Mishnah tells us that if you have a pit and the bank of it, in other words, somebody dug out a pit and he has a bank, together it's 10 tefachim by 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim, 10 tefachim deep, that creates Rishus HaRabbi. If you have the reverse, you have a stone on Rishus HaRabbi that's 10 tefachim high, 4 by 4 wide, that's a Rishus HaRabbi. You take something, you put it on top of the stone, take something, you put it into the pit, you're over an eitzah or a chmasa. The Gemara says, why does it tell us a case of a pit with a bank? Just say a 10 tefachim pit. The answer is to tell us the chiddush that 5 tefachim, let's say, of a pit and 5 tefachim of a bank combine together to make one rishus. If a pit does not have walls surrounding it, it's the middle of Rishus HaRabbi, it's also to drink from it. Even if your head is over the pit, perhaps you'll take water out of the pit into Rishus HaRabbi, it will be over on Hashmasa. If there are walls, it's mutter. And if there are no walls, and you put your entire body, most of your body and your head into the pit, then it's also mutter. So Mordechai asked Rava, what happens if you take an object and you throw it on top of this stone that's in the middle of Rishus HaRabbi? Do we say, since you picked it up from Rishus HaYachid, and it landed, or from the Rabbi, you did not hear, and it landed on Rishus HaYachid, you did not hear an Anacha, or since it had to travel through a Makkah door, that above the Tefachim was no longer Rishus HaRabbi, since this object traveled through a Makkah door, the person should be parted. He asked Rava, he asked Abaya, he asked Rabbi Yosef, all three of them told him the same exact words. It's our Mishnah. In our Mishnah it says that if you take an object and you put it on top of a stone, you're over. So you see, even though he went through the Makom Tur, he threw it through the Makom, you are still chayav. And he told them, you spit the same spit. Why are you telling me the same exact words? And what about you? What do you think, Rav Mordechai? He said, I think that we can explain our Mishnah that we're talking about a needle that landed, or you put it on a protrusion from that rock. It's not on top of the tefachim, it's below the tefachim. Nevertheless, that protrusion is considered part of the Rosh Hashanah, so it's part of the rock. Or you put it into a groove in the rock. That's how you can be dafek our Mishnah. If you have a very narrow fence that you built in order to surround the Carmelis, which is only Rosh Hashanah, and you just created Rosh Hashanah, one has a question: what happens if you throw something and it lands on top of that fence? The top of the fence is not 4 tefachim, so it's not Rosh Hashanah. On the other hand, since it's created Rosh Hashanah, the inside of Rosh Hashanah is as if it filled up, and now the fence, rather than looking at it as a very narrow fence, it's a very wide fence. It's the entire size of Rosh Hashanah. Comes along and says a third shot, and he says, if this fence has the power to make a Carmelis into Rosh Hashanah, then the fence should have a power to make itself a Rosh Hashanah, and therefore you are chayav. We also had a beautiful question, 2 questions actually. What happens if you have a pit that's only 9 tefachim deep, and you go and you dig out the final tefach? Is that considered an akira? Did you lift up something from within a pit? Or perhaps it wasn't a pit when you lifted it up, but it happened together simultaneously. When we say that simultaneously, you're able to be chayav on each other. Even if you're going to say, when you looked it up, it didn't have perhaps 10 tefachim. So what happens if you do something in reverse? Take a pit that's 10 tefachim, and you throw dirt to the bottom of the pit, and now it's no longer 10 tefachim. Are you over? At the end of the day, you threw dirt into a place that was 10 tefachim. It was Rosh Hashanah. But by the time it landed, it just became, let's say, 9 tefachim. It's less than 10 tefachim, but it happened simultaneously. Are you chayav or not? The Gemara says you cannot prove from Rav Yosef himself, who says that if you throw a very juicy, sticky fig onto the wall, 4 hours is just surrounding your chayav. Why should you be chayav? Let's say that the fish reduced, even in a case where it was exactly 4 hours, it's on the wall, you're chayav. So you just reduced the area a little less than 4 hours because now you have the fig to contend with. You can't answer that because the fig is something that you're going to eat later on. So you don't want to be in the bottom of that fig to the wall. But dirt, you want the dirt to stay on the bottom of the pit. So perhaps to reduce the size of the pit. If you threw a plank of wood, let's say, onto very narrow beams in Rosh Hashanah, and you just created a Rosh Hashanah with the plank. And on top of the plank, let's say you had another item. And as it landed, they both landed together. Do we say that that other item landed on Rosh Hashanah, but it happened together with the plank? And that's the same thing as Rabbi Yochanan said, that it happened together, and perhaps it shouldn't be a Rosh Hashanah. But maybe as it landed, whatever item it was jumped up a little bit from the hard landing, and it came down. That second landing should make it another hanafa. It should be chayav. The Gemara remains with a teiku. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Kuf. Today's email comes from one of the guys in Shir, Eitan Ugarik. He traveled from Ramat B'Shemesh to New York for his mother's levaya on Friday. And he writes, we'll be missing some of the days, which will be very hard. And once he landed here, my mind right away was looking at the clock and saying, when is the daf? He's completely involved in the daf. So, Mother's Neshama Miriam Bashmul Shmelka should have an aliyah. Our thoughts and our davening are with you. Water, since it moves, you would think that there's no hanacha. You're not really putting it down. You're putting it down on a moving surface. Yet the Gemara says water belongs on water, and that's why that is its hanacha. But if you pick it up, floating on it, put it on water, that's not a hanacha. The Gemara has a suffix that remains in the take. What if you take a nut and put in some sort of other vessel? If you use the nut relative to the vessel and it's not moving, or relative to the water, it is moving. Oil that floats on top of the water, machlokes, whether or not if it's Tuma and the Tul Yom, somebody went to the mikvah for Tuma, was waiting for hair of Shemesh for the sun to go down to become completely dark. If one touches the top oil, it becomes tummy. According to Yochanan ben Nuri, both are tummy, and the Shabbos will be similar to the halacha of water on top of water. And according to Rabbanan, just those puzzle, and on Shabbos, like the nut floating on top of water. Abai says in an interesting halacha, if you have a pit that's 8 tefachim wide and 10 tefachim deep, wide enough to make 2 bayros, and you put a reed mat right down the middle, and the reed mat takes up a little bit from each bar, so now you don't have even a bar that's 4 tefachim, even it's 3.999. Therefore, you put into one of those bayros, you are potter. Rabbi Yochanan, who had a suffix regarding if you take dirt and you put it on the bottom of a 10 tefachim pit, are you mevatel that dirt to the bottom? Certainly, when it comes to a machzeles, to a reed, it won't become batel because a reed has value. But a baya who says is halacha by a machzeles, by a reed mat, certainly by dirt, he's mevatel. Says Abaya, if the pit is full of water and you throw something heavy that sinks to the bottom, or you throw water on it, the water is not mevatel the pit. But if you put in fruit into this pit, fruit is no different than filling up a pit with dirt. And the fruit, explains taisvis, it's like wheat that it's there to be stored for a long time. It's mevatel the whole pit. And if you throw something on top of the wheat, it's not as if you threw it into a pit and you are potter. You more be right from Shimon, who says a very interesting halacha. If you're in the ocean and on the bottom of the ocean bed there's a carve out of 10 tefachim deep and 4 tefachim wide, that consists of Rishus HaYachid in the middle of the ocean. And if you throw something into that pit, you're chayev. Although ocean is a caramelist, that pit is Rishus HaYachid, even though it's full of ocean water. So you see that water is not mevatel the pit. The famous mission that we had a number of times, if you take something and you throw it like a juicy fig and you throw it on a wall that's above 10 tefachim, you are potter because it's not a Rishus HaRabim, it's above 10 tefachim, and it's not a Rishus HaYachid because it doesn't stick out or jot out. However, if you throw it below 10 tefachim, it's as if you threw it on the ground, and you are chayiv. Reb Chia says, if you throw something above 10 tefachim, and it lands in a small hole in the wall, according to Rameir, we say a concept called chaytikin. We carve out the wall halachically. We see the same halacha in machlokes by mezuzah. A doorway has to have 10 tefachim height by 4 tefachim width. What if you have on the bottom 4 tefachim goes up? It gradually arches. Halachically, we pretend no arch, that it's squared out, carved out. So too over here, Rameir says carve it out. According to Chachamim, you don't carve it out. There's a concept in English, the rise over the run. The Gemara tells us that if after 4 amos of an incline, you reach a height of 10 tefachim, that's as if you have a vertical wall, and that creates a machitza. And the same thing we say by a mavli. If going into the mavli downwards, there's a incline 4 amos that reaches a 10 tefachim height, or going into Rishus HaRabim, they are both considered walls, and therefore in that mavli, it's not necessary to put a lechi or a kaira for a hektar. Very interesting halacha. If you, let's say, throw a frisbee 2 amos, and the wind takes it another 2 amos for a total of 4 amos, you are potter. What if you threw this frisbee 5 amos, and the wind stops it in mid-air and holds it there momentarily, and then 180s it right back to you, because Rabbi says it rested in mid-air. Rabbi says that although an object came within 3 tefachim to the ground, we don't invoke the concept of chluta. Even though we know the trajectory of this item going to land very soon, there's no wind. It's similar, says the Gemara, to what Rabbi Yochanan said a minute ago about this frisbee, and he had to come shot that it rested there. Why did he just say that it's within 3 tefachim? And the answer is because we're talking about a wild wind. But Rav is talking about no wind at all. It says the mission of somebody throws in an ocean, which an ocean is a caramelist, if he throws it down Amos, he's potter. There's something called a kamayim, like a giant puddle in the middle of Rishus HaRabim that people walk through it. It still has the halal rabim as long as it doesn't have 10 tefachim. 10 tefachim deep, then it's harmless, says Rashi. And the Mishnah repeats to tell us the halacha that when people are inconvenienced by walking there, it's considered Rishus Rabbin, but if they're inconvenienced using a pit, let's say 9 tvachim, it's not considered Rishus Rabbin. And the reason why it says the word rekak twice, to tell us, the read Shalimar, according to Rabbah, one is talking about in the summer that typically people would cool off, but in the winter, I would think people won't go through the water, Kamash will do. And if it just says winter, I would say, well, people have dirty shoes anyway, so that's why they go through, but not in the summer, Kamash Malan. Abaye says that this is Dalit Amos. And I would think that if it's Dalit Amos, they would walk over, and if they walk around it shouldn't be part of Shusmal, and it is part of Shusmal. Ravashi says it's only for Tfavrit, but if it's larger, people won't join it. Kamash Malan, yes, and similarly, Ravashi says, and you have one step in the bridge that people don't like to use, it looks a little bit weak, and it's by itself. Nevertheless, if you throw something onto that piece, onto that board on the bridge, it's considered throwing it in Rishus Rabbin in your Chayev. If you throw something and you are in the water, which is a carmelis, and you throw it to the land, which is Rishus HaYachid or Rishus HaRabbim, or the opposite, or you go from the boat, which is Rishus HaYachid, into the water, which is a carmelis, or the opposite. Or what if you go from one boat to the other, Rishus HaYachid, you fall pater. The way to allow you to go from one boat to the other is to tie them together. If they're not owned by one person, you make the Eruv Chatzeros. In order to draw water from the ocean, you have to either make, according to Rav Huna, a little pipe, and you say, this is where I'm drawing water for as a heger, that typically you're not allowed to, or according to Rav Chizda and Rav Huna, you make a frame 4x4, and then you invoke the concept called Gudachis Mechitza, that frame goes all the way down to the water. The difference is that the carmel is at the bottom of the ocean bed. By the time you get to the top of the water, it's already a makom tur, therefore it's completely mutter. But Rabbah and Rav Chizda hold that the carmel begins on the top of the water, therefore we have to make a much larger heker or a good achas mechitza. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Kuf Aleph. Today's email comes to us from Yossi Klein from Superior Plumbing in Muncie. And he says he's a 34-year-old Hasidic young man with a beard and teis, and he's never really enjoyed learning up until this point. He started to have true Ahavas HaTorah, he says. He realized that he's a visual person, and because the shir involves so many visuals, he started enjoying learning. And finally, after a whole long email, he writes, believe it or not, Shabbos afternoon, instead of taking book, what he's used to do, he takes out a Gemara, Chazer, old, that was crazy. I never knew I'll be on that kind of level to enjoy learning and to do Chazara on old dapim. Keep up the good work. They have a big schus in Shemayim, Yossi Klein, Superior Plumbing, Aliva Hatzlach. We were discussing if a person is on a ship on Shabbos, he could draw water either by making a heker with some sort of rod or making a frame 4x4 tvachim, and he goes through the frame. The frame has a good achis and hits all the way to the water. What about wastewater? The Gemara says you don't want to spill the wastewater in that frame because it's disgusting to draw water from the same place. Rather, what you can do is spill it on the boat's wall, and then it goes down. That's called koichai. It's an indirect force going down into the water. And when it comes to a carmelis, you are not geyser on koichai, is indirect, carrying on Shabbos. The Gemara brings a raya. It says that Tanakama says you do not carry from a ship to the ocean, which is a carmelis, and the ship is a Rishus HaYachid. You don't go from the carmelis to Rishus HaYachid. Yehuda says if the inside of the ship has 10 tefachim, but the outside wall of the ship is less than 10 tefachim, therefore you are not allowed to carry from the water into the ship. But you could carry from the ship into the water. Like we just said, you spill the water onto the ship's wall and it goes down, that's koichai. Rashi points out that if the ship was 10 tefachim above the water from the outside, then it would be mutter to carry from the water into the ship because you're going through a Makim Tour, over 10 12 Makim Tour, and you let it go from a Carmelist to Rosh Hashanah through a Makim Tour. If you have a very, very small boat, like a canoe, a kayak, that starts out on the top, it has 4 Tvachim. And Rosh Hashanah needs 4 Tvachim by 10 Tvachim tall. The problem is that it comes to a point, and by the time you get to the point, you don't have 4 Tvachim. So it says if the walls are hanging in midair, so that's not a good. Rosh Hashanah continues to be a Carmelist. However, if it comes, the walls come all the way down to within 3 Tvachim of where it becomes narrow, then we say lavud and it's okay. Or if you fill the bottom of the boat with some sort of reed or whatever, you fill up the bottom, again, once again, you have walls that come all the way down, and you don't have a point anymore, then it's okay. If Nachman asked, why don't we invoke the concept of good achas mechitza? Let's pretend that the walls on the side go down. Why do we care about the edge, the sharp point that the book comes to? It's that even though Chachams don't say good achas mechitza when it comes to a basket on top of a pole, which is a machlokes, but they do agree 4 Tvachim wide, and above 3 Tvachim from it narrows down to a very narrow pole. It's still wide. We do say good achas mechitza. What's the difference? Because you don't say if a goat animals could go through, then you can't draw an imaginary line, because at the end of the day, it's not effective as a mechitza. But this pole, well, it's not 4 Tvachim at the bottom, but a goat not going to go through, so it is an effective. The same thing when it comes to a boat. It's an effective mechitza because fishable, and therefore it's an effective mechitza. Rabin also says the same idea, that if you have a hanging mechitza above, let's say, a pit, it's an effective mechitza. Or, similar to what we said earlier, if you have a 4x4 frame, you say good achas mechitza all the way down to the water. We don't say, oh, but you have fish under there, and they'll ruin the mechitza. Fish do not ruin a mechitza. The Mishnah says, as we learned, that if you have 2 ships that are connected, tied together, you could carry from one to the other, and the question is, what is the finish? So Rav explains one way that we're talking about that there's a 3rd ship here, it's a very small ship, a canoe, between them, and you can carry from the large ship to the canoe, even though the canoe is not tied down, and from the canoe to the 2nd large ship. The Gemara asks, but it doesn't mention anything about a 3rd ship. We're talking about 2 ships. Therefore, and Rav Safar uses a very strong language. He says, Moshe. In other words, Gadol Rava, how do you say such a pshat? So he learns, Rav Safar, that we're dealing with 2 different owners. And the Chiddush is that you can make Eruv Chatzeros on 2 ships. I don't think Eruv Chatzeros is reserved for houses. Maybe ships. You can't do Eruv Chatzeros. You can do Eruv Chatzeros on 2 cars. You can do Eruv Chatzeros on 2 ships. The halacha is, you're not allowed to build a mechitza on Shabbos. But if one did it inadvertently, or was an honest, he was forced to, or he made a mistake, he was misasik, he thought he's making a mechitza for something else, then it's allowed. The same thing if you tied the ships together, it goes back to the heter. If you had 2 tied ships and you let it carry from one to the other and they became unattached, you can attach them back together. If you have a mechitza on Shabbos that fell down, you put it back even though you weren't supposed to, it's a good mechitza. But if you do the amazing, when it comes to mechitzas on Shabbos, you can't use it, it's a knas, we punish you, we say you can't use it. When it comes to tying ships, explains Taisvis, then you could use it even if you did it b'meis, because you have the 2 reshuyas there, all you're doing is you're connecting them, it's this the rabbi. The halacha is that if you tie a ship with a metal chain to an oil mace, you have a body there and there's an oil. What happens is metal, since the Bible says halal cher, if metal has the same halacha if it touches a mace, which is an oil mace, as the mace is a mace is a vi avois hatumah. That chain touches the boat. It goes down 1 madrega to avatumah. The boat touches in the boat, and the vessels become rishon. However, if the boat was tied to a rope, a non-metal rope, so the rope becomes, instead of a via avois hatumah, goes down 1 step. That rope in return is metama the boat 1 step lower to a rishon. A rishon cannot be metama the vessels inside the ship as a shame. Yet, that's halacha by tumah. or by us, use any rope you want. It doesn't necessarily have to be a metal rope. The rope as well. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Kuf Beis. Today's email comes to us from Kalman Milberg of Woodmere. He says he watches the shir every day on Zoom. If he can't, he watches it on YouTube. He loves the shir so much that because of all the corona and the riots in New York, he says he wants to Ramat B'Shemesh to be closer to the shir. So we wish him a lot of luck. Thank you. And now to the Mishnah on Daf Kuf Beis. The Maskonas HaSugya, the Mishnah is talking about a very big chiddush. The guy takes an object and he throws it. When he threw it, he was a shogeg, he didn't realize it's Shabbos. All of a sudden, in mid-air, he realizes that it's Shabbos. Although he doesn't have any control over the object, he's no longer considered a shogeg, and he does not bring a carbon on that action. What if he threw the object and there was no hanacha? Another individual came towards him and caught it. Or he threw it into a dog that wasn't moving, but the dog's mouth is not 4 amos, 4 tvachim. Or is consumed by a fire. There's no hanacha, so he's pumped. Rav Ashi takes all these cases and he makes them into one. He says if a person threw an item, he didn't realize it's Shabbos, and on the way, in midair, he realizes that it's Shabbos, and then it landed in a dog's mouth or another person came towards it, then he's pumped. But if he forgot again that it's Shabbos, and it landed without a dog, without another back to shogeg. As long as you start the shogeg and you end shogeg, you're chayiv. Tells us we can't say that I was talking about a case of lechta umisna. Lechta is the device that holds the saddlebags on the animal. It's a piece of wood, and it's tied to a string, and he tosses the piece of wood but holds onto the string. So I think perhaps if he realizes in mid-ear that it's Shabbos, he has the ability to stop the action, and therefore only in that case he's halted from a carbon because it's considered amazing. That doesn't make sense because since he's holding onto a string, then the action doesn't even begin. There's no akira. It never left his hand. Mars is a very interesting case. What happens if a person did a hitzah? 2 amos b'shogeg, 2 amos b'mezid, and 2 amos b'shogeg. Can we combine the 2 amos at the beginning and the 2 amos at the end and make it one shogeg that is chayv b'carbon? Says the Gemara, if we're talking about that he was carrying something, so he carried 2 amos and then he carried 2 amos b'mezid. Then he's part from a carbon because it's considered amazing. He finished off his action amazing. Even according to the man, the honor that says, Ein yidiyah l'chatzi shir. In other words, if halfway through an action I write 2 letters, and after the first letter I realize that it's Shabbos, that realization, that awareness does not break up my action, and I am chayv b'carbon. Over here it's different because as he's finishing off the walking and carrying the item, it's in a situation of amazing. Whereas when he was writing the 2 letters, as he was finishing off the second letter, he was in a matzav of shogeg. What if he threw the item? It traveled 2 amos b'shogeg, and then he realized that it's Shabbos 2 amos b'mezid, and then the final 2 amos b'shogeg. Then he would be chayiv in a carbon. Why? Because he couldn't stop it in mid-ear. And even according to the Amar that says yesh yidiyah l'chatzi shir, that the awareness in between breaks up the action. That's only when he could stop it. Like when he's writing, he can stop writing the second letter. But over here, that it's in mid-ear, he has no power over it. Says Rabbah, if a person has intent that the item should land inside the dog's mouth, then although the dog's mouth is not 4 tvachim, he just created a place for landing, and he's chayiv. Gemara tells us that a person who's coming and he can't eat kachuk, and he eats a piece of kachuk, and that piece of kachuk is also noisan, and it's on Yom Kippur, he's chayiv 4 karbanos chatas and 1 asham because he ate kachuk. Machlokes whether you could add. Mary says, I have a case. You want to ask me a riddle how a person's chayiv a lot of karbanos? He also on Shabbos, Yom Kippur Shabbos, and he took it out with his mouth. Say Chachamim, well, that's not part of the riddle. We're talking about an Isra Achila, and now you're adding an Isra Yitzah. But nevertheless, everybody agrees that he would be chayiv on a Yitzah even though it was in his mouth. The issue is, who carries items, if they're not food, with their mouth? The answer is, if a person decides that his mouth is a makam chashuv, then it creates a makam chashuv, and it's in a place of fourth fafan. And with that, we finish Perik HaZoreh, and many doctrines that we learned of Hukas Yitzah pretty much come to an end. And from here on out, we're going to be discussing the rest of the Lamekas Malachas, starting with one of the last Malachas from the Mishnah, the Klal Gadol, which is Baina and Makib Patish, the second to last. Building, says the Mishnah, is B'kol Shuvu, meaning, according to Rabbi Yirmiyah, since a poor person will create a hole in his house, and creating holes in the ground outdoors is chayrish, but indoors is baina, he would hide his few pennies that he has in those holes, so that's baina. And in the Mishkan, they would hide their needles. Says Abai, in the Mishkan, they didn't hide needles on the ground because it would rust. Therefore, says Abai, they would build a small tripod to hold their small stovetop. That's the shear. And the Beis Hamikdash, they would build a small tripod to cook up the few spices that they needed that they didn't have for the dyes. Ravacha argues, he says there's no anios, there was such wealth in the Beis Hamikdash, it doesn't make sense that they didn't make enough of this dye. They would overdo it, not underdo it. Therefore, he says, even wealthy people, they would plug up holes in their mansions, just like in the Mikdash, they would plug up a hole in a piece of wood caused by a worm. The Gemara tells us, when you build a stone wall, there's three parts to the wall. The first row, if you take the stones and you wedge them into the ground, everything else is with cement. And the final top layer, you just put a stone on top of a stone without any cement. And that's the malacha. This means to chisel a stone, that's basically part of building. When you make a hole in a chicken coop, that's not really building, because building is you make a window and a door, but it's similar to making something that you do in a house to get the heat out. So there's a big chiddush in that. Then there's shufta b'kufina demara. That is, you want to wedge a piece of wood into a shovel's handle, so it sticks to the shovel or to the axe or whatever the kli is. That's not to boina at all. Nevertheless, Rav says in all three of these things it's boina. Shmuel says in all three of these things, you think maybe Makam Patish is in the last one, in the axe, and everything else Shmuel might, but the Rav that is boina kamash, not have a wonderful day.
Transform trillions of
Shabbos Daf Gimel. Today's email comes from Yisrael Goldstein from Barabar. He writes, L'chvoid, Moir Rabbi, Harav, Reb Eli Shlita. By the way, it's Eli. That's enough. I've been with you live on Zoom since Gimel Odor. The stream are really enjoyable, very exciting. I used to stay up until midnight to watch it on Zoom. Now I watch it during the day. Every day when you're reading out the emails, you can physically see that there's so many people that are joining you during the Torah. But from time to time, even you mentioned that these emails sometimes get to your head, and you said it yourself, it goes up some diaper. Until last night, when you invested more than a minute of America, that Yomi Torah time to praise the greatness of another magic cheer from across the pond. He's referring to had a great conversation, important conversation, with extremely important, tremendous amount of unbelievable talent, and tremendous Shem and a role model. He's a boss who spends most of his day learning Torah and marriage Torah and being truly, and he wants some extra schmacked stuff on the top. He has something called Great Bites. Go check him out. It shows a tremendous amount of humility to endorse and advertise another so-called competitor. Thank you for confidence. I'm honored to call myself a talent of yours and consider myself lucky to be part of the Mavit Shemesh, brings up Yomi, Yisrael Goldstein from Bar Park. Here is Yisrael Goldstein. So let's jump into this. Shmuel and Rabbi Yochanan both hold that when it comes to chiseling out a stone that's not going to not but. Mishnah says Satis. You have to take out the bug. Satis, not going to pass because not going to pass. What about drilling a hole? Even a mashroom. Now, according to Rabbi, who says it's boina, it's understood it's similar to drilling a hole to let out air chicken. But what about Shmuel? How not going to pass? Not going to pass is always the final blow to finish the job. Over here, you still have to put a screw in. You have to put something in. We're talking about putting a long nail to hang up.
What the fuck?
The Mishnah says, yeah, wow. He's coming to include something. Boina, what is when a person carves out 3/4 of the plans on continuing on to a full cup. Since there are many people that stop right there, 3/4, that is considered.
Come on, get your shit together.
About taking a hammer,
I'm not fucking around here.
So you want to when you smooth out gold, the way they do it, they paint 3 times in the gold, and 1 time on the envelope.
Oh, there we go.
That's what they did the fingers. That's why you are fine. Now we're going on to the malacha of pirates. A small amount
fuck,
of water
dog?
one seed
Get your
of
shit together.
pumpkin. That's because the Mishkan will plant one birds in order to make dye for the clothing.
Worse.
The Mishkan.
Oh, at sex
And
pen.
dyes are
Listen.
edible for humans. And then if you take it for that, you would.
Alright, what is this asshole's name? 8-minute dog.
Taking it for your animal is the size
Where's
of a ghost hunter. If you want it
Street?
for heating up your house with fuel,
There.
there's enough to heat up an easy egg and chicken.
Is that the whole thing?
Anytime
No, it's fucking
you wanna
bullshit. That's what it
enhance
is.
your land by out of the ground,
Oh, the sex pimp.
that is also
Thanks, sex
supposed to,
pimp. Welcome, baby.
anytime you pull something out of the ground,
Playlist.
but that's not so. We said,
Hey, why don't you make a playlist of them all? Huh? Huh? I'm so fucking smart. I know the whole fucking Kabbalah and the fucking Zohar car and the fucking Talmud and Tanakh. Oh, fucking loser. I have to all this shit. Worst stream ever.
Trying to make it grow, you want to make it stronger. That's
Worst.
If you want it to fireworks, then it's easy egg.
Dog.
If you are gathering grabs, again, your intent. If you want to make the land
And
better, then it's
multiple playlists
moving on to rice. Rice,
to
you write 2 letters.
a playlist.
So ambidextrous person who could write with
YouTube.
right hand,
Is
make
that
his left hand
possible?
weaker. Also, Yoshi says even a writing is writing.
Fucking
Not
loser.
writing, you are marking. That's
Is there a way to combine several plays or move? No. Why? We're gonna host this question on our website, but not do anything about it. Bet this is from 5 years ago.
Now we have a bunch of
4
sheets.
years.
It says the Mishnah.
Years. Like 4 years and 10.
And you stop at the
Worst
the shin left. That's also
stream
chayav. What he did is
ever. Make sure you can always sign in.
It's even if it's 2 identical letters, like in shin, which spells God, root, or sheish, 6, you are chayav. But it says even if there are 2 letters that have nothing to do with each other, they don't spell a word, you're still chayav because
No,
you're not going
quick and so fucking long. You've been blocked by network security.
You need to finish by the word. You don't need to do the whole
Oh.
puzzle. You need a whole word. Basically, learn. It says in the puzzle like shoy is for asa, me'achas, me'ina. 2 extra names.
Oh, tight. Maybe you can do it.
First thing it is,
Alright.
only this person intended to write a whole word shimon, and he wrote sagas, me'achas,
Save.
shinetz,
No, dogs. Like new
playlist.
playlist. Playlist.
From them, the whole list is what you find in the rest. And then he says,
Is it playlist?
one carbon,
Playlist.
many carbonates, many beloved. And that is, if a person doesn't know what Shabbos, he doesn't think about this. So he only
Okay, here we go.
one thing, he only made one mistake.
Why isn't there like a
If a person knew what Shabbos,
new playlist?
he's tired.
Are you fucking serious?
The issue that we have when a person writes
They don't have a thing?
Adam Shimon that is type 1.
I mean, these guys are just, no wonder they lose their so much money. Seriously.
The answer is,
They're
a
terrible.
open man is just as good as
Save
a closed man.
playlist to library.
If they write very good mistakes,
No,
it's good. In fact, say,
that's not what I want to do.
they blame on Sukkot. Every
Dog.
day, they're almost the same. There are
Save
3
the playlist.
on Monday, On the second
New
day,
playlist.
they say get a skate head with the extra men instead of Lusafel. Benisco. And on the
Learn
6th day, we say Lusafel
Talmud
instead of Benisco. So we have like extra men and
like
and finally on the 7th day, we say Kinishpat Tam
a
with the men
pimp,
instead of Kinishpat. So we have men with men, which spells Mayim, water,
aka
the Yusuf Hamayim, and that's what
Rabbi.
she wears. The first man comes from the word. It is faith him. It's the last man in the word. It's a closed man. How do you spell the word?
No.
Mayim with a closed man.
Talmud. Dude, it just went away.
It'll open.
Save the playlist.
That argues with the
New
price,
playlist.
very lengthy price. But the price it says.
Rabbi Rothschild's pimp playlist. Rabbi
It says it sounds pub.
Rothschild.
Speak see Kava when you write fluent and resilience, you have to be complete. And you cannot use a man
Pimp
or open man.
Talmud
So that's the point of it. The
playlist.
other option of the price is that you should not mix up out with the ayin or any letters that look similar to the other, like a yud or the zayin,
Create.
or a kaf.
Did it add it?
They're
But I actually put it on there. Save playlist in library. Worst stream
And if your
ever.
house has to be an open partial, so close it, close them open.
What is this
If you're
bullshit?
a song like a Yashir,
You full playlist. I hate this shit too. Don't care.
or vice versa, you cannot write the same thing without ink. And don't
Truly,
write
go
three
fuck
dash
you.
on it.
Unable to
Told that if you do,
unavailable videos are
have a
hidden.
wonderful day.
Show unavailable videos. What? Secrets. Worst stream share. No, dog, not that shit. Dog. Add the queue? No. How do you do it? You can add a playlist to another playlist. Find the playlist you want to merge with another. You have to add the playlist and select the one you want to add it to. Worst. Dog, I'm trying to do that. Save playlist to library. That's the only fucking thing you can do. What is this bullshit? Save? Is that it? I just hit save? Oh, yeah. No, this is save video. Worst stream ever. Playlist. This is just awful. Whatever person designed this should be fucking shot. Why? Because they're the worst. I didn't say with what, shot with water. Maybe just straight up pissed on. Worst stream ever. This is the worst. You've been blocked by network security. Well, how about you go fuck yourself, dog? Fucking loser. I hate the internet. It sucks. Internet sucks. Add to queue. Dog, how do you do it? There's not a phone. That's a lie. Product expert Pete L. Pete _L. Does the L stand for liar? Because your shit sucks. You can add a playlist to another. Find the playlist you want to merge with another. Tap the three dots next to it, and then tap add to playlist and select the one you want to add it to. No, you can't. The answer is no. The answer is absolutely no. You cannot do that. How to add, click on add playlist. Like, they shouldn't have this as a fucking question if it's so easy. I think you can use cards when you edit the video. What? Okay, start at the home section. Scroll down to add a section. Select multiple playlists. Click on add playlist. What? Start at your home section. What is this shit? I bet there doesn't even exist anymore. This is from 10 years ago. That shit, I bet you used to be able to do it. Now you can't. 10 years ago? Come on, give me. This is the worst. Is it possible to grow? No, no one gives a shit. How to create a YouTube playlist? No, dog. Where's your AI shit? It is better fucking work. Thinking. Fucking. Okay. On YouTube, the best way to combine add all the videos from one playlist. Best on a computer and will merge the videos into a new or existing playlist rather than nesting the playlist. What? Navigate to your playlist. What if it's somebody else's playlist? Choose the playlist from. No, dog. Add multiple videos from a search. No. This is the worst. There's no direct add to all button for public playlist, but there are a few. Of course, there's not. Open the playlist. Find the add. Save the playlist. Oh wait. Find the add option. Why am I yelling? All right. Okay. Change the URL. Change the URL. In the address bar, replace www with music. What? Add to queue. The method is slightly more manual. It works for any. Okay. Choose playlist. Use an online tool. Copy the playlist URL. This is fucking ridiculous that this is so fucking ass backwards. These fuckers at Google, we should bring back the fucking that gallery. Fucking stupid. This is the worst. Copy and oh yeah, well you could use this fucking Puerto Rican website to do it, but you can't fucking do it this way. Shout out to Puerto Rico. YouTube. Please sign in. Copy YouTube playlist. What is YouTube? The YouTube lets you create a copy of any YouTube playlist into your own account. You can duplicate your own playlist or clone the video to someone else's. Okay, what? Just fucking work. Why doesn't it just work? Why isn't this a fucking option of YouTube itself? It's like they were just like, you know what? Let's start charging for something that's free. And then they were just like, okay, manage your YouTube account. Dude, I don't fucking give a shit. Do your shit. Do you trust digital inspiration? No, I don't trust anybody. Worst stream ever. All right. This better fucking work or I'm going to be so pissed I won't be able to see straight. Remove from playlist. If it gets rid of my fucking playlist, I'm throwing fists. 255 views 5 years ago. 240 of those views are from this motherfucker 2 weeks ago. All right, are you fucking done, though? This is the worst. This is the fucking worst. Boy. All right. Shabbos. Sucks. Oh, I wanted to actually brush this first. Sucks. Worst. That's not it. That's not it. What is this bullshit? Worst. Share. Copy. Do I paste in here? This better fucking work. Fetch YouTube playlist. Sorry, this is not a valid YouTube playlist. What? What the absolute fuck? Why does it give me these short fucking links? Thinking like, oh, well, let's just give them the short link. No, give me the fucking link that everybody's gonna know. This is the worst. No, I don't want YouTube Premium. Assholes use that. Are you fucking serious? Dog, this is the worst. They make fucking studying so difficult. The link address. This shit doesn't work. I'm throwing fists. Fetch YouTube playlist. Fetching videos. How about just work? This is the worst. How fucking long does this take? Stupid shit. This is the worst. Harlem Globetrotters would be sorry. There are no videos in the selected playlist. What? Fuck. Dude, the Harlem Globetrotters would think this is such a shit system. Worst. 8-minute off brachas. Okay, play all. But that's not really what I want. I want the fucking playlist. Use this fucking button. Are you fucking serious? This is assholes.
2 emails today from Los
Assholes
Angeles. First one comes from Harry Shalom, who says,
okay, maybe this is
explains why he says that.
finally I got this asshole
That a
not
Rebbe teaches you
fucking
Torah
whispering
is
to
more
me.
important than a father in
Worst
some ways.
stream
Doesn't care about the title
ever.
and smicha.
Fetch these
my
fucking
Rebbe.
videos,
Thanks to you,
dog.
I've learned more Torah in the last 3 months than I've learned in my
This
entire
is
life.
the worst.
From a faithful
Are you fucking
seeing
seeing
Harry
this?
Shalom, Los Angeles.
This
Second
is
one
the
from Harry
worst.
Ben Shushan from Los Angeles. Chazak Baruch, such an incredible responsibility, etc., etc., day in, day out.
Are you fucking serious?
He says a beautiful Dvar Torah on the Vuvan.
Sorry, there are no
Saru.
videos in the selected playlist. Are you fucking serious?
Ruchni's Gashmias, many years to come, Harry Ben Shushan, Los Angeles. Back to our sugya.
Oh,
if a person writes a
this
single
is
letter
the
with an
worst.
apostrophe, let's say an
Are
R
you
with
fucking
apostrophe,
serious?
you know what that
It says
means?
63
According to
videos.
Reb Yeshua ben Beseir, you are chayiv, that's writing a word. According to Chacham, you are potter. As this points out, according to Chachamim, even 3
Are you
letters
fucking
abbreviation.
serious?
Where do you see the concept of abbreviation in the Torah?
All right, this is the worst. This is the worst.
Aleph, I made you a father to all the nations. But Umais, I made you the chosen nation. Chaviv, the hate.
We're not so fucking chosen right now, kids.
From all the nations.
This is the worst.
King of all the nations. Vasa, distinguished. Neman, you're reliable from all the nations. Anoichi Hashem Alikecha. Anoichi stands for Onanachi, because obviously
all I fucking want is for this shit to work.
Or I'm your name.
8-minute daf.
Or some people read it backwards.
Oh, you wanted an 8-minute daf. Oh, okay. Here you go. Here the playlist. Oh, you wanted that playlist? Dude,
what is this word?
Where's the link for this?
Yara Rasa. She saw, she feared, and she veered off the way. When Klaishol brings the Chodesh, it says in the Pasuk, Carmel is barley is bursting, it's moist.
If this fucking does there are no videos,
what is Nimretz?
This is the worst.
Noyev, referring to the story of
Are you fucking serious?
Mem, Moyavi, you come from a Moyavi. Ritzayach, Soirer, you're a murderer, you're hated. Eva,
Sam
are disgusting. Yehuda says, I don't know what to say.
What?
You found the Gavia Kesef in
the
our
absolute fuck.
Stands for. We're upright.
This is the worst. No, I'm already tired.
Says the
Of
Mishnah.
this fucking
If a
stupid
person
ass
writes
shit.
2 letters, he's chayav. What if he has an awareness that it's Shabbos or that it's also in
Playlist.
between the 2 letters? Machlokes. Rebbe Gamliel says he's chayav because that awareness
the
doesn't
worst.
separate the 2 letters. And Yediyah Chatzi Shir.
Worse.
According to Chacham, he's public because the Yediyah, Yesh Yediyah Chatzi Shir, and it does separate. And with that, we finish the
Playlist.
Habayna. The new Perikal Eireg discusses weaving and a loom. According to Eliezer,
The copier channel.
you're
Looking for a
chayav
copier?
for 3 threads.
No, I
in
don't
the
want to
beginning,
fucking Kia
and 1
Sarah.
thread later on. According to Chachamim,
I've
there's
used them
the
though.
beginning,
They're okay.
it's at the end.
I like
It's middle.
Xerox.
It's
I'm
thread.
damn.
At the end, it's only 1 thread.
Come
There's
on,
a
you
theory of
ass.
contradiction in the Brises. The Brisa says, according to Rebbe Lezer, you're chayiv after 2 threads. We said in the Mishnah 3. We have to say that
Shuffle
one is talking
before
about thick
playlist.
threads, one is talking about thin
No.
threads. The Gemara is not sure which one is what. On the one hand,
Embed.
3 threads, if they're
Okay,
thick,
copy.
that's the only way they won't unravel, but it will unravel if it's only 2 threads. On the other hand, thin
Fetch
threads are not
YouTube
noticeable,
playlist.
and therefore you need 3, and only then you're chayiv.
Fetching
At the edge of the
videos.
garment, there's a different shear. Usually it's kisit. It's the spread between the fingers Here it's much less.
This shit
It's
doesn't
only
work.
3
I'm throwing
threads of
fists.
chassis and 2 of air because it's chashav
What
when
the
it comes
fuck?
to a belt, a tzutzel.
What in
Gemara
the
brings a price that
fuck?
says exactly like Rabbi Eliezer, and then the price that says exactly like Rabbanan, so it's one up, and there's no big rider one over
This
the
is
other.
the worst.
Says the Mishnah. In a loom,
This
it
is
goes
the
up and down.
worst.
The heddles go up and down. In the center, you have these loops.
What in the
You put
fuck
the
is
threads
this
through these loops,
shit?
and these loops bring the
Just
threads
the
up and down. You
worst.
can pass a shuttle through them.
Dog.
Putting 2 threads through 2 of those loops, you
Dog.
are chayiv. Abaye explains, and if you have to put a 3rd one on another device. Kiros is a type of a loom for
Are you
curtains.
serious?
Also, same idea. If you are
I don't think this website
weaving a
works.
basket or an apple kfara, meaning you take reeds or like a lulav leaf, this chassis area, the horizontal leaves are
With this
held by
bullshit.
vertical. The verticals are held by 2 horizontal. That's all you need to be chayiv, like it's in the picture with blue and red. The Mishnah tells us that if you 2 stitches, you're chayiv, but we already had it in the Mishnah in Klal Gadol. It's coming to tell us the next halacha that if you rip in order to sew, then you're chayiv, which we also had in the Mishnah in Klal Gadol. What does it mean to tear in order to sew? It means if you have some sort of bump in your beged, you want to smooth it out, you tear it and you sew it down. But why do we need this halacha? It tells us the following halacha.
No.
That if you tear a beged because the person is sad over the loss of a loved one, or he's angry, he's potter. Unless a person breaks tears metalgal in order to build. Says the Gemara, we must be talking about a dead person that he doesn't have a chiyuv to rip kriya, because if he did, then he did something positive and he would be chayiv on Shabbos. One of these relatives, a mother-in-law, somebody that he doesn't have to rip kriya, he's just responsible over. The person is not a chacham, because if he's a chacham, all of Kalai
Dude, I don't want this.
rip kriya, and on a chacham you have to do chalitza, which is to expose your shoulder, and you have to eat sudas havra. He's obviously not a kosher person, because any
What is
kosher
this
person
bullshit?
kriya, and obviously he wasn't at Yitzis Neshama at the departing of the soul. Otherwise,
6,000 years
regardless
of
of the relationship, you have to
This is
rip
terrible.
kriya, just like you rip kriya when you see a
Sorry, there are no
burning.
video. Dude,
Every
this
Jew, says
website
Rashi,
sucks.
has Torah and mitzvah. You have to rip kriya.
Worst
The shear for
stream
whitening
ever.
wool and untangling it and dyeing it
YouTube
and weaving it is double a sit. But if you are irate, it's only the size of 1 sit. It says in the Mishnah
fuck.
that if you rip
This shit
a
doesn't
beged,
work.
kriya out of
Where does the YouTube copy let you copy
You bought
any other YouTube
that's it
link
goes according to Reb Shimon that says
in 2 steps? You
the
can
Lachshin
duplicate your own
Sukkah
clip or
Kufa,
clone the
in other
video
words,
to someone else.
for not to have the situation.
How do you
just a
copy
solution
video?
situation,
Should we
it's
sign
not
in with a
constructive,
YouTube account? I did
positive
that.
malacha,
You
and
use
you are
privacy of the clone
As
playlist.
it
Where?
says,
Huh?
Chaim goes according to Yehuda
Huh?
in a situation where a person had a
Playlist
positive,
that you wish to
effect, wanted to
So
teach his
sign in
family a
and
lesson.
enter the URL of any
This is what
playlist
happens
you
if
wish
you
to
get
clone.
that angry,
You
he
can
can't.
set the privacy of the clone
but
playlist.
to
Oh,
calm
wait.
your yetzer,
Hold on.
that would be usher, because that causes a person to get
Save
used to getting
playlist?
angry, and eventually will do have a desire, says the Gemara.
Save to library? Where's my fucking
Rabbi
library?
Yehuda says, Rabbi Yehuda used to teach his family threads in the bottom of his garment. Ravacha to break
Is this
things that
it?
were already broken. The Abba would break the lid of a Reb Shimon would
Copy link
spill
address.
fish sauce on his
Fish sauce.
teacher lesson to say, this is what happens when you
Probably
get
tastes like fish.
If you cry
Oh.
over a kosher person that was nifter, Baruch counts the tears and stores
Like,
them away
I don't
in
want
his
that.
mazov.
Serious?
You are worthy
This
to
is
be
the
buried
worst.
alive, have longevity, mida connected mida. Even though by
Recently
Yeshua's
added.
hesped, they weren't masculine for 30 days. Those people actually didn't have a long life,
This
but they had a good life for the short years that
is
they lived. And when it says Laman Yubi Meichem,
the
bracha, since it's a bracha,
worst.
that refers to long life and a good life. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Dog. What asshole developed this site? It's the worst.
Shabbos Daf Kuvam. Today this email comes to us from David Handler. He writes, I can't begin to tell you how much I enjoy learning about you. The illustrations are very helpful for me, very clear understanding of otherwise complicated subjects. Humor is always fun, it gives sexual weight, and attention. Your demeanor is always pleasant, even when you are criticized. When he goes on to criticize, and he asks Mechila for it, he says, when I said jokingly, that we bought a refrigerator for our family center here in our stroll, it cost an additional $500 just for the ice maker. He says that could constitute Russian horror on our stroll.
Thinking.
Initially, I
Dude,
brushed it off
how
saying
about
that
just
this is
do it?
the Medina versus our stroll. This is a product made in China that is being charged extra taxes here in our stroll. Then I thought about it and said, you might have a good point. If somebody might be thinking
This
differently
is the
about making
worst.
Aliyat and stroll because of this kind of thing, then it might constitute Russian horror on our stroll. I'm telling you this because I love you and know that you would not want to sin, respectively, David Handler. Jumping into today's daf,
Copy
the Rebbe says if one of the brothers is lifter, all the brothers are concerned with
all
one of
the
the
channel
children.
codes from one to
The
another.
entire Torah is concerned with what qualifies
YouTube
success.
transcript. No.
For you, the smallest tabura or the greatest tabura, the note not the greatest tabura.
Use for
Most
free.
living things. When the Mishnah says, any destructive malacha that you do, for instance,
Okay,
you're not
I
going
bet
to
they
house, you
limit
are
it.
public because you're constantly being destructive. And on Shabbos, you have to be positive, you have to make a positive effect.
Get started for
That doesn't
free.
refer to two malachas. Choivel and mavet. Causing injury and creating a fire are not included.
I
You have
can't
to
believe they
purpose
don't
and
make
says
this an
things
option.
like that do not say here in these things, take that outside. There's no mission that says like you, if you heard something similar, that is because there's a positive outcome at the end. For instance, you caused injury to an animal to draw blood and take that blood and feed it to your dog.
Go.
Or you made a fire
Register.
because you want to add
Fuck
that
you.
to it. What about our mission? Our mission seems to say not like your Rebbe. Our mission says Kala Mikal Gilpurim with no exception.
Dog, this
So
is the
somewhere
worst.
perhaps our mission goes to review. Review the
Can
whole
I copy all
Allah
of
should
them?
be
Copy
speaking
it.
the Gufa, Chai.
Learn how to write
As long
copy.
as
No.
there's a positive outcome at the end, you're Chai. And the Brisa that
Google
says
taking.
that there are two, or the Bavo says that there are two malachas that are
Dog.
not included, would go according to Shimon.
Register.
According to Judah, no matter what, every
14-day
Mekalkel,
trial.
every destructive act is
Dude,
popular
I don't
because there's
want
no
to do
positive
anything
effect
like
at the end.
that. Just
Positive effect at the end, like love makes you feel
fucking
and you are Chai.
work.
Shimon says, even when there's a positive effect at the
What
end,
is so hard about that?
and you are putter. Besides those two malachas,
Dog.
where the Torah says specifically,
Go here.
drush in the Torah that
Alright,
you are.
this is the worst.
What is the drush according to Shimon? Even though it's Chayvah causing injury,
Worst.
Chayvah is also only similar its mother. And when the Torah says you should not
Dog.
kill a bas kanya who's mizano with
Dog.
hot lead, which is shreifa, which is not there, the Torah said you're not allowed to create a fire on Shabbos. Buddha says the reason why the Torah was not there, because it is a positive. Where now this young boy became with a positive. The last Torah says, typically in a positive, that's a malacha, that constitutes a malacha. In this case, you're allowed to do a milah. And the same thing by a basket. What is the shear of whitening wool and untangling wool and spin wool? 2 times.
Are you fucking serious?
There is such a much more way to measure from finger. It's the same thing. You don't need double this. One of these equals 2 of these. Says the Mishnah, according to everybody, if you want to catch a 2-part bird, a swallow or a sparrow, very difficult bird to catch. Therefore, the only time it constitutes saves of trapping is if you get it into a small pot. If it's a larger bird, according to Chachamim, even if it's in a baybar, meaning an enclosed area, if it has a roof, that's considered trapping. If it doesn't have a roof, escape, it's not trapping. When it comes to a deer, Rabbi Yehuda says the only time it's considered trapping if you get it into a small house, into a house. According to Chachamim, even into a baybar, an enclosed area.
Are you fucking serious?
It's only a baybar kata, where it's easy to grab and capture.
Absolute garbage. I
It's interesting on the space that says, discussing what malacha you're allowed
fucking
to do.
fake. This is the worst. I hate this and I hate everything about it. Dog, get the fuck off my screen, shit.
So
on
I know
the
it's
other
not your
itself.
fault, but
Therefore,
everything. Yeah, it is. You didn't fucking make this place good.
and doesn't trap
Worst
the fish is mukta, and
stream
therefore you're not allowed to feed animals that are mukta.
ever.
When it comes to a deer, if it's already trapped inside a cage or inside an enclosure, it's not mukta, and therefore you're allowed to feed it. So the Gemara says this is talking about a very small enclosure, and that's why you're allowed to trap it. But a large enclosure, you're not allowed. What constitutes a small enclosure? For each other in the Gemara, either you can grab the
This
animals
is the
in one
worst.
shot, or since the time of the Gemara, the walls were all made the same height. If it has a shadow on the other wall, that's considered a small area, or it doesn't
Should
have
be
any
banished in the
corners
shadow.
for the animal to run away to. A sleeping deer, or a blind deer, or a deer that has fever, it can still run away. All these can run away, and therefore, if you trap, it's considered tzeiga kite. If it's an older deer or a handicapped deer, then you are putter because such a deer doesn't run away. And if it's sick because of
This is the
it's
worst.
also considered already trapped, and you're not tied. Grasshoppers, hornets, and mosquitoes, according to the mayor, trapping a chaya for the common, it depends. If it's typically something that you trap for a positive benefit, then it's also you're trapping it, let's say, just to get it away from you, then maybe we need to and you are fucked. Grasshoppers in the morning when there's dew, they can't see, therefore you're not tired for just picking one up and going. If it's very hot and you're slightly lethargic, you are still tired. Now, if they come in great swarms of grasshoppers, says the Blessed Mahavai, then you are putter if it's hot and they're in swarm. Says the Mishnah, if a deer goes to the house and a single person closes the door, that person's high for tzeiga. If two people close the door simultaneously, they are both putters. If the door is so heavy that it requires two people, then they are both chayiv, and Restream says they are putter. Capture a lion just by grabbing onto it is nothing. Actually, it will run away. You have to put it into a special designed box and capture his lion. It says the Mishnah, if Reuben sits by the door, but the door is wide enough that the deer could run away, Reuben is not chayiv. Shimon comes along and sits in the other part of the door. Shimon is chayiv. Reuben is not chayiv. What happens if Reuben sits down and then the tire door? The deer cannot get away.
Fucking serious?
Shimon and keeps him company.
What is this
A second layer
bullshit?
of protection. Shimon is not tired, Reuben is tired. What happens if Reuben gets up and walks away? Shimon is still not tired. This means a riot. This is a muscle. A person who tied a deer with a rope, let's say to his door, indoors. The deer is trapped inside. Is he allowed to close the front door? Obviously, he can close the front door. What happens if the deer undoes the rope and now he's free to go? Does the person that closed the door have to reopen the door? No. That happened a while ago. And the same thing here. Shimon sat down, was wanting him to sit down. Doesn't have to get up. Once Reuben walks away, have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Kuf Zayin. Today's email comes to us from Calvin Yosef Murray. Thanks for all the great shiurim writes. I haven't missed any shiurim. My wife and I converted to Orthodox Judaism 7 years ago. I have an apartment in Ma'ale Adumim and in Columbus, Ohio, and his wife wrote a book about the journey called From Rose Bowl to Rashi. He's a former Ohio State football player and he played in the NFL with the Philadelphia Eagles and in Chicago. But my greatest accomplishment is joining the most exceptional DAF family in the world. Keep up the great job that you and your team are doing. Thanks, Calvin Yosef Murray. And now on to today's DAF. It all comes at the Shabbos when it says Potter, it means Potter Abul Asr, it's also Midrabah. Besides, there are 3 exceptions to the rule, and one of them is what we had yesterday in the Mishnah. That is, a Reuben sat down by a door and trapped a deer. And his friend came and sat by him and created a second layer. His friend hasn't accomplished anything, he's not tight. Even if Reuben stands up and walks away, Shimon doesn't have to get up and walk away. He's not tight. The Mishnah says a mushal, a person who tied a deer, a doorknob, let's say, inside the house, he's allowed to close the front door. What if the deer becomes untied to the door? He doesn't have to open up the front door. It's already closed. He wasn't open. So Tushim doesn't have to get up and walk away. The second case is Mapis Mursa, removing fluids from a boil,
popping a zip. If the intent is to take out the fluid, it's mutter l'chafila because of the tsar, unless the person has intent to create an opening to take out the fluid and to introduce oxygen inside. That would be awesome. Just like we say, you're allowed to lift up a multi needle to take out a thorn. The third thing is to capture a non-poisonous snake, that it shouldn't bite people, it shouldn't bother people. Same way, you're allowed to take some sort of flea and put it over a flame so that it shouldn't burn down the house, to cover waste of a child, or to cover a scorpion. But if you do it to trap the scorpion for medicinal purposes, that we finish.
What in the fuck?
Found Eric is called Shmoinish Rotzen, the H Rotzen, that commit Tuma after they're dead, as you see in the picture. These are considered, according to Rashi, people like to trap these animals because they have value, whether for skin or other. Therefore, if you trap them, you are chayiv. If you bruise them, you are chayiv. Now, what are we talking about? How many of them? All of them? In order to be chayiv for bruising, you have to create blood, not that it comes out because it came out, that would be shoyfet, we're referring to between the flesh and the skin. So it has to have a thicker skin. When it comes to the tumah of the Shmonish Ratzim, there's a big machlokes. According to Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri, the skin of a sheretz is not included in the tumah because it's so thick. Therefore, all these 8 Ratzim have Kabbalah and Shabbos as well. According to Chachamim, only 4 out of these Ratzim have tumah, and those are the 4 on the left side because their skin is thinner. Now, according to Abayin Shmuel, there's machlokes between Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri and Chachamim in Shabbos. According to Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri, all 8 Ratzim you're chayiv. For Kabbalah, according to Chachamim, only 4, the 4 in the red. According to Rav Ada, it's only in Tumah that Chachamim say the distinction between the 4. Because the pasuk says, these are the ones, and the pasuk is closer, the 4 that are closer to these words are the ones that are coming. But when it comes to Shabbos, just like Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri, all 8 is the Isser Kabbalah. According to Yehuda, it depends on how thick the skin is. We can feel it. It goes by Argashi. So therefore, the lizard is similar to the choylin and has thick skin and this kabura. How do we know this concept that the kabura has to be something that never goes back to its original? We learn from the pasuk, just like a kushi, the skin never changes color. The word "v'nomer" the Gemara learns is not referring to leopard, but rather the word "tzmura." It doesn't go back. Rabbi Lezer learns from the Elam in the Mishnah, just like Elam, there was an Achilas Neshama, he killed it. Therefore, it doesn't matter what kind of animal we're referring to. It could be the largest animal, like an elephant, camel, to the small allows your over if you kill it. Chacham say no. Elam are parver up, they reproduce. But lice do not reproduce according to the halacha, at least halacha they reproduce, and therefore they're included in this halacha. You're allowed to kill them. And the fact that there's a louse, that the Gemara says that the Gemara zan on beitzikin, that eggs, the Gemara says according to Salomon, it's just a name of a season of lice that are called beit, not referring to the eggs of the louse. A flea, little fly, according to Lezer, you're chayev in Seder because he holds, even if aim b'mino nitzah, you don't typically trap a fly for a productive reason, you're still chayev. According to Rabbanan, if b'mino nitzah, you are potter. Of course, killing the fly, you would be over, you would be chayev. All other shrotzim, besides the shrotzim, like a worm, a snake, a scorpion, they don't have thick skin, and therefore there's no kabbalah because the blood does not come between the flesh and the skin. Typically, Rashi says, there's no use for their skins, people don't trap them, and therefore it depends whether there's a use for the trapping or there's no use. Tosfos just doesn't understand Rashi, and in a very rare instance, Rabbeinu Tam says we have to erase Rashi completely. And the Gemara says this goes according to the Shita of Reb Shimon, that Malacha shein tzricha gufa, since there's no positive, constructive act in this halacha of every potter. Some say it's going on this other halacha, matis musa, removing fluid from a boil. It's not a constructive halacha. Some say it's about trapping a snake. There's no constructive. You don't want to trap a snake. You just don't want it to bother you. Shmuel says, if you take a fish out of water, if there's a size of a sela that becomes dry under its fin, that constitutes killing it. Even if you see that it's alive, you throw it back in the water, it will eventually die from this. Therefore, you're over, you kill it. And they explain it means even not only if it's dry, but even if it has some sort of mucousy liquid attached to it when you touch it, that's also considered killing it. That's wonderful. Shabbos Daf Kufes. Today's email comes to us from the Eliezer Kessler, a Rebbe in Texas. He says that his wife was inspired by the concept instead of Daf Daf. It's about the Rebbe, and she started a WhatsApp group that Dave has over 240 women. Anna, 80 times a day. Yesterday, she made a scene on sacred dishes, and she plans on quoting this quote of, it's not about the Daf, it's about the Yoim. She had a tremendous amount of tzlacha. She see thousands and thousands of leaders spread all of Israel. Jumping into the the halacha is that there are certain items that if you catch them, you're later on your government people. Separating, detaching something from its natural growth. For instance, detaching a fetus within an animal, causing it to miscarry a live animal is awesome. Detaching hops from rumble or a mushroom from a kale is detaching and it's awesome. On the flip side, if you detach a fruit from a tree that's growing in an unperforated pot that doesn't have any holes, it's not why or puppy. The reason is because that's not its natural growth, the other says the natural. Rabbi says you're not right on the high bird chicken skin. Because it even though it has scales, feathers, it's still look good. How it is. As long as the heat goes smoothly over those holes and doesn't go into a bump, then it's good. The hide of a bird, as we said, yes, considered hide, it's considered skin. It's not a cause of human shadows. Nevertheless, halacha is that the hide of the oilas bird oilah you put it on the scale. Whereas the regular oilah, you don't put the skin on the scale, and the reason is very specific. What about writing tefillin on the hide of a fish? Gemara says you have to wait until the Yom Kippur tells us whether or not it has tzlava according to the Rav. It's a ruchni stench. Tells us if it has some sort of ruchni stench. Nevertheless, it's definitely considered this hide of a fish. Separate from the fish, where it's not a kavakuma, and it creates on the pizza and the pizza that if you're in a room with a dead person and there's objects behind that skin, the skin protects it from what tells us one of the saddest stories of Shai's Shmuel and Karna. We're walking on the banks of the Euphrates, and they noticed that the water was coming up, and it was this color. It says, Shmuel, this is a sign that a tremendous bubble is coming from a throat, and he's not feeling well. In fact, Rashi explains the water came up, created a pizza around him when he was relieving himself. Shmuel dispatched Karna to go check out who this person is. Karna met Rav, famous Rav, the Golador, and he gave him a hair. He started testing him. It wasn't right. He started asking him, why do you have to write tefillin on a kosher animal? And he tells him it's a kosher custom. That it should be something that's allowed to eat. And you note down Judas rich. Possibly says, why is Mila the place that we do today? And it should be some other parts about the heart of the ear. He says this is your Shava or Parlas and Free. It's part of the Rama, so the Mila. And the word or Lasai, the word or last is something like say another word after. Another chat the Gemara says later on is that it says a person called Arel Zafar, from a place that you can tell whether it's a Zafar or anything. Rav realizes he tested the first Karna. He said, your name is Karna, you should have a horn, hair, grow out of your eye. And in fact, he hadn't had that. Shmuel bumps into Rav in the very first time he came to this Rav. Shmuel takes him to his house, gives him food, gives him beer, and has comparison of fried fish and barley bread caused the bad stomach. Sure, but the point was she was a big bathroom, wanted the stomach to go inside out, and he didn't give his bathroom in order to clean out his stomach. The rabbi was very hurt by this. He didn't realize he was being treated for his ailment, and he cursed Shmuel that Shmuel shouldn't have any sons. Literally, Gemara says that for not realizing that Shmuel was trying to help him.
Dude, how you living, pimp?
How did I just read?
What'd you just read, big man?
In certain cultural beliefs, that if you have like a twitch or you sweat or sneeze, it means that someone's talking or thinking about you. I think that's why I have Tourette's, because I'm just like being thought about all the time.
Do you have the number for the place?
It's 10:12 p.m.
No, I know. I didn't ask you to call. I just asked, do you have the number for the place?
Yeah, so I did bring this up with my psychologist, right? I did bring it up, and they said, well, I'll give you a contact with someone to talk to that can help, like, with methods that will help instead of taking medication.
Zoo, you haven't even been diagnosed yet.
What?
You haven't even been diagnosed yet. And I think, Zoo, I think you're lying to me. I think you're flat out lying to me. And the reason why I say that is because you've been inconsistent in the answers you've been providing. When I asked you, did you call? You're like, yeah, I have an appointment on Wednesday at 2:30. Then I said, okay, did they give you a number? You said, yeah. I called and nobody picked up, which isn't normal for a doctor or a business. And then I asked you again, and then you're like, yeah. And then you just literally looked up a number to, you told me what you were typing into Google, which was Adelaide Tourette's syndrome. And then, like, so I just don't believe you. And that's fine. This is
My psychologist, I was like, yeah, I want to get help, but I don't want to do medication. I was like, okay.
When did you see your psychologist?
When I said, well, 3 weeks ago, but I spoke to the
Okay, so you did lie. You didn't see anybody on Wednesday. You're caught in a lie, man, and it's fine. But you can't keep doing this to yourself. And I don't believe that you talked to your psychiatrist on Thursday either. I'm sorry, I don't. I'm just, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I'm not going to get fooled again. What you need to do is tomorrow, you need to do what you did earlier, which was Google a number for Tourette's syndrome. You need to get diagnosed with it. And then at that point, if you're seeing a Tourette's specialist and they say, well, we don't think you need medication, okay, that's fine. But you're not doing that. You're avoiding the problem. All you do is come in and talk about every other.
What if I don't know this?
You do, though. You're the one who admitted that you do.
What if I don't know?
Zoot, it's clear in your behavior. You say mean things that I don't like, and then you just okay. Then you don't have it. But have it. Have
like, oh, you don't have it.
Okay, then what if that happens? That's cool. But you're the one who said that you had it. That it's been something that has bothered you since you were 5, when you barked and you blamed it on a little girl, and then again when you were 13, and that your cousin has it, and like we've had this discussion, man. I don't know why you're afraid, to just get help for the problem that you have.
Because I'm sick of fucking getting diagnosed with shit.
Yeah, but you're not being diagnosed with the right thing. And you want to get diagnosed with all kinds of stuff except the thing that you really have. It's not that big a deal. You would go there. I mean, literally, it's so not big of a deal. You call the place. You say, I need to make an appointment. They say, okay, your appointment is at Monday at noon. Okay, you go there. You say, look, I need to be diagnosed with Tourette syndrome. And they're like, okay, well, there are multiple ways to deal with this. You can either go through these programs or whatever. Oh, Zoot, let me finish. Zoot, let me finish. Or you can take these medications, and we will keep a record of what you're doing, and hopefully these things help you. Go ahead.
Okay.
You and I both know that's what you need to do.
I just found Tourette specialist.
Okay. Do you have their telephone number?
Yes.
Okay, put it in your phone, and then tomorrow, during business hours, you're going to make an appointment, and you're going to tell them that exactly what you've told me for the year that we've known each other, that you have these tics, that they sometimes are stronger than others, that you make jokes out of them when it becomes awkward, and you want to know what they can. What'd you say?
This person is so far away from me. You're the only fucking person in this fucking city that diagnoses Tourette's.
That's incorrect, dude. Any psychiatrist can diagnose that.
No.
Hey, you got to be 18 to be in here, big dog. Take care.
I can subsidize the diagnosis for processes to fly anyway. I can get like something done.
Look, I understand. There are ways to go about this in Australia for free, where you don't have to pay money.
Do you think? Are you scared of digital identity?
That's an interesting question, Zoot. I'm not scared of it. I think that in a lot of ways, it makes my project very unique because you won't be able to do what I do, perhaps anywhere in the world in the next 5 years or so. But the unification of all that data, I think, can bring fear to people, definitely. You.
Yeah, digital identity, right? And then you say something on stream, and then they just cut your stream off, and then you can't stream anymore, and everything goes down.
That's what happens.
What if?
Welcome.
When you get pissed?
Yeah. I mean, I always know that that's something that could happen, but it's in the company's best interest to keep content that they are. Go ahead.
I don't think it's going to happen in the US.
It will.
In Europe?
It will.
Maybe.
The UK has already said that they're going to do it.
I don't think under the Trump administration he's going to let digital identity.
Yeah, but that's only the next. That's only the next 3 years. They're gonna implement it. And that makes my project really unique because you won't be able to do what I do, which is basically just create as many accounts as you want and just stream all over the internet. What I do is basically like digital graffiti. I just go on someone's social media and just put a whole bunch of data on it and force them to store. You won't be able to do that in the future.
Rabbi,
What up, baby?
I think it should be illegal. I think it should be illegal to hold a child back a year.
You know,
Let's go.
hold on, Zoo. I think about this a lot, and I agree with you. I don't know if I would say illegal, but the practice of holding a child back, I feel, should be. Um, do I want to say illegal? Okay, but I mean, but I agree. It destroys them socially.
Yeah.
I agree with you. And I mean, I could tell you that it's very called outliers. This like basically tells you like in order to be really good at something, you need to work 10,000 hours at it. And they talk about specifically Canadian hockey teams, and they talk about basically like if you are a Canadian youth hockey player, if you were born during a certain time of the year, you have a much higher chance of playing in the NHL than you do if you're born in another part of the year because you're like older than the other kids. So basically, like if the cutoff is, let's say, December 31st, the kids that were born January 1st and in January and February and March, they have a huge advantage of maturity and such over kids that are born towards the end of the year. And they also talk about the advantage of like being older in your class, but then there's a significant social taboo on kids that are held back. I mean, I can tell you, I knew of the practice to happen, and with very few exceptions, the kids that got held back were always outcasts. And that's really sad because they didn't do anything wrong. What'd you say?
I got held back and fucked up my whole life.
I know it did, Zoo. I know it did.
Well, I fucked up my whole life. I'll tell you what. My mom wanted me. He was just like, oh, I don't want you to be like. If my mom was born like, she didn't want me to be like the youngest, because she was like the youngest in her year. But what she ended up doing was making me the oldest in my year level, right?
Right.
And you know what what happens when you're oldest in your year level? You have to wait for everyone to turn 18. You can't go to the club. You can't do anything because all your friends are fucking underage. So what happens is you're in school and you're like, at that age, I was extremely immature as an 18-year-old because I was hanging out 17 and 16-year-olds. It was the fucking worst decision she could have fucking made for me.
Yeah, I mean, I see
Like,
that.
She wasn't thinking that future.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I think there's an argument to be made that you're at an extreme advantage, though, on your peers, and you may not realize it, but statistically, you manage over your peers. It meant that you had more time to mature. You would have been the first person to drive. You would have been the oldest. You would have had more testosterone than the other kids.
No, I just think it held me back. It fucked me up socially. Everything, like, it was just not good. It was just not a good decision. If I could go back in time, like, if I could go to my mom and tell her, dude, whatever you fucking do not fucking hold me back a year. At 5 years old, I would tell her that it's like, and my life would have turned out so much fucking different.
Well, we can't change that at this point.
Yeah, no, but it was like if I don't even want to go over it, but if you knew, like, if I could, like telepathically, like, show you all the things that I went through because of that, you'd be like, oh, holy shit, it was because of that decision that fucked up your whole life.
Okay, so what grade were you held back?
So in Australia, it's co-reception, which is the pre-year one.
Oh, so hold on. So like kindergarten?
Well, how old are you when you start kindergarten?
Usually like 5 or 6.
Okay, yeah, that's 5. So yeah, kindergarten.
Okay, and you think that was bad?
Yes.
Okay, because there are arguments to be made that would have been the time to do it. Statistically, you would have been at an extreme advantage over your peers. I know you don't see it that way, and I get what you're saying, but at least statistically, you would have been older than everybody. You never would have had the social issue of like having to repeat a year. So you never got help during like you were just delayed to start school, right?
No, I did. No, no, I did the first year of reception, and I had to do it again.
Okay.
So all my friends that I made that year were a year above me, right?
Right.
So like I had best friends. I had like got along with everyone in the classroom. Everything was fine. Then my mom was like, "Well, I don't want you to be the fucking youngest," even though like I wasn't the fucking youngest. It just made no sense to make that decision.
Okay, so I get that. So you did have make friends and all that other stuff, and then that got taken away from you.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you feel as if have you ever spoken to a professional about this?
No.
Okay.
No, I should have fucking done it as a child. I should have been like, no, mum, fuck you for holding me back. I want to go up a year. I should have just complained about it like the whole fucking year. I just like gone back, and if they put me in that next year, I would have just complained until they fucking put me in up to the other classroom. I'd be like, no, fuck this, I'm not doing that. But I was a fucking child.
Yeah, there's nothing you could have done about that. No one's blaming you for that. Okay, so could you have?
But if I go back, right? If I like wake up tomorrow as like 6 years old, and I have to start again, my life again, I'll be like, no, fuck you. Put me up here. I don't care if you think I'm stupid. I'm fucking not doing this. I'm not sitting with these fucking people that I don't like. Nah, I'm going to this classroom. Fuck you.
Did you have?
I miss my old friends and children.
I get that. Did you have good grades ever?
So here's the thing.
Up until grade 3, I was doing fine.
Okay.
I was doing fine. Something happened in grade 3. It's like, I just didn't fucking care about school.
I understand.
What was it that made me not care?
What do you think it was, Zoo? What do you think it was? Okay, well, there's nothing you can do about that now.
What was it that made me not care? I think it was just, look, I had a tutor as well, who was helping me through school. I could have just fucking, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's okay for holding a child back from school, no matter, it just, I don't think it's good. Not a good idea.
Right, and I'm in agreement with you on that. So do you feel, I don't know, like you'll be able to get over that or no?
No. I wouldn't have gotten into as many fights. I wouldn't have been bullied as, well, I probably would have been bullied, but I wouldn't have been bullied as much. I would have had, a friend circle that would have, I would have had my original friend circle the whole way through school if my mom didn't make that fucking decision.
Were you able to continue any of those friendships, or they all went away?
No, that kind of went away because my mom didn't put me that's because they didn't want to be great.
Right. I get that. I get what you're saying. Is it some?
Imagine I had the same fucking friend circle, and I would have had that friend circle all the way and gone to the same high school with them and continued out the same friend circle high school.
Right, I get that.
But instead, because of that decision, I started hanging around people that were really fucking degenerative and not good, and made me go down the wrong path and do some of the worst shit you can imagine.
Okay. What do you mean specifically?
Fuck. I don't know, these people that are fucking, people were hanging around, fucking had murder convictions later on in life and shit, and I nearly went down that path.
Okay, well, you didn't go down that path. You were able to escape that. So.
But yeah, these people were just drinking, doing drugs, and then I nearly fell into that trap, seeing people.
And I know that's tough. Definitely not ideal. But that was 20 years ago, more. And I mean,
Like,
did you graduate from high school?
no,
You didn't graduate from high school?
yep, I didn't
Okay. Did you get a GED or whatever the equivalency is?
say an size.
Okay. Did you get that?
It's getting higher education later on.
Equivalent?
Well,
What'd you say?
it's like community college.
Okay. So you got a degree?
Certificate.
Okay. How long did that take you?
6 weeks.
Okay. And what did that say that you could do?
Work in a retail store.
Oh, so you needed to have that to work in a retail store?
No,
It just helped?
it just helps. And then I got a certificate. I do have a degree in bachelor. I do have a degree in, not bachelor. I do have a degree in blockchain, AI, machine learning as well that I paid like 14 grand for.
Wow. Okay.
I studied for a year.
Okay. Was it worth it?
I mean, I kind of get a job for a crypto exchange for me, but then like went to for a couple of weeks, but then that didn't go bust, but like there was a lot of regulatory things, and like they were starting to like they're still around, they got money, but like they were going for bust. So it's pretty great. Did I make back the money that I paid for the course?
Okay. That's all right. All right. So for your specific issue, you, I mean, Zoot, you're afraid, and I understand that, to get this diagnosis. And I get it. I don't think that you have any of the other things that you say that you have or that they diagnosed you as. I think there's this one. And if you were able to get that addressed, it would change everything in your life for the better.
Okay, I'm gonna go for a bit. See you later. It's really late here.
No, it's not. It's 10 o'clock, dude. I'm up with you all night. Zoot, I know you're afraid to have this discussion, and I get it. It's not easy. But it's not that hard either. You just got to get the telephone number. You get an appointment. You get a diagnosis for Tourette syndrome, and they set you up on some kind of plan or a medication thing. And then you'll come in here and you'll be able to talk about whatever you want. You won't always be so focused on the same thing every single time. You'll be able to make friendships with people that are long lasting and that you don't embarrass them or embarrass yourself. You'll be able to perhaps have a job and allows you to focus. I mean, this could change your whole life, and I'm almost certain that it would. I really wouldn't tell you this if I didn't think that that's what you needed.
But
Right. Oh, so if I could just wave around and help you, I wish I could. Yo, how are you?
Good morning.
You've got to be 18 to be in here, big dog.
What?
You have to be 18 to be in here.
Okay.
Take care. Yo, how are you? Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Berkshire. You ready to whisper?
Villain had to be on the hide of a kosher animal, but not only a kosher animal, even be on a kosher animal that dropped dead, died from natural causes or was afraid of. But on a non-kosher animal, it's us the right to villain. The question is, why? Because it has to be mutter befika, something you could eat. But a dead animal is not mutter to eat. If it died on its own, it wasn't shechted. Gemara says in Mashal, you have a king and executioner. They both killed one person. Who's more kosher? The person that the king killed. Here, Baruch killed this animal, so you could write kill on it. So why can't you eat it? Because that Torah says mufurish, you're not allowed to eat another. The Allah Sinai that says that parishes of tefillin have to be wrapped with hair from a kosher animal. The tefillin boxes have to be sewn with sinews from a kosher animal. Says the Mishnah, you're allowed to make a small amount of salt water in order to eat for that smooth of different bread, to put it in your different food. You're not allowed to make large amounts because that looks like ma'adah, like you can't eat it for long term. Yossi says, if you can't, you make a large amount, so you also can make a small amount, and therefore, when you make this concoction of salt water, water and salt, and oil, make sure you put the oil from the first ingredients, not all the way at the end, because the water and the salt can combine together to make a very strong salt water, and that's awesome. It's also to make strong salt water, which means you have 2/3 salt, 1/3 water, where egg will float on it. We will use that for fish bread. According to everybody, you nut salt or radish. Even those who ruins it, when they realize they have stroke, they pile up many radishes and salt on it. They realize it's a good thing to salt radishes and nail sauce on chops. An egg is not like it. According to Rabbi Bar Chaviva, it's a good thing for the egg to salt it. Therefore, also for the Gaia, it's good. Three things that without the shell, you wouldn't be able to digest them: an esrog, a radish, and an egg. When it talks about an egg, it's not referring to the outer shell, it's talking about the white of the egg. That helps you digest the egg. But Bibi says that certainly a piece of wood cannot sink in the Yam HaMelech, in the Dead Sea. Yet, even a person cannot sink. Why is he telling this? He's telling this to us to show us that the Dead Sea has medicinal properties to it. Nevertheless, you're allowed to wash yourself with that water. Now, what about putting that water in your eye and blinking? It's obvious that you are doing so for the food. The Gemara brings a right that it's usher. Because the Gemara says that putting wine inside your eye is usher. On top of the eye is mutter. And you can even take a piece of bread and soak it in wine and put it on your eye. However, saliva from a fasting person that has different properties in it is also put even on top of the eye. Gemara says the major halacha in Hilchos Shabbos is that you're allowed to take a larim, which is pasting clean wine, and soak it before Shabbos. You do so before Shabbos, and this has many ramifications to the Shabbos, taking medicine and soaking it before Shabbos, etc. And you like to take this concoction and put it on your eye. But it's also to blink your eye because that looks like refuah. Yannick asked Right? Look for some of this in this case. Rabbi said, I have a much better idea. First of all, I'll send you some so you don't think I'm stingy. You should know, there's a much better idea. Wash your eyes out with cold water in the morning, wash your hands and feet with hot water in the afternoon, and that works a lot better than Pilaria having a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Kuftes. Today's email comes to us from Rabbi Nathan Seltzer, the author. He writes, "In relation to the email that was sent me yesterday, Mazdaf the Rebbitzin was inspired through the shir to begin teaching not for so many people on WhatsApp, which continue to spread prayer with the Klal WhatsApp. I just want to point out to all the people listening to this shir that just as she grew inspired from what is happening here and used it to come up with their own way of being Mechatz Klal Yisrael, so too every person in the shir can and should do the same to find their own way to spread prayer in any and every way possible." Next one is from Mayor J&J Properties in Baltimore. I just want to say thank you for having so much punch into the 8 Daf Kasar. Last was the first time I finished Shas, so this time Shema Gavaldik Mazel. So this time around, I wanted to add something to my learning and your in Daf is perfect, etc. Thank you, Mayor Cohen. We're continuing with different Talmudic medicines and refuahs. You know that when you get up in the morning, you have to wash your hands 3 times in each hand, Negovasser, and if you don't, it's extremely dangerous touching any. Touch your eyes, blindness, ears, deafness, mouth and nose, bad smell, bloodletting wound is dangerous. Touching the wrist, Rashi says the power of carry. Touching the bas, going to the best power of cleanliness. Touching a barrel is a power for anybody who drink the beer afterwards. This spirit is free to do as it wants, and it's very maked to wash your hands 3 times. To reverse some of the damage, put something on your eye, hook, it's like a mascara, and it reverses damage, it stops tears, and it increases growth of the eyelids. Alum, which is coriander, doesn't work on Shabbos. Rabbi Yosef, who was blind, said it doesn't really work for blindness, and therefore you're allowed to eat this on Shabbos. Hops doesn't work, and therefore you're allowed to eat it on Shabbos. Besides the variety called matroisa. Rav Sheshes, who was also blind, says that rocket plants do work, and therefore it's possible to eat on Shabbos. Basting a roast, a warm roast, is a mutter. Beating eggs on Shabbos looks like you're about to cook something that's awesome. The Gemara says that Zihiri's wife basted a roast for Chia Barash. Rabbi Nisan points out that at that point they were actually married, and he refused to eat it. And she says, "But your Rebbe Zihiri would eat basting that I did on Shabbos." The Gemara explains why Zihiri ate, because it doesn't accomplish it. Just like pouring clear wine through a strainer on Shabbos is mutter, because if you're not accomplishing anything, so to basting a roast, which is edible without the basting doesn't create anything, male it's mutter. If somebody injured their hand or foot and has swelling, reduce the swelling with wine because it doesn't really work. But to reduce it with vinegar is also that does work. But in the are people that their body is spoiled and wine does work. It would be us for them to use. The Gemara says that on top of the hand and on top of the foot, that's already a sakana. And you're allowed to use even vinegar, as Ravashi was stepped on by a donkey, and he used vinegar. Some say he used wine, and Ravina told him, "What are you doing? You're a mafuna, you're a spoiled person." And he said, "It's a sakana, just like having an eternal womb." Any body of water, a lake, an ocean, is mutter to bathe in on Shabbos, unless you have 2 conditions combined which make them awesome. Condition number 1 is that the water is really bad, and people typically don't bathe for pleasure, only for a fool, so it's obvious that you're doing it. But you need another condition. You have to be in there for an extended amount of time. If you don't have the 2 conditions together, then it's always mutter. You're not even go into the Dead Sea or into Black Sea water if you're there for a few months for extended time. Yamagogo has 2 parts. It has the bad water and the good water. So if you do the bad water, extended amount of time, it's also in the good part, you let it go out. Even if you have massive things on your head, which is obviously doing for a fool. A zoyden, which is not for human consumption, and you eat it, obviously doing it for a fool. Brown says we're talking about lavender. Any normal food, or you eat, but you want it for medicinal as well, is 100% mutter, because everybody else eats it. Red Decker, we're going to have more tomorrow. And wine that has roots in it is very tough stuff. It's very sharp. People don't drink it unless you're full and therefore it's possible to drink. If you're a healthy person, you drink it because you're thirsty, then it's mutter. So anoint yourself with oil that has roots. Excuse me. Is mutter. When the Torah says Ezoi, Rav says a man. Bar Hemed, Ula says it's referring to white sage. Rav Pavi says it's Shumshul, known as Marjoram. And it makes sense that it's Marjoram because it has 3 stems and each has 3 leaves, and that fits right in to what the Gemara described. Ezoivim, people eat because they have intestinal worm, and it's good to take it with 7 black dates. It comes from eating flour that's over 40 days old. Penny Royal, which is known as the Ezer, you're allowed to drink it. People drink it to heal liver worms. But it's good to eat it with 7 white dates, not black dates like we have before. And why do people get these worms? It comes from eating raw meat on coals or fatty meat. This is all on empty stomach, fenugreek stem, empty stomach, and people wash down with water. You don't have Eliezer, does the same job. You don't have that? Fatty meat on the coals, suck the juice, sip it with a little vinegar. Some people just take out the vinegar, and that's what you have that. Take a bark of a bush. Now, it's very important how you remove the bark of the bush. Otherwise, the worms will come out from a person's mouth. You take this bark, you take this, you cook it up with beer, only during Ben Hashmoshes, and you relieve yourself on the bark of the bush, and that helps. Why do people drink Abu Rav? They drink it because if they drink mayim medulim, things that were covered overnight, were concerned that the snake injected poison into the medulim, like the Gemara of Zara, the medicine is Abu Rav. If you don't have Abu Rav, you make a concoction of 5 roses, 5 cups of beer, cook it until you have reviews. Mother of Chadvi Barami reduced the recipe to 1 rose, 1 beer. When she gave it to a person, she pulled out of the oven while the oven was still somewhat hot. She put him into the oven. She had him sit on a brick so he doesn't burn himself, and he started vomiting like a green leaf. Or you drink a reviews of goat milk, the white goat. Put about you says you take a very sweet esrog, you carve out a little bit, put honey in it, cook it over coast, and then you eat it. Urine, Maragline that's 40 days old, has medicinal powers to it. A very small cup worth is good for a hornet's bite. A revius log is good for a scorpion bite. A half a log is good for if a person's ebulim. An entire log is good for witchcraft. Brigham says a negro, which is juice with water, lavanga, and teriyaki, are great for people who drink ebulim. If a person swallows a snake, the best way to relieve that snake out is to eat and to run 3 milk. He saw somebody assume that he was a horseman, ran after him and said, listen, you must run 3 mil. He forced the guy to run 3 mil, gave him hops, and the guy indeed threw up the snake in pieces. Some people say it was Rashid himself who ate the snake, and the Leon Navi pretended he was a horseman. The reason why this works is because it eats up the fatty, and the fear, together with the hops, kills the snake, and the snake comes up, having a wonderful. Abba's Daf Kofyu, today's email comes to us from Shaul Proser from Borough Park, and he writes, we cannot express enough our gratitude to you for being Marvis Torah in such a beautiful manner. Your sense of humor only adds to the enjoyment of the life. Like you say many times, it is also Gashmias, besides the true Ruchnias, and he goes on. Thank you, Shaul Proser. We're continuing to discuss different remedies, refuahs of Talmudic nature. If somebody's bit by a snake, you should find a fetus of a white donkey. He tears it and he puts it on top of the bite. But he has to make sure that the mother is not a traitor. Where it tells us that there's a person appointed by the king of Pupulis that was bit by a snake. He found 13 white donkeys like that. He tore them open and he found that they were all traitors. He heard that there's one on the other side of town, he went up to the red on the other side of town. And by the time he got there, a lion ate that final donkey. Says that I must be this person was a favor on Rabbana. Which means something Rabbana, there's no remedy for that. And
And that's why these guys sometimes somebody says, after that was lifted, he instituted a year of availance that when you bring a Dawson to a wedding, shouldn't use the belt. And he's intentionally using the belt, therefore, you diabetes. Person finds himself wrapped by his snake, jumps in the water, put a basket on his finds the basket and tosses it in the water and run out of the water. If the snake is extremely excited and is crackling and trying to smell, should not carry it on the throat to smell. It's not jump over a puddle, it's not jump over a river. If you got away from the snake, it's nighttime, sleep in the open to the snake when you go down to the ceiling, you put 4 barrels on each one of the leg of his breast, put 4 cats here, and put something down on the floor so that when the snake comes and makes noise, the cats will eat it. So a woman is not supposed to snake as a item for her, she should pick up her clothing and have the snake go to the clothing. If the snake goes there, that means she's in trouble. But some say that will actually choose the snake time. So what she do, she throws her nails in her ear at the snake, thus disconnected. In other words, the leader that will put them away. If the snake went inside of her, she should sit on 2 barrels and put very fatty meat on top of coals and she mixes grass with very good smelling wine. And when it starts coming out towards the food, grab it with a pliers or something and throw it in the fire. Says the Mishnah, color all foods that you eat and typically people eat, even if you eat them for your food or you're allowed to eat them. Where does it come from? Food. Some foods that typically you think that people don't eat, such as skin for white meat. It's really bad for the stomach, for the fat, really stomach, it's really bad on the teeth. You think people eat it, cholesterol is considered food. All are not just all liquid, all juice, it's food, chicken berry, and this is going to sound a little gross. Nevertheless, people drink it and therefore consider it a drink and you let it give it a shot. What's really gross is lower right and normal human beings don't drink that. Make the kind that we had yesterday, really sharp things that people don't drink unless they're sick. It comes from within 2 countries. The first cup feels, the second cup plus diarrhea, feels the body, the third cup comes out as pure as a way. In other words, it did its job. Ula says, Bobby beer is much better than it. The color, as long as you haven't had a cup of it within the last 40 days. Some say it's not made it harim with a ramen, but made it harim with a rake, meaning it stabs the gallbladder. And it's referring to G-site and Restream. How do you make this? The place says it takes a third barley. The papa who's the beer maker said, no, it's not barley. It's a third wheat. And the other ingredients are the same, a third saffron, a third salt. And you drink this between 3 seconds yours. The place of party that the Mishnah talks about consists of a zuz of weight or a xanthus sap, and these are important ingredients to remember. A xanthus sap, a zuz of alum, and a zuz of saffron, and you grind them together. The person has jaundice, you take 2 out of the 3 of these ingredients, and we'll have a little bit more of this later. And now, the Gemara is going to give us 11 remedies. No less than 11 remedies for a zava. One of them is you take 3 of these ingredients. You don't have to see ingredients. You can take 3 pieces of sprig of onions and you put them in wine. That's the female, a lot of wine and beer. And you tell the woman, put it in the later. You don't have that. You put it on a crossroad, give her a cup of wine, and you have somebody put them behind them and steer her. You don't have that. Give her a handful of honeydew saffron and cumin, and you put it with wine, and you say, cumin's over. You don't have that. You take 63 barrels of it, and you smear it on her, and you say, cumin's over. You don't have that. You take something called casino, and you put it in wine, and you say, cumin's over. You don't excuse the noise. If you don't have that, you take burn from a Lisa bush, and in the winter, you use cotton rags, and in the summer, you use linen rags and put it in there. If you don't have that, you dig 7 holes in the ground, and you burn a vine from Arba, and you give her a cup of wine, and she stands up, and sits down, and eats one of those holes, and you say, "Cumin's over." And then you give her fine flour, you put it straight on the bottom part of it, and it's a freezer. You don't have that. Man, an acid judge in there. You put that and you burn the acid judge, and in the summer, and in the winter, you don't have that. You open up a wine for her, and it makes a lot all the time. You don't have that, you need to find a wine. You take one bottle and you find in the waist of a mule, a white mule, and if you hold it for 1 day, it stops the SIBO. For 2 days, you go to 2 days, it stops the SIBO. 3 days, and you hold it for 2 days, it stops the SIBO. Jaundice, you take 2 of the
huge of Zanzibar sap in the alum and the saffron. However, it has a really bad side effect. It causes sterility. It causes become upper. You don't have that, you take the head of a fish pot, you put the milk up, and you cook it in water. You don't have that, you take yummy locust juice. You don't have that, you use the juice of a small bird called a nigger. And you smear it on your back, you go to the bathhouse, and you smear it there. If you don't have a bathhouse, you send it to a wall and an oven. You need that heat. The railroad says, there's another way to deal with founders, and that is you take the linen, the sheet of somebody that has founders for that person himself, you wrap them up the inside. But now you do this for about a year and then seal. That doesn't work. If you don't have one, you take 3 times, 3 bouillon, the pieces of certain dates, and of wax, it's old from the honeycomb, and 3 pieces of red aloe, boil it in beer. You don't have that. You take blood from the forehead of a very young body, and you shake the head of the gun so you can put in something that is really good about that blood. You don't have that. The head of the lamb that was pickled in, and it was pickled and cooked in it. You don't have that. You take the head of it that has spots, period, and you put it on top of the first person. You don't have that. You can eat it. The murder is who has just, and he taken with the garbage, asked the garbage to leave, and he gave the garbage coat. And when the garbage had his coat, he said, charge his coat and sleep in it a little bit, and he slept in it, and when he woke up, his coat was torn into pieces. Hey, bear. Healing of the grounding of his wonderful
Hey, yeah.
I saw his daughter. Grandma, you can't be under the dream. Just see it all that. Grandma was 60. I was there when she was 60. And now she's fucking bleeding. She's still doing better. You guys just like
God is not pushing out, pushing out compressed from liquid. Even though you can something that's taking the blood to a couple of hours. These things don't have easily without it. I love pushing the but the race is from the second one. Sometimes people working with this guy on Zoom every single morning and you start off with this many videos. You can shout at stuff. And you can process his videos. He goes through this whole thing and finally says, down the end of the tunnel, and he falls at the end of the dance process. The first line, he tries to become a fucking winner one day after the game, and every time one day will be like, I'll be like you. And he's very excited about the community that welcomes him with such open arms. So has something going on for years. When the sugya of taking medicine that they have to block down and take a report from another, the John's the word says he takes food out of the food foul disease. Denver sap, alum, and saffron. 2 out of those things heals John's. The only problem is the very slight side effect for sterility. Because we're not taking that. The question is, how is one thing to take a Mr. says you can't take a shot, you can't take it all week long. It says in the country that being carbon, 4 language species, especially of the animal, including the isotype, and eliminates also the rest of human beings. So now we must be talking about it. The person that might not say the woman is highly the food, you must be talking about an elderly woman or not part of. You raise a part of, you say, I'll start, I'm ready. By a man. Drinking this potion, even if he's already up, it would be also because the seals after the shear. Even if it's not there yet, even if it's something to John is the essence. As the people are read, just like he says, that the foolish opportunity is foolish opportunity. The goodness is part of that, and he's not careful and makes it fun. The next person that needs it, the next person that puts it out and makes a shake. They're all over one of another, just like the prayer says by seals, that you're over on caffeine, and then you're over on cutting. The seals are an old man can have figure since he becomes a potion, and he might be able to, but it is also suicide. The Allah is that they let it cut off the crown of the rooster, even though that would cause him to be sterile. You are not causing doesn't. It's a vinegar, on Shabbos and spit it out. But if you swallow it, that's the norm, and you're cooking without cooking bread. Just a vinegar, you cook bread, that's normal. And as a side from oatmeal, Rabba is trying to make a distinction between dipping in or using vinegar before meal, and that's the norm. Using vinegar after the meal. Once you have to called fight six, it's the look before the meal, it's the look after the meal. Where do you find it side? You want to look for on Shabbos, the mikvah go to the mikvah. Why? Because even though it's going to fix the body, but tonight you don't bring it well, put yourself down, people won't know that you're going. But if you don't have that excuse, you're not going to the mikvah, put yourself down. Yet, since it's in mikvah, go to the mikvah on Shabbos, follow, sin, you're going to go on your kippah. Since it's mikvah before the meal, it's mikvah free after the meal. Therefore, you must say that Rabba is that. Teaching the Mishnah that vinegar is good for your increase, yet in the Pasuk says the temperature tonight. For us in the night, it's terrible vinegar. It's like smoking the hot. It's like a lazy person. Tomorrow we must be discussing must be referring to unripe grapes. Or a person who doesn't have a wound in his mouth. Yes, a person who doesn't have a wound in his mouth is actually a mental vinegar because a wound in his mouth. He has a wound in his mouth, he'll heal the wound. A person who has warning things, it's also for him to use vinegar and wine because that's enough. But to sweep it out with oil, that's normal. And those people used to rub themselves with oil. Hundred times time off, and if you're a priest, you're allowed to use rose oil. But there's so many once princes are looking rose oil, then all types of are looking rose oil, all types of princes, and you can have this thing getting used by it. In order of the Sabbath, Rav Hashim, like a small Hashim, like a tree. Yet when it comes to this rose oil, Rav's the same thing as small. It's not the same as a tree. The Trinity says that anywhere and anywhere, since a country that is the norm use. Rose oil, everybody in his city use rose oil. But others is not. Without finish, when it's not, don't go on earth. Suddenly, these are the nuts that you're not like your Shabbos. He knows you. You're not just seeing the picture. The red one, the whole two nose, and that's it here. The extra thing, also because it's biology, it's good. When you find it, just like you have a nut, now an undue nut, this one is undue nut, and it came to the nuts of the two others. Both has the same kind of thing, follow, not the same way together, and then you kind of like, you undie, and then you use the camel to undo that long rope. That rope is when you have butter. The Bible says, you undo a rope with your hand, but not with your hand. The mother making the shot of about you were tied, kind of. You could undo with one hand, but on the other hand, no pun intended, it's a really tight knot, and whereas the flesh is very remains in the. There are some knots that are moving with the people moving the knots that are doing only for 1 day, such as a woman's shirt that we have 2 buttons and 2 pictures. They're tied to the right side, to the left side, to the left side, to the right side, but that has to be undone every day. You might as well say what the finishes in each and every one of these things. The sparkle like the sleeves, you have 2 screws, or you can tie a shoe, or a sandal, or a belt, or a bottle of wine, or to cover a pot. The legend of Yaakov says they even made a knot to try to this one animal is a you, and with that, have a wonderful, wonderful day.
what the house looked like. Yeah, I'm fascinated by that stuff. Like, no, the house looks like it smells a certain way. He still lives there. He lives in the middle wall. At that time, he shared a room with his medium brother. They had a basement that was all made of waste, all made by the sheet. All the shit. I remember that yellow part here. And I had stolen some coke. Coke was downstairs in my basement. My mom was one of like some people. I took a little bit of it. I had it in, and I took it to the party. I took it with me to school. I took it to the party. I told him aside that he wanted some coke. He said, "Where'd you get it?" We got peppermint schnapps and vodka. We made drinks. Sat down. I did a couple lines of coke with him. I gave him the rest away, and it was our bond. It's been our bond forever. So I tried this way. It was just something. It's a Timmy Holloway. Me and Timmy Holloway did that jewelry store. You know, but that's a bond that lasts forever. We got away with it. You know, we won't have something. There's something about a street bond. When you do something, there's something about a bond. You know what I mean? But there's different bonds. It's like twins have a special bond. You know, when I see Timmy and everything else, I just forget. I forget everything else. I just see that kid that we're 16 in the same boat looking for a fucking direction. And here we are 30 years later. Let's go in a different direction.
How long has he been drinking color and pause in the hotel room? So you told me that he did that like, you know, when you were like, listen, I'm going to visit.
The bigger the land, the bigger the mistake, the bigger the story, you know, whatever the fuck you want to do. I can look you in the eye and tell you as a man that it was Jimmy James, Roger and Jimmy, Ashley, and George Collins. I would not be here today. I know that for a fact because I was the reason and you wanted to be jealous. Since I was maybe 17, 16 was the first time I went to town. When I started getting into trouble, rise, whatever. He's been there for me for all those rides, you know. I was telling my guys who was sitting there talking, and I said, I know there was a time when I used to take some pictures to sleep in your backyard. Take a suntan and lay down, you know. With a jacket on, with a sweatshirt. And then I would wait for the morning, and everybody back to school. I'm not going to go and get breakfast. I'd see you take showers in the fucking basement. And she'd give me a clean shirt from my father's to wear. And I would have to report the father all night because they would say, I can get one of my shirts. There's no fucking idea.
So, I know you and your stepfather didn't run out of the best terms. I know you chose to go in the vendor's business. I'm trying to like, but when you're saying that homeless, none of you was like, okay, I'll go with him. I wouldn't like it, but
there's no way I was going to give it to a guy that I was ever around.
no way.
I don't know, it was just I couldn't go to work. It's just some reason I really was that big for that book. And that's what I really got to, you know, and I look at these kids and I used to when I was starting to get out, breaking free, you know, one time I came in, I went back on the road, I was in 98, you know, I would stay on these two bars, going to, you know, comedy club on the spots, and I don't wait for a bus to get in love. I didn't know I had like $18 in my pocket, I was completely worried, I was like, what's up? I'm the one, because they can get it when you get right, because I got some money in the back of the alley, let's do a walk, you know, he wanted to get home, this week when I was home, he's the one that drove me to the cemetery. I had he wanted to pick me up and drive me to both gigs, both nights. And I told him, no, you know, I'll go with my friends, you know, whatever. I mean, it's just amazing to still have that support system. I don't ever want people to think that I was just out there. One thing that kept me alive was the support system I had. But because I had that support system, I also wanted to make them proud, which has always been very important in my growth. Is making everybody did something for me. Who sacrificed? I think you guys don't have enough mind. kid said, hey, what 10 o'clock? And you're like, hey, you know what? Let's go. And all of a sudden, the way down, I go, hey, I give $15 for gas. You're like, oh, my God. I can't never forget that. And then you drive me home. Let's say you're not doing it. Let's say you're just a lawyer. You do this going behind your head. I think you just gave me a ride down there to do my dream. And you enjoyed it. You had a good time. You came back. I'll never forget those people that gave me rides. Fucking Famato last week. You know, special friendship on the shit that special was. You know, that guy. At least, you all have something you want to do with your life. And then you go to the people that are closest to you and you tell them, you know what? You're going to become a professional mixer. You know, I want to remember that. You know, whatever the fuck you want to become. Let's say you go to four of your good friends. Two of them are going to tell you you're a fucking loser. And two of them are going to support you. You know, two of them aren't going to say you're a loser. I don't like to put it like that, but two of them are just going to raise the other possibilities. You know, you have a family. What are you going to do if you fail? And you have two friends. Let's say out of those two friends, you have one friend that is very, he's got shit going on in his life. But the other friend is your childhood friend. What if this guy that was a mess, the least person in your life, drove you to gigs? What if that guy gave you a book once on stand-up comedy? What if that was Famano's cousin? In 1993, when I was back to New York, I didn't know what I was doing with my life at 32 years old, guys. I had no idea what the fuck I was going to do with my life. I had been on stage a couple times. I was like that girl that fat shamed. I was telling people it was a comic. I was no fucking comic. I was getting on stage once a fucking month. I told him my dream, and for some reason, he would push me every day. You're going to the city, can I do comedy? Let's go. I'll give you a ride. Now I'm going to watch you. Yeah, now I'm going to fuck. Why do you think I push you? Jeez, where did I have that from? Yeah, because I get it. I get when sometimes you need that person to say, come on. And now you're in the spot. Why I fucking even tell this motherfucker? I did comedy when I, especially because when I'm like dreading jujitsu, if I don't have it, it's like if someone's offering me a ride, it's like you can't even say, oh, I'm out of gas. My car broke down. Like that. Okay, let me ask you this. When you first started comedy, did you enjoy it? Yes and no. When did you start, like, when you stopped writing it? You know what I didn't like about it? That I sucked. Yeah. Nobody likes to suck. Nobody likes to suck. Jumping jacks. Nobody likes to suck at anything. But anybody who has a brain, go home and go, you know what?
Shout out
What
to
you do
today's
in today's society, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago, I don't know if I couldn't do that.
as well.
But they
Like
want
when
you
you're
to
doing the
do it. See
gospel,
somebody who's
very impressed with people
they'll
that
say,
are
you know
willing
what, if he can do
while
what I
they're
can do,
traveling. It says, can't wait to
that's
get
the talent.
measures
If he can do what I can do, well, I'm going to
Rather
try.
mission,
And
it
maybe
says
if I don't,
that a person needs to tie
at least I fucking
hair,
tried.
draw water.
But that was
You
why
should use a belt.
Famano was so
You should
special.
not
He
use a
was
rope. You
there
have to make it zero.
because it was like a representative of his
weaker
family.
people coming
Like he was
to
in
this
a
program.
ring who was there.
It's like this is the reason
This is
so
the guy that got me into comedy. This is why I'm so special.
and because the folks on the main
like have to
very
ask
set.
I'm asking. I think I know the answer.
That's not a not that shit.
A lot of times,
It's not whether it's
you'll
definitely not.
something for you
It's
and
there
ask
for
for something in
the
return.
long run that it's a question.
It doesn't seem like
It says in
anything
the Bryce that if the rope for the tail snap, it's possible to make a knot. To make a knot, you don't need a slip knot. It says no, a slip knot is considered a regular knot, and that is also so what do you do? Use a belt and tie the then without a wrench. Rock says that you can tie it down to a trough with a rope meant for the weavers. And we're not concerned that we might want to do one knot versus two. We'll take it back. The regular rope, you can only tie one knot. If it's already tied to the cab, you tie to the truck. If it's tied to the truck, you tie to the cab, but only one knot, not both, because you might be one of them in forever. Going back to the root, before you show up, you're allowed to carry any part of the room on size even the cover the you cover the top and which are heavy beams on top of the bottom that you grab to garbage around. According to Rudy wasn't so sure, they asked him and he said, yeah, Rudy wasn't sure. Either by Levi said carry those heavy things, carry other stuff, not that because even in the weekday, we're not making it carry over. The two beams that are on the side of the loom, of the woman's loom, the vertical loom, that are meant to be thrown to the ground, also take them on Shabbos. Because you think about you expose a hole. Now, to expose a hole in Shabbos is not a problem because the hole was there already beforehand. And we see that a lot when it comes to vegetables. If you have a vegetable in the ground, you put it when it was whole, and you're able to grab the vegetable without touching the ground, you have to pull the vegetable out. Concern is since it's in your house, you might cover up the hole, which is really too much of that lesson because earthquake. New Mishnah. You let a full Shabbos, four Shabbos, there are 5 conditions. By folding clothing, you're taking a piece of that Shabbos, you over and over. 5 different conditions are. It must be brand, it has to be new clothing, not old clothing. Only white clothing, colored clothing, yes. Provided you don't have another set of clothing, and you do it by yourself, not with your friend, yourself, picking up more pieces.
It's interesting. Talk about like a change on that. Because you asked me.
You let them make your bed on Shabbos. You're going to use it that Shabbos. You let them make your bed on Shabbos or after Shabbos.
We've been talking recently about what I'm going to do.
Next step, we're going to see more about Shabbos and figuring
life
this out.
looking forward, like not enjoying.
If you don't have another set of clothing on Shabbos, you only have clothing, you should undo your weekly clothing, make them longer.
This is the first time kind of in my life that I don't know what I'm going to do. Nobody's saying less.
We look for everything you do in Shabbos must be different than the weekday. So, your clothing has to be unique and special for Shabbos. Not so you don't have your walk should look different. It says you should take white steps on the white. Now, the white step is also being used as well because if it's wet on the eyesight, when Friday night, even the wine gives you eyesight bad, so people say you put that wine in your eyes for some time. Nevertheless, you have a really good reason to so but not on Shabbos. According to Rav Huna, you have a puddle in front of you. If you leave one foot on one side and get to the other side without jumping, that's okay. This is Rava. What should you do? Go around the puddle. You're getting towards your Shabbos. Go into the puddle. At night, when you're clothing, you'll speak up, reach over, and that's awesome. Jump over the puddle. Continue with the puzzle. So that's a fun. Do things for the Shem Shemayim, for a mitzvah, like shidduchim, or discuss how much stuff you're going to do. That's a lot of Shabbos. Not business. Your talking in Shabbos should be different than your talking in many places points out in Shabbos that you should lessen the amount of word that you say. Like my mother, Shabbos is quiet. Nevertheless, think about business in your mind. Gemara tells us that dirt is very unhealthy. It's serious for since our forefathers died in Galus and Roma and were buried, also some people say all the shvatzim we Muslim from the Mabel are all over Baal. They're going to shoot the dirt. The problem is that everything became disintegrated. It's not there. Nevertheless, there's a problem since it's unhealthy, like somebody wants to play, and then he expressed, and he pressed through his stomach to the point he did his heart, and
Nazi fucking flag and Charlie Bronson.
Naomi tells Rose, and goes to a bunch of people about Rose. Tells Rose, bathe yourself, anoint yourself, and then put on your actually just your clothing on. What she meant to say is, put on your previous Shabbos before you eat. Where it says, Chacham, you have to avoid for Rus and Shmuel. They were told things with a slight variation. Rus, listen to everything the Mother said, but in a different water. She didn't bathe and then go down to the garden. She went down to the garden to the field and home afterwards. She didn't want people to do it. Before I know we heard this, she told us that she went in and said, then you realize that a couple times that it's going through and it was doing it. When you hear his book call your name, say that there has Hashem. I will change it. Say that there. You don't want to say Hashem's name just in case it's in vain.
At a college degree level.
Boya says, Lemia Nairo. Boya's look at women. Actually, the whole notice that she means a lot. She's very smart. She's picking up the grain off the floor. She's only picking it up.
You think they went to college, you fucking moron? This is what the problem is. Oh, like sound engineering. Fuck sound engineering. This is how you learn sound engineering when people eating the emails and going, Joey, I can't fucking hear you talk, Joey. We figure it the fuck out. Because they teach a theory, but they're not going to teach you what the fuck we learned in 5 years, which is still what we need to do. Right.
So no matter how much football boards and clapping the fucking erases you do, the only way to get this is technicality. You know, there's a class in fucking Hollywood that you don't grow. They just teach you submission. You do not grow. You compete. You do not want that physical contact. I learned how to do it on bar. I do not fucking grow. That's great for theory. That's great for theory. But the only way to get better at that is to roll around and we can get on top of you and twist your fucking fingers and poke you as a fucking iron. The only way to learn this.
All right, Joseph, good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our responses for this morning's year to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tishrei Haba Alinu Latova, Yol and Sarah Kelvin in celebration of the completion of Seder Nezikin and Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Nathan Perry Smith in the schos of the entire Kehillah and our tefillos being this. All right, Joseph, good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our responses for this morning's year to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tishrei Haba Alinu Latova, Yol and Sarah Kelvin in celebration of the completion of Seder Nezikin and Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Nathan Perry Smith in the schos of the entire Kehillah and our tefillos being miskabel on high. Our week of learning sponsors Jonathan and Alana Austin in honor of the engagement of their daughter Tamar. To Yair Ashendorf of Teaneck, New Jersey, to build a Bayis Ne'eman B'Yisrael. And our Daf sponsors for today, Mark Kogan in honor of the entire Shir. Beautiful. All right, so with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Yud Beis. We have a really exciting daf ahead of us today. Baruch Hashem, we're beginning at the Mishnah on Yud Aleph on the Beis 11b. Mishnah says as follows: HaPesach sheshachtu shachris ba'arbasar shelo lishmo. Very interesting case. All right, Kanosai, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the year of Tafshin Pei, the Tosim Mishpachim, dedicating all the Shemar Drashos this year's Zchus for Besoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar Haba Alinu Latova, Terry and Steve Zinn. Loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan Hirsch Ben Yosef HaKohen. The Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv Ben Shmuel, Zev Shmuel Ben Yosef. Our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther, Bas Elazar, and the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Nishon family, the family from all those who need to refer to and allow our holders to be successful before Masiyah. As with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Sadik Dal 94. We are picking up on Sadik Gimel on the base 93b. Rava Amar Dorach Vadoi. It is about 10 lines up from before it gets wise. Rava Amar Dorach Vadoi. So this is quite fascinating. So Rava says, who has the ability? Now, literally translated, Morach Vadoi means the ability to smell and judge. Morach Vadoi, someone who has the ability to smell and judge is ultimately fit to go ahead and lead. The Gemara says, so what does this mean? That someone is able to smell and judge. So this idea, one is able to go ahead and intuit. Rashi says over here, the idea over here is that there are people who possess such an acute sense of judgment that they're able to perceive that which is right and that which is wrong without even hearing all of the details, but are simply able to almost smell the MS. So the Gemara goes right to the Gemara says, Bar Koziva. The Gemara tells the story. Bar Koziva also has Bar Kochva. So Bar Koziva, Rashi said, he was one of the Herodian kings, right? One of the descendants of Herod. So he was a king over Al Yisrael. So Bar Koziva Malach Tartin Shneim. So Bar Koziva ruled for 2.5 years. He says, I'm a Mashiach. I am the Mashiach. Bar Kochva was the self-declared Mashiach. Amrulay, the Mashiach said, the Moravadon. And Mashiach, it says that he's able to go ahead and smell judgment. He doesn't need to hear all the details of the case. Rather, he's able just to go ahead and literally smell that which is right and that which is wrong. So the Gemara says, So Bar Kokhba, if you think that you're Mashiach, let's see, can you smell justice? Once they saw that he was unable to smell justice, so they saw that he was a false Messiah, and they killed him. This is interesting, right? Because there's some level of historical debate exactly what happened with Bar Kokhba. Here the Gemara seems to indicate that Bar Kokhba was killed by the Jews. Other accounts have it that Bar Kokhba was killed by the Romans. So okay, it's interesting. Either way, Bar Kokhba ultimately again leads the failed revolt. Just to point out, remember again, Rabbi Akiva thought that Bar Kokhba was Mashiach. So Bar Kokhba had a tremendous amount of support, not just as a leader of Klal Yisrael, but as a potential messianic figure as well. Okay, the Gemara goes right there. Daniel, Chanayim Yishal Ba'azari B'Sibuhu, Ashe'im Bahem Kol Mu'um V'Tovi Mareh, U'Maskilim B'Chachma B'Yodei Das U'Mavine Mada, Ba'Asher Bahem La'amo B'Hechal HaMelech, V'Lamdam Sefer V'Lashon Kazdim. So it's not this pasuk highlighting the praises of Chanayim Yishal and Azariah. So the Gemara now goes through it. Or Daniel Chanayim Yishal and Azariah. Maya She'im Bahem Kol Mu'um. What does it mean that they had no blemish? Rabbi Chana Bar Chanina Amar Afilu Kirifta de Kuslisa Lo Havabu. They didn't even have like the puncture of a needle of bloodletting. In other words, they were healthy. Baruch Hashem, they never even needed bloodletting. What does it mean that they had to stand in the palace of the king? It means that when they refrain from any type of laughter, from any type of frivolous chatter, from shushing its racham, and they would abstain from going to the bathroom. They would hold back their knees because of the reverence for the monarchy. So as you ask yourself, so like, what's the pshat? Like, what does it matter? Like, okay, interesting information. But might so say on a very simple level, perhaps the idea is teaching us like this: that Daniel Chanayim Yishal and Azariah were able to observe frivolous laughter, frivolous chatter, sleep, and able to restrain bodily needs because they were in the presence of the king. If they could do all of those things in the presence of a human king, then Allah has come the ability that we have to exercise self-restraint, and the ability that we have in order not to engage in frivolous activity, because we too stand before the king at all times. Incredible. Rabbi Elazar says that all of them, Daniel, Chanayim, Yishal, and Azariah, were all from Shevet Yehuda. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel, Mani Amar, Daniel ben Yehuda, Chanayim, Yishal, and Azariah, Mishar Shvatim. No, so disagreement. So again, so Rabbi Shmuel Baruch Mani says, no, Daniel was from Yehuda, but everyone else was from other Shvatim. So the pasuk says, for the sons that will come from you, the king will take them as srisim. Srisim, my srisim. What's the srisim? So Rav Amar srisim. Rav says literally is like a eunuch, right? The king would often castrate his servants in order that they should not be distracted by anything and be wholly and fully devoted to him. No, what it means is that Avodah Zarah was like cut off. Avodah Zarah was castrated during their days. In other words, that they had a successful ability, which starts Avodah Zarah mayhem, and it says that Avodah Zarah was, so to speak, castrated during their days. And the Chaval, we're going to be that says that they are literal srisim. So what's the pshat? It says, "My b'chavol isi b'hon chavla denura." It means that ultimately, again, the fire had no effect. A reference to the kivsha ish, to the story of the furnace that we spent yesterday. Baksiv, areach nor lo adas behind, lo chavla v'lorecha. But again, there was no fire nor did smoke impact. So according to the opinion, that Avodah Zarah was cut off during their days. The Siv Kamar Shon Nasari, so she Yishmu Shab Sosai. Elaman the Amar Srisim Mamish. According to the opinion that says that there are mamish srisim, so ultimately again would the Hashem make reference of this level of degradation? That it was both. But also they were able to cut off Avodah Zarah during their days. Incredible. The Gemara goes right there. Good. According to me, it says that they're mamish svisim. So the pasuk says that they see sayad vashem tov mibanim umibanos. The pasuk says that the name that they established for themselves was even greater than potential physical offspring. So it makes sense they had no physical offspring. Elman the Amish and Star Savalazar be mayhem. My tov mibanim umibanos. Amram Nachbar Yitzchak mibanim shahayu lahem kvar umisvim. It's better than apparently. Could very well be that before they were made svisim by the king, they had children, and unfortunately, again, those children predeceased them. Umay shame olam etin lo asher lo yikares. What is it that will give them an eternal name that will not be cut off? I'm going to dash back from Bitzipuri, Zes Sefer Daniel, Shenikra al Shmo. That's called Sefer Daniel, because ultimately, again, Sefer Daniel is named, obviously, again, by or for Daniel. Michtig, it's not that I know. Because Daniel was named for Daniel. So that's an interesting question. So interesting enough, the Gemara says pretty much all of the words. Also I want to point out. Rashi points this out. In our Tanakh, right? We have Sfarim, Ezra, and Nehemiah. In reality, there's really only one sefer called Ezra. It was divided out later on. So the Gemara says something very interesting. Most of Sefer Ezra was actually prophesied by Nehemiah. So if that's the case, why is it called Ezra, not Nehemiah? To which the Gemara says, "My tamilo ikri Sefer al Shmei." Why was it not called Sefer Nehemiah? Because ultimately, again, Nehemiah took a little bit too much for himself. Shneimar, Zochra li Elokai Tova. Remember me, my God, for good. I, the David Nami, Neymar Amra, me Hashem B'Tzon HaMelech, Paktini B'Shua Secha. I, David HaMelech, also said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, remember me, taking credit almost like he had a little bit of requisite merits in order to go ahead and have his tefillah granted. David Rachmi Kabai. David was asking for Rachmanis. That was like Rachmi for Klal Yisrael as well. Yosef Day, Shasir. But I said, this is incredible. So Nehemiah doesn't merit to have the sefer named for him. Why? Because he spoke disparaging about the early days. So what does this mean? So I will say this is incredible that Ezra disparaged Nehemiah disparaged the leaders that came before him, and ultimately accused them of exploiting their position for personal gain. Now, what Cass will say is, even though he may have been right, it might have been that what he said was factual, you can't malign the Jews. You can't malign the Jews. But we saw this in yesterday's daf, the opinion that says that Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah drowned in saliva, right? They drowned in spit. We saw the Marshal who said that what does that mean? That they caused the nations of the world to speak negatively about Klal Yisrael for their non-belief. You can't speak negatively about Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, and even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the sanctity of the Jew, never deconstructing the other. So therefore, again, because Nehemiah, perhaps truthfully, but nevertheless negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael, therefore he lost out having the sefer name in him. Gemara said furthermore, he even spoke negatively about Daniel. Now, by the way, how do we know that how do we know that he was greater than him? So the Gemara says, good, all right, so a lot of Rashi said, but okay, we'll do it a different time. Next cycle. והאנושים אשר היו עימי לא ראו אס המרה, אבל חרדת גדולה נפלה עליהם, ויברחו בהיחווה, והאנשים אשר היו לא סוגר. So the Gemara says, so how do we know that Daniel was greater than these other people? Because the pasuk records an episode where there was a dramatic vision. Daniel had the vision, and no one else saw it. No one else saw it but Daniel. So the fact that Daniel saw it, no one else saw it, indicates us that Daniel is greater. The Gemara says, who were these other people who were with Daniel but didn't see the vision? Another prophets, Chagai, Zechariah, Malachi. So they were there with Daniel. They did not see the vision. Daniel saw the vision. 94a. So as I say, interestingly enough, in certain respects, Chagai, Zechariah, and Malachi were greater than Daniel. Daniel was greater than them. How so? So the Gemara says, "In who adifimine." So ultimately, again, they Malach were greater than Daniel. So what's interestingly enough, so Chagai, Zechariah, Malachi were considered to be bona fide Nevi'im. Daniel apparently was a lower grade Navi. V'ihu adif minayhu, ti'ihu chaza, v'inhu lo chazu. But Daniel was greater than them because Daniel had this vision and they did not have the vision. So the Gemara says, "V'chine achad lo chazu mai taima ivis." Well, again, here's the problem. If they didn't have the vision that Daniel had, then why were they frightened? Why were they frightened? What caused the fright? So I'll say this is very interesting. I'm sorry. Afagav de'inu lo chazu midi mazlai. Sorry. Afagav de'ihu lo chazu midi mazlayu chazi. Even though they didn't see anything, their mazel saw. What does this mean? What does it mean their mazel saw? So often mazel refers to like astrological signs. In this context, I think what it means is as follows. Every person has a malach, right? Every person has like a ministering angel who advocates for them, who looks over, watches over us, but like a sign to me. So sometimes there are things that my malach sees that I don't see. But yet again, there is like this synergistic connection between myself and my malach, and therefore the Gemara suggests over here that even if I don't see something and my malach sees something, so that has an impact on me. The Gemara says, "Hayman de mabis afagav de ilu chazi mazle chazi." This is fascinating. Sometimes in life, sometimes in life a person can be gripped by fear, and the fear doesn't even make sense, right? The fear itself could be illogical. But what does it mean sometimes when a person is gripped by fear, but they don't know why? Sometimes that can mean that my mazel saw something, my malach saw something, even though I didn't see it, my malach saw it, and that's having an impact on me. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "My takante." So what's the takana for that? Let's say a person is gripped by fright. They're not exactly sure, right, what the fright is, but I know that I want to get out of this emotion. Lin shof miduchte arba gamidi. So what should you do? Jump away from your present spot, dalaramas. Jump away, dalaramas. Inami, likishma, or seishma, v'ikai b'mam hamtunofes, and if ultimately, again, you're standing in a place where, halacha l'maisa again, is dirty, so you can't say Shema, what should you say? Leimahachi, say the following. Iza de beitapcha shmeina minai. The goat of the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. Okay, so what exactly is going on? So perhaps the Gemara is teaching us, Rabbeinu is teaching us three profound ideas. There are times in life when a person is gripped by fear. And there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. What's the chap of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why fear is a very scary thing, because fear has the ability to literally paralyze me and keep me in place. What do you do in life when you are seized by fear? So there are three possible. One, jump down, which means move yourself forward. Number one is don't allow fear to paralyze you. Move yourself forward, even if it's only $1. Whatever you do, don't remain in place. Because one thing is clear, if you remain in place, what's going to happen? You remain in place. Right? Nothing happens. So the first thing when seized by fear is move yourself, even if it's only a little amount, move yourself forward in life. Number two, Sema. Say Shema. What is it? Anchor yourself in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shema is the ultimate, which I tell myself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The greatest antidote to fear is a relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. So you're seized by like unintelligible, paralyzing fear. Say Shema. Connect yourself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's how to move forward. And most simply, what should you do? Say the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. What is that? Sometimes I will say fear is nonsensical. So sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say, this isn't real. This is not real. So that statement of the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me, it's just like a statement that's like, how do you feel when you say that statement? What's the reaction when you say that statement? You giggle a little bit, right? There's like a smile. Like the idea over here is so many times in life we're paralyzed by things that aren't real. They're not real. They're perceived. So sometimes what you need to do is you break the hold on fear by saying something like a shtickle nonsensical. So say a little nonsensical, kind of like change the mood a little bit and be able to move yourself forward. You're gripped by paralyzing fear, the point, move yourself forward, anchor yourself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and remind yourself that it's not real. If you do those three things, or even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually feels. You'll be able to move yourself forward, even in the midst of most immobilizing fear. Incredible. So the Gemara says, L'meimra. So the Gemara says, Sorry, Lamar Baham Shar Baham Shalom in gates, Imam Tankum Darsh Barkam story, Mipneman called Mem Sheba Em Sateva, Pasua, Vizasas, general Bosai, general of Mem in the middle of the pasuk. Right, is open, and only the mem at the end of a word is closed. But yet in this word, mem in the middle is closed. Bikish Chashbar Chalasos Chizkiyo Mashiach. So it is incredible. So this passage is by Chizkiyo, the king of Yehuda. So Chashbar wanted to make Chizkiyo Mashiach the Sancheriv Gog Umagog. And remember again, Sancheriv, who comes out to do battle with Chizkiyo. Hashem wanted to make him Gog Umagog. Remember again, there's this war of Gog Umagog, which is this ultimate showdown between good and evil, which precedes the Messianic era. So Hashem wanted to make Chizkiyo Mashiach and Sancheriv. Gog Umagog. I want to read this at the end of the Baruch Shalom. Umad David Melech Yisrael. Shamar Kamish Yosef. Shpachos Lefanecha. Lo Asisa Mashiach. So the Midas had the attribute of strict justice comes to the Baruch Shalom. Baruch Shalom. It's almost like there's like a balance. It's like the Hadla Chosh Baruch. Baruch Shalom is ready to go and make Chizkiyo Melech. Midas thinks what? David was greater than Chizkiyo, and you didn't make David. So the Gemara says, Chizkiyo Shasis LaKol. Right? So Chizkiyo Sha'asa LaKol Nisman Lalu. But Lo Amar Shir Lefanecha Paseo Mashiach. So again, Chizkiyo.
What are you saying? I don't know who you're saying. This guy?
That guy speaking right there.
On the TV or on here?
Well, we have the guy. He's the older guy.
This guy?
Yeah.
He's a comedian?
That's what I thought.
He's a really... He's a really dirty comedian?
A dirty one?
Very dirty.
No. Well, I just listen. No. I don't want no dirty one. No. Okay. I was listening. Okay.
There you go.
Okay. I didn't know. Sorry, Red.
You're good.
Chizkiyo, ultimately, again, he did so many miracles for it. And yet, unfortunately, he didn't sing Shira. David sang so much Shira. Tefer Tehillim. Chizkiyo did so many miracles for him. He didn't sing Shira. You're going to make him Mashiach, Lekach, Nistatim. Therefore, the mem, right? The mem which represents Mashiach. The mem was closed. It was closed. Hashem wanted to make Chizkiyo Mashiach, and then the mem was closed because the Midas didn't shut it down, preventing Chizkiyo from coming Mashiach. I'm going to say, what do you see from here? What prevented Chizkiyo from becoming Mashiach? His lack of Shira. You see from here the power of gratitude to the Ribono Shalom. And the ability, the greatness of David HaMelech was not only Shira, but it was Shira at all times. Shira in times of good, Shira in times of challenge, Shira in times of happiness, Shira in times of tragedy. That is the avodah of the Yidden. That is the quality of Mashiach. The ability to sing Shira to HaKadosh Baruch Hu no matter what's happening in life. The Gemara was like, Miyad, Pascha, Arz, V'amel, Ribono Shalom. Listen to this, it's such a beautiful Gemara. The earth, says Hashem, Ani Omer Stefanecha Shira, Tachas Tzadik Zeh, V'aso Mashiach. Wow. V'aso Mashiach. So the earth says, please, make Chizkiyo Mashiach. He didn't sing Shira, I'll sing Shira for Chizkiyo. I'll sing Shira on his behalf. The Gemara says, Paschava Amar Shira Lefana Shneimar, Niknef Ha'aretz B'Zimiros Shalom Tzvilat Tzadik. Amar Sarah Olam Lefana, Ribono Shalom Sibyono Asa L'Tzadik Zeh. So ultimately, again, the Sarah Olam. Interestingly enough, Rashi says, Malach Shekola Olam Masar B'Yado. So whatever this means, apparently there's like a Malach, who's like, universe CEO. He's the Kadosh Baruch Hu delegates to him. So the Sarah Olam said to Kadosh Baruch Hu, Shaman Tzvilat Tzadik. Sarah Olam Sha'asa Tzivyono Shal Tzadik. So the Sarah owns like the universe is acting on behalf of Yatsabaskova Amra, Razi Li, Razi Li. So we'll say, so the Sarah owns it. Okay, so let's go. Make Tzidkiel Mashiach. Now the earth has said Shira on his behalf. He didn't say Shira, earth says Shira on his behalf. The Baskel came out and said, Razi Li, Razi Li. The secrets of the world are for me. I changed my mind to Yaakov. Tzidkiel is not going to be Mashiach. Amar Navi, Ad Mosai. So the Navi says, woe to me, right? For how long? Now the Navi now is lamenting that Mashiach has not yet come. So they're saying, when will Mashiach come? Yazaz Abaskova Amra, Bogdim, Bogdu, Ubagad, Bogdim, Ubagad, Bogdim, Bogdu, what does it mean? Amra, he's already stuck. Ad the Asu, Bozeze, the Bozeze. Until again, literally, there are enemies and enemies of enemies, meaning that unfortunately, Klal Yisrael has to suffer much until Mashiach comes. Masa Doma Elai Kori Misir, Shomer Man Milaila, Shomer Man Milel. I'm going to be open on. Oso Alachamuna Aluchos, Duma Shmo. The Malach who's in charge of the winds, his name is Duma. So the says, Netzkaptu Kol Aluchos Itzel Duma. So all of the winds came to Duma. Amrulo, Shomer Ma Milaila, Shomer Ma Milel. So essentially, again, let's say if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, Sar HaRuchos, Shaneshamos Nefkados Etzlo, Bahainu Masa Duma Karf Amar Duma Elai. So which thing enough, Rashi understands that Ruach over here is not wind, but instead Ruach is Rishamas. This is the Malach who's in charge of all of the Rishamas. So everyone comes to this Malach and asks him, Shomer Mamilel, Mad Davar, Masai Kitza Geula Milel Zat. When is Geula going to come? I'll say it's incredible, by the way, to see, if we must highlight over here, is we often think that we are the only ones, we, being mankind, Klal Yisrael, are the only ones constantly and consistently pushing for Mashiach. But you begin to see something absolutely amazing. The world wants Mashiach. The world wants Mashiach. The universe wants Mashiach. And everything is constantly pushing for Mashiach. So the Gemara says, Amar Shomer, Asa Boker Begamno, Intibayun Bayun Shuv Asayu. So what does this mean? So the Shomer says, Boker Begamno, Intibayun Bayun. So ultimately, again, there's going to be, the Boker will come, the dawn will come, but at the end of the day, only after a great light. Rashi says, Asa Boker Betmiya. This from the Lakasabu, Benachon, Amal Asar, Kach, Amar Shomer, Kadosh Baruch Hu, Asa Boker Gula Tavo, Begam Laila, Avam Tchila Tia Galos Habib. Morning will come, but before morning, there will be a great night. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Amar Shomer, Asa Boker, Begam Laila, Intibayun, Bayu, Shuba Asayu. So two things, right? Morning will come. But when will morning will come? Number one, Intibayun. If you yearn for it, you have to yearn for it. This Baruch does not give us anything if we don't for it. And number two, Shuba Asayu. Ultimately, again, we have to do tshuva. So it's like two elements. It's interesting. There's usually many elements to Geula. But here, the Malach who's in charge of the Neshama says, what is Kadosh Baruch Hu waiting for? Number one, he needs us to want it. If we don't want it badly enough, he's not going to give it us. Number two, to become Baalei Tshuva. If we can have these two elements, then at the end of the day, Mashiach will come. Incredible. Rabbi Papas. Let's say first wide lines at the Yamada. That's the widest line. It was embarrassing for Hiskiel that he did not say Shira until the earth came along and said Shira. Shneimar Miknaf Aretz Miro Shamanat Tzila Tzadik. Keltzer Davar Atomer. The Yomer Yisrael. So most other examples of things where Klal Yisrael did not Shira until someone else reminded us to do it. The Yomer Yisrael. Baruch Hashem Shalitzah Hashem. Yisrael says, "Blessed is God who saved you, Klal Yisrael." So the Moshe Talmud Rabbi Papis Kinai Ula Moshe V'Shishim Rivo Shelo Amru Baruch Ad Sheba Yisrael V'Amar Baruch Hashem. It was embarrassing for Moshe and Klal Yisrael. And Moshe and Klal Yisrael didn't say Baruch Hashem until Yisrael came along and said Baruch. Now again, remember, Moshe and Klal Yisrael said Shira as Yashir Moshe ben Yisrael, but no one used the formulation of Baruch Hashem until Yisrael came along. And that was embarrassing that Yisrael was the innovator of this, not Klal Yisrael. Vayichad Yisrael. So once I say, interestingly enough, Vayichad, what does that mean? Rav Amar Sheher Cherev Chada Al B'Saro. He circumcised himself. Yisro was so impressed with one of my colleagues, so he wanted to raise a fly, so I gave him some bris milah. Shmuel says, Shinasa chadudim kol b'sar. He got goosebumps. Why? So Mary says, Amrav, so we'll say, it's interesting that the goosebumps are understood to mean that Yisro was overwhelmed by what happened to Mitzrayim. And again, as much as he was awed by what his Baruch did, he was a member of the Umos Olam. He was a member of the nations of the world. And he was very overwhelmed by what he saw happen to the Gentile nations of Egypt. So the Gemara says, Amrav, we see from Yohanan Inshi, Yura Adasara Darila Tivza Aramai Kame. You see here very important to say that in front of a convert, do not disparage Gentiles for up to 10 generations. So let's say this is just such a fascinating idea. But on one hand, when someone converts, what do we say? Gershon is guy, you're a new person. It's true that he's a new person. I would say it's fascinating. Just because I'm a new person doesn't mean I don't have a past. Which is ostensibly contradictory, but only Jews to live in this world of contradictions. The Gemara says, be sensitive to the fact about what you say about Gentiles in front of converts. Because at the end of the day, the person came from that world. So if you're king of that world, that is going to feel like so Yisro. Remember again, Yisro left everything in order to come to Klal Yisrael. He's a Gary, in other words, he circumcised all these things. But at the end of the day, that's the world he came from. And because of that, there was a sensitivity there. The Gemara says, be cognizant of that sensitivity. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, L'chein, Yishalach Adon Hashem Tzvagos Mishman of Razon, Ma'am Mishman of Razon, Amar Kadosh Baruch Hu, Yav Chizkiyahu, Sheyesh Lo Shmona Shemos, Yifra Misancheir Sheyesh Lo Shmona Shemos. Like Chizkiyahu, let's say, remember, there's a lot of allusions. We're going to see more over here, this battle between Sancheir and Chizkiyahu. So let Chizkiyahu, who has 8 names, let him come and conquer, largely overcome, the Yisrael exact punishment from Sancheir, who has 8 names. So we're just goes to the names. Chizkiyahu Tichsid, Ki Yalet Yulat Lanu, Ben Nitin Lanu, Lati Hamishra Al Shechmo, Vayikra Shmo, Heliyoetz, El Gibar, Abiad, Sar Shalom, Aiva, Ika Chizkiyahu. Okay, what about his actual name, Chizkiyahu? First one is, interestingly enough, Chizkiyahu might not have been his real name, might have been a descriptive name, Shechasku Ka. Chizkiyahu really is just a descriptive name that the Baruch Hu gave him strength. Davar Achar, Chizkiyahu Shma, Chizkiyahu Shechizek Es Yisrael V'im Shema Shemayim. So let's say other possibilities. Once again, Chizkiyahu is not a real name; it's a descriptive name. Why is he called Chizkiyahu? Ultimately, because he strengthened the bond between Klal Yisrael and the Kodesh Baruch Hu. We'll see more about that in just a little bit. Sancheir, what is Sancheir? All Sancheir is named Tzivbei, Tiglas, Kaleser, Glaneser, Shalmaneser, Pul, Sargon, Asanpar, Rava, Yakira. Okay, Ve'ika Sancheir. What about Sancheir? Right? In other words, it's got about that name. Which the Gemara says, no. Also, that's descriptive. The Gemara says, Shesichaso Riv. He was very quarrelsome in the way that he spoke. Right? Sancheir, we're going to see spoken in quarrelsome fashion to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Davar Achar, Shesach B'nicher Dvarim Klape Mala. That literally, again, he spoke and he was defiant with his words to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. All right, incredible. So also actually Grosso Asanpa Rava V'Yakira. So says here's what's interesting. So Sancheir, if you look at some of these names, Sancheir was actually given some pretty significant titles. This Asanpar Rava V'Yakira. So leaving aside Asanpar for just a moment, Rava V'Yakira means great and precious. How was Sancheir given these names? This is wild. Because Sancheir, right now, remember Sancheir, who caused much destruction, but yet he never spoke disparagingly about Eretz Yisrael. Shneimar, Ad Bo'i V'lakachti Eschem Al Eretz Kam. So I'll say this is incredible. Sancheir, when he was exiled Jews, what did he say to the Jews? I'm going to take you to a land that is like your land. He doesn't say a land better than your land. Rather, he says a land like your land. He was careful about how he spoke Israel. So Rabbi Shmuel once said, so one says that Sancheir was very wise, and one says Sancheir was very foolish. How so? According to the one who said that he was a smart king, Amru Kamashakris. So I'll say, so ultimately the one who said was a smart king is because Sancheir knew If you would tell the Jews, I'm taking you to a better land, there's nothing better than Eretz Yisrael. And they would dismiss his word as just being foolish. Right? Mandar Melech Tipesh Haya. For the purpose, he said, I'll take you to a land. And Mandar Melech Tipesh Haya, the opinion that says that he was a foolish king. I'm sorry, Mandar Melech Tipesh Haya, Imkain Mai Rabuse. The one who says that he was foolish is apparently Sancheriv is trying to get the buy-in of the Jews for relocation. So if you're going to get their buy-in for relocation to tell them that they're being moved to a similar type of land, why would they buy into that? You should have told them it's better, and they would have more readily bought into it. Okay, because the Gemara says, Lahecha Agrilu, where did he supposed to say, so find out how incredible this is. Right, so Sancheriv is held in higher esteem by Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Why? Because he did not speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. He killed Jews, he exiled Jews, he tripped them, but he never spoke negatively about the land. Such an incredible idea. So the Gemara is like, Lahecha Agrilu, by the way, where did Sancheriv exile the Jews to? So the Gemara says, Zutra Ami La Afriki. So Afriki, and Chanina Amar La Hari Slug. Hari Slug. Fine, different places we exile them. Aval Yisrael Sipru B'Gnus Shal Eretz Yisrael. Unfortunately, as much as Sancheriv never spoke negatively about Eretz Yisrael, Klal Yisrael did speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. Kimatu says Kimatu Sos. When they came to this place called Sos, Amri Shavki Arin. They called it Sos. They named it Sos because they said, "Oh, this new land is just as nice as our land." Kimatu Almin. When they came to a place called Amru Ki Almin, they said ultimately again, this is like our land as well. Kimatu Sos Trey, when they came to a place called Sos Trey, Ami Achad Trim. They said this is twice as good as Eretz Yisrael. So unfortunately, this has unfortunately been sometimes the downfall of Klal Yisrael throughout the ages. We find ourselves in the lands and we deceive ourselves into thinking that where we are is actually better. Now, not that it's okay, not that it's just as nice, but to think that Yas V'Shalom somehow is better than Eretz Yisrael. So again, something to be learned from everyone, even a Sancheriv. Sancheriv was always careful about how he spoke about the same thing, or how he spoke just about the land itself. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. The Gemara says, good. Good. V'sachas kivodo yikod ki yikod ish. Rabbi Yochanan. Tachas kivodo v'lo kivodo mamish. Rashi says over here. Tachas gufo mamish shaguf kain u'neshama tzrecha. So we'll say this is talking about again when Sancheriv's army was defeated. So how was it defeated? So the Gemara says Tachas kivodo v'lo kivodo mamish. Sancheriv's army, we're going to see, they remained intact. They killed by having their neshama incinerated. So the Gemara says, Yihad Rabbi Yochanan, Karilei Lamani Mach Bedusai. Like Rabbi Yochanan called his clothing those things that give me honor. This is actually very reminiscent of the Gemara that we saw yesterday, that even in this time of Sakana, a person should make sure to keep himself intact, right? The Gemara says, even when they're thrown into the furnace, they make sure that they're wearing proper clothing. Your clothing is called the thing that gives you honor. How you dress says a lot about the person you are. And how you dress for certain things ultimately telegraphs a message about the importance that you ascribe to that particular event. So let's say, so therefore your clothes, it's interesting, your clothing is what gives you honor. So the Moshe Rabbeinu Amatachas Kvodo Mamish Kisveifas Bnei Aru Mala Alon Sveifas Neshama V'Guf Kayim Afkan Sveifas Neshama V'Guf Kayim. So we'll say just like by the death of Aaron's sons. By the death of Aaron's sons, so remember again, the fire came in, incinerated their neshamas, but their bodies were intact. So too when Sancheriv's army was killed, their neshamas were incinerated, but their bodies remained intact. So whereas the Tanakh says that Yoshua and Karcha, Paro Shechirei Ba'atzmo Nifrak Hakadosh Baruch Hu Mimenu B'Atzmo. So this is incredible. Paro, who literally again blasphemed Hashem himself, right? Because Paro says, Mi Hashem Asher Eshma B'Kolo. So Paro himself, who blasphemed his Sancheriv, Shechiriv, both say Amud Beis, Sancheriv, Shechiriv, Ayidei Shaliach, and Sancheriv ultimately again, who kind of blasphemed through a Shaliach, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Nifra Mimenu, Nifra Kadosh Baruch Hu Mimenu, Ayidei Shaliach. So ultimately again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu exacted punishment from him through a Shaliach. Okay, so what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, Paro Dechsidei, Mi Hashem Asher Eshma B'Kolo. So Paro says, who is Hashem? So Paro directly blasphemes. Who is Hashem that I should listen to him. Nifrak HaKadosh Baruch Hu ben Rabbi Yatzma. Baruch Hu exacts punishment from him himself. The Sid, Vayinar Hashem es Mitzrayim b'soch hayam. By Yam Suf. Hashem himself stirred the waters of Yam Suf. Sid, Barachta by Yam Susecha. Sancheriv the Sid, Biyad Malachacha Charachta Hashem. So ultimately again, Biyad Malachacha Cherpas Hashem. So ultimately, again, Sancheriv, who says, in the hands of kings is the degradation of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Nifra HaKadosh, so again, Sancheriv doesn't say straight out a statement of blasphemy, but rather, again, he says it kind of indirectly. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu mimeno ayedi shaliach. HaKadosh Baruch Hu exacted punishment from him through shaliach as well. The Siv, Vayetzei Malach Hashem, Vayach b'machane asher mea v'shmonin v'chamishim alaf. So it says, remember again, this was the, just, this is like the incredible story where Chizkiyahu, essentially, there was no way for Klal Yisrael to defeat the army of Sancheriv. So this is the famous story where Chizkiyahu goes deep at night, to sleep, and you work your magic. Miraculously, that night, 185,000 soldiers died asleep. Just died. So that, if you know, there's Vayetzei Malach HaYachol did it himself, but ultimately, again, like you see on Pesach, and even Malach, this was Malach for the army. Which Baruch Hu sent the Malach. Why indirect? Why indirect? So here, last indirectly, therefore, Baruch Hu exactly punished indirectly. Chanina bar Papa Rani Ksiv. Morom Kitzo, Ksiv, Morom Kitzo. So Rabbi said this is very interesting. So the Gemara says Morom Kitzo, which literally means again the heavens. The heavens are his abode. And then it says Morom Kitzo. Morom literally means like a domicile, a dwelling. Right? Rashi says over here, Morom Kitzo b'Yishaya, Ksiv Morom Kitzo b'Malachim. Morom Kitzo mashma dira shamata. So one talks about the dwelling of HaKadosh Baruch Hu on earth. Amar also Rasha, B'tchila acher dira shamata. You can see the unholy aspirations of Sancheriv. Sancheriv says, first, I will destroy the house of God in this world. And then afterwards, again, I'll destroy the house of God in the celestial sphere. My Ditzid Ata, Hamidala De Hashem, Alisi Alamako Azeh, La Shiso, Hashem Amar Elai, Allah Ala Araz Azos Vishvisa. So this is very interesting. So one of the fascinating ideas about Sancheriv is Sancheriv felt that he received instructions to go and destroy Eretz Yisrael. He felt that this was a divinely orchestrated message. So Rashi says over here. So again, before we get Rashi, so Rashi says, "Ata Hamila Hamibala Hashem." So Sancheriv says, would I march against Yerushalayim without explicit instructions from God? Hashem Amar Elai, Lei Ala Aretz Hazos Vishchi. Hashem has said to me, come to this land in Israel. Is essentially saying that he's acting exactly by the word of God. So my Gemara says, what are you talking about? Where did Sancheriv hear from HaKadosh Baruch Hu to destroy Israel? Where did we ever hear such a thing like this? So the Gemara says, V'shon Lavi Dikamar, Ya'an Kimasa Amazar, Asmi Ashibach HaHochem La'at La'at, Umisos Es Ratzon Uben Remal Yom. So what happened? So interestingly enough, so Sancheriv overhears the Navi. He hears the Navi talking, and the Navi said that essentially Klal Yisrael has forsaken HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Klal Yisrael not they've degraded HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and ultimately again it's Me'ashilach HaHochem La'at La'at. They have forsaken the Shiloach waters which flow gently, and instead they have gone ahead and taken to Ratzon Ben Rimal Yom. So we'll see what all of this means in just a little bit. I'm not going to say, El Molek Targum Ta'Haikra Lo Havir Delamai Kamar. So Yosef says, were it not for the explanation of this pasuk, we would have no idea what it's talking about. No kidding, right? We have no idea what it's talking about. So what is this? So the Gemara says, my kamar. So the Gemara says, Chalaf, Dikatz Amahadem B'Malchusa B'Beis David. So this nation has forsaken the Davidic kingdom. Right? This nation has forsaken Malchus Beis David. that are kind to them and speak to them softly, the way the Shiloach waters flow, right? The Shiloach waters comes from spring-fed stream, and it flows gently. So this nation was governed by Malchus based David, who governed them and looked after them in such a kind and beautiful way, and they gave that all up, right? They have forsaken that. The Israel beratzin ubar remalno, and instead, ultimately, again, they go ahead and they go to other things, right? They go essentially to Avodah Zarah. Rabbi Yochanan, so what's interesting here is, so Sancheriv, here is Navi taking Claudi's fast, and he feels, okay, Israel's not doing the right thing. Obviously, again, it's fair for them to use that which they hold most dear. It's a Mikdash, Eretz Yisrael. Rabbi Yochanan said, Ma'aras Hashem bebeis Rasha, the Navi Tzadik Yivora. Ma'aras Hashem bebeis Rasha. What does it mean again? That ultimately the curse of Hashem is in the house of the Rasha. Zeh Pekach ben Ramayo. So what's it by the way? Pekach ben Ramayo was the king of Malchus Yisrael. How do you king of Malchus Yisrael? He was a Rasha. See, how is he such a Rasha? He would eat literally again 40 pigeons for dessert. So apparently, again, pigeon was a big dessert. Was a big dessert. Right? Don't knock it till you try it, right? So the nice again, he would eat all of these pigeons and he still would not be full. But listen, what does that highlight? What does that highlight? That highlights like a gluttonous type of lifestyle. That was like, what Avodah Zarah, but in general, whenever you see Avodah Zarah, what do you see alongside Avodah Zarah? Hedonistic behavior. Like the Shal Hirsch brings down, what's the link between Avodah Zarah and Avodah Hashem? What's the chilik? Avodah Zarah is you make God in your image. Avodah Hashem is I make myself in God. What does everybody love about Avodah Zarah? We'll say if you go to Spice and very usually very quickly about Avodah Zarah is even when Chayes worship Avodah Zarah, it's not like they stopped worshiping Hashem. Very often they were still worshiping Hashem with Avodah Zarah. So if you're worshiping Hashem, why are you bringing Avodah Zarah? Because Avodah Zarah is great. How does Avodah Zarah work? Here's how it works, right? But maybe someone needs this information. If you want to start your own idolatry, right? Step one is write down all the stuff you want to do in life, right? All the stuff you really want to do. Okay, then make a new system of theology that allows for all of that. Right? So all the stuff you want to do, suddenly again, not only is it mutter, but it's a mitzvah. A mitzvah, and then all the stuff that you really don't care about not doing, make that all the los assays, right? So all the stuff you really want to do, like you want arayos, you want tarsus, you want tumah good, that becomes all of the mitzvahs, right? That's Avodah Zarah. That's Avodah Zarah. So wherever you see Avodah Zarah, you see a heightened form of humanistic thing, because that's what it's all about. It's actually not about the theology. It's really never about the theology. It's about that Kadosh Baruch Hu has very high expectations of us. And therefore he tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. Why? To hold us to a high standard. Avodah Zarah says, but I want to do that stuff. So I create a new system of theology in order to allow for all of that to occur. So Pekach ben Ramayo is eating all of these pigeons, but he can't be satiated. Why? Because he's an Ovid Avodah Zarah. Ovid Avodah Zarah is a heathen. Okay, so now back to the Narei Tzadik Yibora, Sefis Kamel Yudah, She'ocham Litre Yerek Pesuda. It's incredible. What was Chizkiyahu's meal? Chizkiyahu would eat a little bit of vegetables and he would be full. He was saying he was a king. He could have had anything he wanted, but he didn't eat a lot. He did not eat a lot. Shabbos also says that sometimes when we become a little bit too wrapped up with the material, that may be an indication that our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu might not be as it should. It's like, remember, all of us have a void. We have an emptiness in life, and we're always trying to fill it. The issue just is, if I have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then I'm filling it with the right things. If I don't have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then I'm filling it with all of the wrong things. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, "Hine Hashem ala alei esmei hanar ha'atzum min ba'ala mismelech Ashur." So again, because of Father's non-compliance, Hashem says, "I'm going to bring against you the king of Ashur." Sid the Chamlach Yehuda Shetet ba'avar atzava yagia. Ella my time. It shows. Therefore, again, so Sancheriv hears this. Sancheriv hears all this stuff, and he hears the Navi literally said, "Well, Sancheriv pointed out, Sancheriv was the king of Ashur." The Navi literally says, because of your non-compliance, right? Because of your terrible behavior, I'm bringing into the king of Ashur. So Sancheriv says, okay, God wants me to do this. So if God wants me to do this, the Gemara says, if that's the case, why is he punished? If Sancheriv actually did the will of God, why was he punished? The Gemara says, Navi Asar Shvatim is Navi, he who you're better to Yerushalayim. Very simple. Sancheriv was the tool of Hashem to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He was the one who was responsible to exile the 10 tribes. He had no business in Yerushalayim. And Sancheriv set his sights on Yerushalayim as well. So ultimately, again, so the Navi tells Sancheriv, you overstepped. You're at Boda, what's the exact punishment from the 10 tribes? You set your sights on Yerushalayim so that you don't have any power on. Right? Ultimately, again, literally, you cannot go ahead. The Am Ha'ayif, so the tired nation. I would say, who's the tired nations? Which is the Klal Yisrael. We're the tired nations. But interestingly enough, not tired because of suffering. Tired because we toil in Torah. Tired because we're constantly building with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So, again, the nation that's tired cannot be handed over to hands of the enemies. Where it says, "My kill artzos, the arts and the achon ichbid derachayam, every art in Galo Hagayim, Loka Rishonim, Shekilim Aleim Al Torah." And we are not like the early ones. This is Malchus Yisrael. Threw off from them the yoke of Torah. Aval Achronim Malchus Yudah, Shekbidu Aleim Al Torah, Uruyin Halalu Lasos La Neiska Over Hayam, Ukidarche Hayardim. So I'll say this is fascinating. So Sancheriv, you can have control over Malchus Yisrael. Why? Because Malchus Yisrael threw off the yoke of Torah. And when you throw off the yoke of Torah, you have a lack of divine protection, but you have no control ultimately again over Malchus Yehuda. Because that Malchus Yehuda, they took upon themselves the yoke of Torah, and they were deserving of miracles, like literally again, like the splitting of the Yam Suf and the splitting of the Yarden. So the Gemara says, "Mechozer b'mutav ve'imlav ani es so lo golul v'adolim." So Sancheriv, if you turn back, right, and you don't go to war against Malchus Yehuda, you'll be fine. If not, ultimately, again, I will turn you into a degradation amongst the nations. Right? Rashi says, you'll become a source of degradation, right? A laughing stock amongst it. This is Sancheriv. So interestingly enough, Sancheriv had divine mission by the tribes of Malchus Yisrael. But his mistake was going after Malchus Yehuda, was going after the base, and he was going after Yerushalayim. So the Gemara goes like that. So Achari Hadvarim, Va'emas Ha'ila Basa Cher Melech Ashur, Va'yavo Yehuda, Va'yichan Ala Aron HaBetzuros, Va'yomer Ka'am Elav. So ultimately against that, Aaron makes the mistake, and he goes ahead and he marches on Yerushalayim. So the Gemara says, "Hi Rishna lahai pargasha." Rashi says over here, "V'chim medin daron kazeh la'adon kazeh, v'chim nesha emes b'chiskiyot basan." So we'll say that the Gemara asks an interesting question: why was Chiskiyot deserving of this? Right after all, again, Chiskiyot was a big tzaddik. So why was Chiskiyot deserving of having Sancheriv of much? In other words, we'll say as much as Chiskiyot is successful over Sancheriv, there's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of difficulty. So Chiskiyot was such a tzaddik. Why did he deserve to have this fear of Sancheriv marching against him? So Amravino la'achar shekafat HaKadosh Baruch Hu b'mishpat. Let's listen to this. What happened? So HaKadosh Baruch Hu swore that Sancheriv was going to come on, was going to go ahead and march against Chiskiyot. What happened over there? Amar. Yeah, my seal Messar Galeviada. Here's what happened. As long as it's like this. If I tell Chiskiyot that I'm bringing Sancheriv, but don't worry, because you're going to be successful. What does Chiskiyot going to say? Amar, lo hava b'ina, lo b'ishus b'ina. It's probably, do me a favor. I appreciate what you're trying to remember again by Sancheriv against Chiskiyot, and then by delivering a stunning victory to Chiskiyot. Chiskiyot didn't do anything. Because Baruch Hu wiped out the entire army of Sancheriv. There was a massive Kiddush Hashem. There was a massive, wave of Emunah. But Chizkiyahu would have said, you know what, God, it's okay. Let's call it even, right? Don't bring Sancheriv and don't bring the salvation, right? There's too much anxiety, too much fear that it's going to cause. Just leave it alone. Miyad kavetz Baruch Hu b'nishba d'maisina lei. Baruch Hu therefore swore, and he said, no, I'm bringing Sancheriv. Shneimar nishba Hashem tzavakos emor emo kasher d'misi kein haisa v'kasher atzti hita. L'shpor ashor artzi v'al har avusenu v'sar me'alem olu v'savalo me'al shech lo yasor. So my Baruch Hu said, "Yavo Sancheriv zito yasa avus yavsiyaito." I'm going to bring it, and Sancheriv and Israel, they're going to become like a trough for Chiskiyot and his kingdom. So I want to point out what a profound Gemara this is, right? Sometimes, right, people say, we have this stuff sometimes. In the Sefer Siduro Shoshas, he brings this down by Yaakov Avinu, that after Yaakov found out Yosef was alive, the Siduro Shoshas says, Kadosh Baruch Hu preempted Yaakov. Yaakov would have thought to himself like this, Kadosh Baruch Hu, I'm so happy that Yosef is alive. Everything worked out well. Kadosh Baruch Hu, but I have a counter proposal. Instead of everything working out well, why don't you instead what? Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. And you could have spared me. You could have spared me ultimately again 20 plus years of pain and suffering. That's why the pasuk says, he offered up karbanos to locate Yitzchak Aviv. And Yaakov offered up karbanos to the God of his father. What was Yitzchak? Yitzchak was Midas Hadin, strict justice. Sometimes strict justice says we don't understand why Kadosh Baruch Hu does things. So it's interesting because over here, Kadosh Baruch Hu knew that had he divulged his plan to Chizkiyahu, Chizkiyahu would have said, God, sounds great, but don't do it. Don't do it. If everything's going to end happily ever after, just leave things alone. And I've also said so many times in life, we have this fundamental question. Yeah, things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, difficult situation. It turns out well. And I have such hope, but there's like this piece of me that thinks, well, why did you do it? Very nice you brought the salvation, but the same God who brought the salvation is also what? The same God who brought the crisis. So I have a counter proposal for Baruch Hu. Don't bring the crisis, and you won't need the salvation. So that's the cheshbon of Baruch Hu. That's where the Rebbe Shalom runs the world, and somehow the crisis was necessary. It's not just the resolution that's necessary, but the crisis itself was necessary. And sometimes those are things that we just will never understand. Let's go a little bit weiter. Says the Gemara, Yasser Sivo me'ashik mecha, va'olom me'alech, v'tzavrecha, v'choveh ol mifnei shman. So Moshe Rabbeinu tells Chizkiyahu, don't worry, everything's going to be okay, and the yoke of Sancheriv will be lifted upon you, mifnei shman. And what I say shman literally means the oil. What's the oil? This is beautiful. And literally again, the yoke of Sancheriv was lifted upon from Klal Yisrael because of the oil of Chizkiyahu. What's the oil of Chizkiyahu? This is beautiful. It was constant oil, constant light. Oil represents light. Constant light burning in the Bati Medrash, or this Medrash, all over Malchus Yudav in regards to Chizkiyahu. Ma'asa, what did Chizkiyahu do? Na'atz cherev al-pesach beis HaMedrash. He put a sword at the entrance of the Medrash, and he said, Va'amar, kol mi she'ein osik b'Torah, yidaker b'Torah. He says, whoever leaves the beis Medrash will be stabbed with this sword. We stabbed this sword. And I will say, what does this mean? Is it really going to kill people left beis Medrash? No, it's figurative. What Chizkiyahu was trying to tell Klal Yisrael was the following idea. Torah is not a recreational pursuit. Torah is life. Torah is life. And if you don't have it, then you won't have life. Torah, as we were saying, sometimes we look at Torah, and what's Torah? It's very nice, it's beautiful. And Dr. Aaron Kursky has a beautiful idea. He says, he points out, which he says, it always intrigued him how he's what he's talking about, how people fall asleep during the drasha. So that's what he's saying, people fall asleep during the drasha. So it's not a new phenomenon, it's minhag Yisrael, minhag Avosinu b'Yadenu, right? But it's also going to say, can you imagine, right? You're lost in a bad neighborhood. We'll say these are days, this is a dated marshal. Before raise, before you're in a bad neighborhood, and you go into a gas station to go ahead and get directions. And the guy's giving you directions. And can you imagine? Like in no direction, you're like this. Right? It says, no one's getting off in the middle of wine. That's going to save your life. That words of Torah literally are life. That words of Torah are life. Okay? Then you will never nod off. Sometimes Rabbi speaks too long. Right? Or whatever. And not everybody is an orator. Okay, it's fair. Right? But the Maisa, a lot of it is us. It's easy to blame someone else for not being entertaining enough or engaging enough. A lot of it is related to Torah. And the truth is, a lot of times we think, it's a beautiful part. It's a beautiful insight, a beautiful idea. It's not a beautiful part. It's not a beautiful idea. It's life directions. That's what Chizkiyahu was trying to hide. The sword was there not as a punitive measure, but to show Torah is not something nice. Torah is life-saving. If you have it, it will literally save yourself from making such dramatic bad decisions or mistakes. If you don't have it, then unfortunately, again, Chas V'Shem, I can find myself in such negative states. So the Gemara goes like, let's finish up this process. The Gemara says, but Kumitan Bad Beersheva, they checked from Dan until Beersheva, Matsu Amaretz Mikvas Van Antipus. There was not an Amaretz, there was no one who was ignorant to the words of Torah, all the way from Mikvas until Antipus. Matsu Tinok V'Tinokes Ish V'Isha Shelo Hayu B'Kinei B'Hilchos Tumah V'Tara. And everyone was well versed in the laws of Tumah and Tara. Ba'al Osadar who Omer Ba'yaba Yalahu Ye'ish Adlas Bakar Ushtei Tzon. Listen to one more minute. So what's I so incredible? First of all, just to understand the level of scholarship which existed during the days of Chizkiyahu. Everyone was versed. Everyone was knowledgeable. Everyone, again, what's I? By the way, in what? Not Masechus Brachos, right? Not Hilchos Shabbos. We'll look what they're referring to over here, right? Halachos of Tumah and Tara. What's I? What happens when we get to us? We give Tumah and Tara. What happens? Come on, what happens? You look ahead and you say, how long is this going on for, right? When is this going to be over? And we'll say, those halachos people, everyone, men, women, children, were versed in the halachos of Tumah and Tara. And also, again, in those days, the Gemara says, people had very simple material aspirations, right? They had a cow, they had 2 sheep, and they were happy. So let's say, listen to this. So they were happy with very small things materially, and furthermore, they had vines that had thousands of dollars worth of grapes, and it's just kind of lying waste. Why did it lying waste? People were neglecting their fields. Why were they neglecting their fields? Because of their full focus on Machlis. Now let's say it was the oil which means the spiritual growth during the days of Chizkiyahu Melech Yehuda that ultimately again allowed them to be successful over Sancher Melech Hashem. Right? Much more to say. We'll stop. We'll say, okay, end of the week. We need to end up pretty much. For one incredible week. Everyone's. All right, February Zoom. Good Shabbos, everyone. Sure. Right. Right. So in water source. Right. You go ahead. You can start. Yeah.
Like I say, 100% of the time, but you just never see anyone pick up the tailback of out of the backfield to the flat. Quarterback spins around, he gives a really bad fake. He was wide open across the league every week. I tell you what, it's just one of those plays that seems so simple yet nobody can ever find it. Carson Wentz in his second start of the season, second start of the play. Just arrived a month ago, 18 for 23. Probably everything he can to put him in a spot. Yeah, I think he's looked really good for his first 2 starts here in Minnesota. He's not going to care for half a play. Of course, he has the one pick, the ball was deflected, so it's kind of one of those you jump up to just say, what? I think he has to continue to find out how to snap to push it downfield and carry it, which of course they're good at. He's just on this drive, so they can check it down. Pittsburgh, the first 3 years. They've got 5 interception, third down crazy first. Third down defenses in the league feature picks up. They were close as many of these third passes. Of course, an area on the other side typically complements what they have summer this Minnesota offense. Third and pass like it is here has been a struggle all season long. Defensively, the Vikings trying to protect the lens, pressure coming. He's gracious to his left and he's going to be up with the right for first down. He just don't set the edge of the pocket. Even at this stage of his career, Carson Wentz is a really good athlete. There's a lot of similarities between the podcasts. Kevin O'Connor wrote it. We decide that they're not any way. This podcast is how it's still there. Backside free safety to the open side. Sean Elliott, we saw that pick earlier. Great job there by Mason picking him up, and then it just turns into a mess in the pocket. Again, the second down now in the last couple of series, we've seen Carson Wentz get up. We're going to see I'm sorry about last week. We don't deserve this shit. We got this office there. What the fuck was that? So what's the ever happen last night? My wife was like, no, the next time they same shit. He said if he's in there now, great tackle. Ryan Weir, the starting tackle, went out early after getting injured on Monday's podcast. I'll tell you, even at 6 a.m. I won't get much of the latest. The election is not even which is why we also present to you. I don't believe you want saving you. I'm going to show you motherfuckers. You got to show me. I'm one of those motherfuckers. You want to talk about Bigfoot, bring him to my fucking office and then I'll talk to him. You want to talk about Martians, bring him over here and then we'll fucking talk. I'm the type of guy that if I talk to you about something, it's because I've experienced it or I haven't experienced it or whatever. But I'm not going to hit a bullshit story just to get something like
what is this bullshit?
All right, Ramosai, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir, to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the year of Tafshin Pei, the Tilsim Mishpachim, dedicating all the Shemar Drashos this year's Zchus for Soros Tovos for all of them. So our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar Haba, leaving the Tova, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Hirsch Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv Ben Shmuel, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. And our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther, Bas Elazar, Zechron the Baruch, and the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Nishon family, your families in the Chama, all those who need refuah, Shabbat, Yidol, Kol Yisrael, and Shvafish, the merit Hashem bring home our hostages, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful with all Maaseh Yedayim. As with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Sadik Dala 94. We are picking up on Sadik Gimel on the days 93b. Rava Amar Demorach Vadon. It is about 10 lines up from before it gets wise. Rabbi read Rach Vadoin. So this is quite fascinating. So Rabbi says, who has the ability, now literally translated, Morach Vadoin means the ability to smell and judge. Morach Vadoin, someone who has the ability to smell and judge is ultimately fit to go ahead and lead. The Gemara says, "The Siblo Maraina Vishpok, the Shava B'Sadek Dalim Bokiach Mishon Enisek." So what does this mean? That someone is able to smell and judge. So this idea is that one is able to go ahead and intuit. Rashi says over here, "My derichu demora badon shemeriach ba'adam v'shofei v'yodea mi achayiv." Shneimar lomar. The idea over here is that there are people who possess such an acute sense of judgment that they're able to perceive that which is right and that which is wrong without even hearing all of the details, but are simply able to almost smell the MS. So the Gemara goes back to the Gemara says, Bar Koziva, also known as Bar Koziva. So Bar Koziva, Rashi says over here, he was one of the Herodian kings, like one of the descendants. So he was a king. So Bar Koziva Malach Tarkin Shneim. So Bar Koziva ruled for 2.5 years. He says, I am the Messiah. Bar Koziva declared Mashiach. Amrulei, the Mashiach the Moravadon. And Mashiach, he's able to go ahead and smell. Rather, he's able just to go ahead and literally. So the Gemara says, so even once they saw that he was unable to smell justice, so they saw that he was a false Messiah, and they killed him. This is interesting, right? Because there's some level of historical debate exactly what happened with Bar Kokhba.